fourth test in a row where we've gone to day 5.
It's a glorious thing.
Good.
It's a glorious thing. Yes, it's a wonderful thing, baby.
I've got 2 words to say. Fuck Andy.
Oh, you mean as regard to boring Test cricket?
Yeah. I mean, it's part of the process. You don't get the good stuff without the gut, grit and determination in the meantime.
It's like everything. It's like saying, the Tour de France is boring. A game of chess is boring. A symphony is boring. But there are bits in everything which some people are going to find boring. Okay, I understand it wasn't exciting, but it was. You had to realise that England were trying different things because once the ball goes soft on this pitch, it's and especially without Stokes to work his magic, it's a little bit weird, isn't it?
Yeah, and I bet the Indian spectators didn't find it boring. I think they were gripped by it.
That's absolutely the point. If it had been England, we'd have been saying what a great back to the wall fight it was, wouldn't we? Right, we're ready to go. We're waiting for Kat, but it's you and me to start with anyway.
Okay, we can try out 2 people.
Yep. Okay, I can play the theme tune.
Okie
Right.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian. Guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville. No surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket.
We've woken up to the world-shattering news told to us by Joss Butler and Stuart Broad on their podcast that Michael Atherton, at the age of 57, is the demon farter of the Sky commentary box. But he's got no sense of smell, apparently, and he's driving the rest of them mad. Well, he's done a paper review this morning, and they all seemed happy enough to be alongside him. However, more importantly, we have a fascinating final day at Old Trafford, where England can finish off the series as a contest, and India can keep it alive. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. It's lovely to have you along. If you are along, tell all your friends, get them on to the Guerrilla bandwagon as soon as possible. We've still got one day and one test to go. I'm always tend to get to this part of the season, I'm beginning to get a little bit sad. The test summer is winding down almost, but at least we've had test matches going to 5 days. Messages there in your weather cave in Perth, and that is a thing to celebrate, certainly as far as our super chats are concerned.
Indeed it is. And I mean, it's not as if they've been carried into the fifth day because of rain. You know, no. It's just been all cricket, which is brilliant.
Rain? What is that, rain?
Rain is what we have here. We've had 40 millimetres of rain here today, but in Old Trafford, the forecast has got better as the day's gone on. We may get the odd shower, particularly around lunchtime, but even if it does stop play for a bit, I don't think it'll be for long. So the outlook is for pretty much a full day's play, I'd reckon.
Well, I looked at it last night, and rain seemed to be on and off, 20% chance between 11 and 3, and then glorious sunshine from 3 o'clock till 9 o'clock in the evening, although of course by about 20 to 9 or 8:30 now it's probably beginning to get a little bit dim in terms of light. So I was thinking to myself, if we did lose some play, would we be able to play till that late? Maybe we would. I'm just thinking back to the fantastic 9 o'clock finish. Do you remember in the old Gillette Cup at Old Trafford? Wasn't that against Gloucestershire? David Hughes was basballing it around. No one could see where the ball was, but they were a day before floodlights. Anyway, let's get back to this game.
The original World Cup 50 years ago went to 8:15 at night at Lords, as I recall.
Yeah, but that was on the longest day of the summer.
Sunset tonight in Manchester is due at 9:13, so I think we'll be okay.
Okay, well, we know that India made a fantastic fight back yesterday. By lunchtime, we were all cock-a-hoop in some respects, thinking, we get a day off. We can relax and get ready for the Euro finals at 5 o'clock. But no. Shubman Gill and KL Rahul, I mean, the two best batsmen in this side, really, certainly in this series, have had other ideas, and they have really stuck in there to the point where one or two people have been complaining about boring cricket. But as Messi and I were discussing before the start, we kind of like it when teams have to find new ways of getting wickets in a way, don't we? I mean, Andy was getting very animated by Liam Dawson bowling outside leg stump and Shubman Gill padding it away, but it wasn't like it wasn't like an experiment that they carried on with for that long anyway, Messi.
No. I mean, I think the truth is that Stokes recognised that he needs to attack. There's no point being defensive in this situation. They need to have some attack. I think they'll open with Stokes and Archer because Stokes appears to be fit today. Well, give them a few overs and then have them in reserve for the new ball as well.
Well, that's right. I think we've got 17 overs till the new ball is due. It's quite cloudy. It's quite cloudy out there. Is that right? 17 overs?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was a major talking point yesterday. The fact that Stokes, whether it was the cramp from the day before, whether it was just general tiredness, but his hammy looked a little bit sore, and I suppose he took the view that maybe resting to some extent in terms of not bowling would make him fresher for today. But we shall see. Not a particularly big crowd at Old Trafford, and totally in opposition to what Jez says. It's not going to be. It's not going to be Stokes. It's not going to be Archer, but it is going to be this man to open the attack this morning.
Wait and wait, and then you wait and wait, and then you wait and wait. Liam Dawson.
It is Liam Dawson. Oh, Cat's turned up. Hooray! Hello, Cat.
Hello.
Hello. We wondered whether you'd well, we do get
Done a runner.
miscommunications on rotors, don't we?
I've learned from long, there's no point coming in early because you never get let in from the waiting room, so I always come at the last minute now.
Well, great to have
Train
you
me
along.
well.
Dawson, then it is a strange decision, but it's whipped the first ball to Joe Root, actually, at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Gill is on 78. Rahul is now on 87. Quite a while. Gill was well ahead of Rahul, but seems to have turned around a little bit. He has faced quite a few more balls than his captain. Slip and a silly point, and Gill is forward in defence. Yeah, well, we'll let Dawson finish this over, but we will discuss it at the end of the over, Cat. Oh, hello. What happened there? You all disappeared for a moment, but anyway, we'll discuss this as to whether Dawson is the man to go for. Outside off stump, chopped away through the covers. First run of the morning, 175 to the deficit, 136. We might as well talk about it now. They always say, do what your opposition doesn't want you to do. I feel as if India will be quite happy to see Dawson bowling.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, they're just coming in fresh from a good night's sleep, and they don't have their eye in. You need to be peppering them with fast bowling. I mean, that's
exactly
ridiculous.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes Ben Stokes stroke Brendan McCullum just go too funky for their own good, in my opinion. Dawson then to Rahul for the first ball this morning. It's on the line of middle and leg. He defends it back to the bowler. I mean, you've got to look at Dawson's figures and say he's doing a job, but he's kind of doing the job that you want him to do in the first innings. Now you want him to be trying to get something out of this pitch on the final day. He's in, bowls, and Rahul plays it to the man at silly mid-off. That is not quite the end of the over. One ball to go.
I mean, Dawson's been economical, of course, but that isn't required right now. They can be as economical as they like. India are not going for the win. They're going for the draw. So they would be quite happy to just go at one run and over off Dawson.
Absolutely, yeah. Out comes the silly mid-off. In comes the leg slip. Makes no difference. Defended into the offside. And there is no run. 175 for 2. Messi.
Muttley wins this morning's race to get on first. It says morning primates, love and sausages. Draw written all over it, I reckon. Nick Cook says good morning, Gorilla Cricket. Come on, England, get a breakthrough. Sean Elliott, good day, Gorillas. Early wickets and jingles, please. Jonathan Shorland says good evening, Gorillas. Mogg says there's just no need for these 5-day tests. RK Singh says I think draw. Bazball meets Gilball. And he says talk sport and TMS commentators in full turncoat mode today. I don't know what that means. Maybe they're just the
give
band
us more
England.
information. We need more details about that.
Yeah.
Well, now I can't make head nor tail of this because Liam Dawson opened the bowling at one end, and at the other end is going to be this man who's been missing in action.
Ben Stokes.
I thought perhaps
Ben Stokes has had some kind of special acupuncture or
has he?
maybe a really good massage or something, and he's feeling like he's ready to bowl.
Yep. Someone's been manipulating his hamstring. Manipulating his hammy. In he comes to bowl to Gill, and that one keeps a little bit low. His first ball of this India second innings. It's tucked away down to long leg. They should get back for a very comfortable 2. They do. Now, Stokes bowling with a very old ball. Is he looking for a bit of reverse? Maybe?
Yes, what Stokes is doing, I know his strategy.
Yeah.
This is a fantastic strategy. It's put someone unoffensive at the other end who isn't going to take any wickets to allow Stokes to get another 5-for.
Oh, you mean he's the man looking for even more glory than he's achieved in this Test match already? He's not content with a 5-for and 100. He wants another 5-for. Oh, of course, that would be a 10.
He wants person of the match and the series.
Stokes in. That keeps a little bit low. Gill jabs it up towards mid on route fields. Yeah.
And he deserves it too, actually, at this point. I mean, Stokes has had a fantastic series. But anyway, Gill is on 81, Rahul on 87. It looks like they're never getting out. But my favourite theory here is that they will get a lead. They're trailing by 134. They'll get a lead at some time today. They'll build a lead and then be all out and give England a very pesky target of something.
Well, yes.
That would be fun.
It would be fun, especially if it goes on till 9 o'clock. Stokes in outside the off stump, left alone by Gill. Yeah, I was listening to the radio this morning, another station, the only station I can get in my car, basically, saying that for India to win or give England a fright, there would have to be 18 wickets in the day. Well, that's not entirely true, is it? Because if these two really got going and got them a lead, they could declare, couldn't they?
Yes, they could declare and really give England a difficult task.
Yeah, with nothing to be... Yeah, I mean... Oh, no, that's kept low and hit him on the pad. That's got to be close. Not given. Rod Tucker's been excellent in this match.
He has, hasn't he?
I'm thinking it must have been an edge because... I mean,
it did look plumb, didn't it? It kept low. It was under the knee roll.
It was. England have only got one review left, so they're being careful with them. Yeah,
I think it was going down.
The leg
it's possibly
as well,
going down the leg. Yeah, but not by much.
And it kept very low. That's a difficult bounce. The batters are not looking forward to more of those.
Yeah, that would be handy, wouldn't it, from an England point of view? Stokes in again to Gill. This time it's half volley, which he drives into the ground past the bowler, but Wokes' second line of defence at mid-off. 177 for 2. The GPL presumably is open. We didn't have any winners last night, did we? Don't remember.
No, we didn't.
Nope.
72 quid it got to.
£72. The GPL is the Gorilla Prediction League. You have to estimate how many runs you think there will be in the day. In total, you go to gorillacricket.com/competition. You pay us £1, you have your guess, and if you get it on the nose, you get all the money in the pot. Oh, now that's a lovely delivery from Stokes, which had Gill fishing outside the off stump. You might argue he didn't really need to play at that, but he nearly drew him in to make a mistake, Stokes. So already Stokes bowled 1 over, but he's put the cat amongst the pigeons a little bit. 177 for 2. Messi.
Nick Cook says, Dawson, really? Let's attack. Juliana Escobar says, I'm missing Bear already. Well, you've got good substitutes, Juliana.
Oh, yes. That's not great.
And Leah says, you can only get one radio station. Britain really is a third world country.
Well, one radio station that will talk about cricket. Let's put it that way. And they won't talk about cricket a hell of a lot. Dawson will continue. Yes, the GPL, 70 quid, 72 quid. You can have as many guesses as you want. You have until lunchtime. Dawson gives this one a little bit more air, but it's pushed to Pope at silly mid-off. But when I say silly mid-off, do you know, this is playing with my head, because I know what silly point is and I know what silly mid-off is, and this is somewhere between the two.
It's a silly. It's silly.
It's a silly poff. I don't know.
Silly cover point, maybe.
Flicked away nicely. Just a turn of the wrists by Rahul. He'll get a couple out to deep square. He'll go to 89, 179 for 2.
What I don't like, as well as these unconventional fielding positions that we can't describe easily, is the mixture of creams and whites in the players' kit. It just seems sloppy to me. You pick your colour and go with it. Cream or white, guys?
Cream is the right colour. Clearly.
Do you know, Kat, I hadn't even noticed that. Now he forces Rahul right back, and then it speeds through, gathering pace off the pitch seemingly, and also keeping low, but he gets his back down on it. Otherwise, he would have been in deep trouble.
Dawson has picked his colour. He's white all the way.
Oh, he's very white, isn't he? Yeah.
He puts his cream jumper on, but he's white all the way. But some of the others...
I'm going to have a look now. Now that's... has Rahul pushing a ball that's wider off stump. Didn't really need to play it. And it got Dawson excited and one or two of the close fielders. But he has played it okay into the offside along the ground. So it's a slip, and the silly moth it's not an ideal title for the position, is it? I'm sure people can come up with something better. This is defended to Pope in that position, and there is no run. One ball remaining.
Silly cover point, I think, is the title.
YY Pom thinks it's a silly Billy.
Dawson in bowls, defended to the man at silly Billy, and that is the end of the over. Messi.
Muttley is with me. He says the right colour is always cream. Yeah, the really white ones looks like a bad ad for a washing detergent. Raj Patel says, a question to all three of you. Who's your favourite between Sachin and Lara? Would laugh if you chose someone just because it was more entertaining. Oh, well, you could be entertained. Wow. Hard to say.
My favourite out of those two is Lara.
Well, I guess
I think I'd go with Lara, yeah.
I mean, as a batting side, Lara was kind of carrying his team, wasn't he?
Yes.
He still had one or two good bowlers to choose from. Stokes into Gill, who aims a drive, but gets that on the inside half of the bat, so it ends up at mid-on rather than mid-off cover area.
So the offensive mismatching is Jamie Smith. He's got mostly white and then cream pads, I think, when usually it's the other way around, so I don't know what's going on there.
Now there's a close-up on Trafford. You see, I'm absolutely with you.
Archer's in full white.
He's full white, yeah.
Archer's doing well.
But what gets me is the England jersey. As Messi says, this is defended on the front foot by Gill to extra cover. What gets me is it does look like it's a sort of kit that's been overwashed, and it, the old style cable knit sort of slightly cream jumper with stripes to me.
Yep.
The old MCC sweater, I suppose, is what England used to wear away from these shores, and in fact, they were often known as an MCC side, weren't they? They often were called MCC rather than England when they played abroad.
Well, it looks like you're going to have to start supporting Australia, because I'm pretty sure Australia is still cream, Endo.
Australia's mostly cream, but England are mostly white usually, and they're in India often wear cream as well.
Flicked to mid-wicket. Good piece of fielding by Root, I think. There is no run. The England sweater is possibly the least appealing in world cricket. with just like 3 lions on the front and no stripes around the collar. I'm very much into stripes around the collar, personally, the V-neck. But that may just be a sort of, old-fashioned fashion preference on my behalf. 179 for 2, Gill in just the one slip, and he plays across the front of his padding. Another really good piece of fielding by Root. He's very keen at mid-wicket this morning. He's diving all over the shop. That one he deflects to mid-on, and again saves the boundary. Saves 4 runs.
So Gill is another culprit here. He's wearing the creams, but his undershirt is stark white. So that's not a good look.
No.
Well, actually, I'll tell you what I find offensive with regards to the Indian kit is the fact that they wear whites, but they've got these blue stripes across the shoulder. I mean, what's that all about?
Adidas.
Stokes. Oh, right. Driven in the air. Oh, has it gone down? I think it has. Gill gets another opportunity. It wasn't an easy catch. It was above Pope's head. He did everything except hang on to it, really. We're going to have to see a replay. It would have been a
screamer. I mean, it was a real AFL mark there.
Yes. Yeah. Oh. You need Maxwell to take that, didn't you?
Well, he's pushed it over the bar.
Well,
he's pushed
Cameron Green would have taken it, but you needed to be taller than Pope, that's for sure.
It would have hit Cameron Green in the head.
I was going to say,
Cameron might have hit him in the stomach.
I was going to say Cameron Green would have caught it in his mouth. Yeah, we need to see that slowed down a little bit just to...
Pope's reflexes on that were incredible. That would have been an insanely hard catch to see at 22 metres.
Is he a bit too close there? 22 metres away?
Probably.
Maybe. He just appears to be a little bit close. Stokes in, looking for the Yorker, dug out by Rahul. And there is no run as Pope is brought into the action again. End of the over. Stokes in his second nearly struck, but didn't. He's the nearly man. It's 180 for 2.
Jamie Wilson's picked Brian Lara. Mog says, do some of the Indians have that piss yellow tinge to their jumpers? Oh, come on, Mog. You're obviously in a bad mood because you've got to go back to work in the morning. Raj Patel says Sachin was the master of the game but played as if he was the servant of the game. Always played in the right spirit, never swore at anyone, a thorough gentleman. Yeah, that's fair. David Durrell says creams are better for old men. Let's like to show the pea stains.
Oh, God, please.
why, Tom, how can you?
Especially coming from a man who's not in the first flush of youth himself, Mr. White.
That's how he knows about it.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah. Flicked away again out to deep square. They can get 2 more runs, I think, as Dawson starts a new over. Or is that just a replay? No, that did happen.
It's Dawson's new over, but it looks exactly the same as all the others. And, we are seeing a lot of close-ups here at Stokes. And he's massaging a muscle to the front of his shoulder.
Oh, God, on his bowling arm as well.
On his bowling arm. He won't be bowling too much more, I don't think.
God.
Well, he's Stokes, though.
He's Stokes. Dawson onto the back foot, punched away through the offside. They'll take a single to cover. I mean, one of the reasons, perhaps, for getting Dawson on earlier and Stokes having a little bit of a blow was to get through to the new ball a bit quicker. Maybe decided that it's just so difficult to get wickets with this unless you get a ball that scuttles through or they make a mistake. I mean,
just put Root at the other end and just get on with it.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't put it past Stokes to bowl 9 overs straight until the new ball's due.
That means he doesn't want to take the new ball himself. This is defended into the offside. There is no run. What are we now? Halfway through the 68th over. He's definitely massaging that shoulder, so the pains are moving from hammy to shoulder now. Defended.
I feel like every joint of Stokes is in peril.
Yeah,
indeed.
When they say general soreness, they mean everything.
I mean,
but mostly just his brain. Him trying to give a little clap at the effort on that catch, but yet still trying not to swear that Pope put it down.
Yeah, I agree. Onto the front foot, a little bit quicker through the air. This one defended No run.
And of course, meanwhile, we have Rahul and Gill both edging towards a milestone. Rahul on 89.
Well, actually, I should mention that Gill got to a milestone a little bit earlier, and it went by without us noting it, and that was getting 700 runs in the series. Dawson in, bowls defended by Rahul, and that is the end of the over. 183 for 2. Messi.
Raj Patel says, I know the Brits, especially from the era of the 70s and 80s, etc., will have a bias towards the Windies, and henceforth Lara and co. There may be some truth in that. Because I have pleasant memories of watching Brian Lara, I must admit, but also I don't recall watching a lot of Sachin.
No, I don't even think that I got to see Sachin live in his career. I may have done, but tricky one. I did see Dhoni in one test match at Lord's. I think that was 2007. Never seen Kohli live. Defended on the back foot by Gill as Stokes has massaged himself back into operation.
I was lucky to see a glorious Kohli century in Perth a year or two ago.
Yeah, well,
and Bumrah's 5 for, which was just magnificent.
My actual live cricket attendance has been very small since I started doing this.
I was going to say it's a pretty good effort to avoid seeing all of those people because they played for such a long time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you have a period of 20 years where you didn't go to the cricket?
I think I must have done. Defended. That one just jumped a little bit on Gill, but he played it well.
When saying that, it is a lot harder to go to the cricket in England because there's so many grounds and they're so small. It's hard to get tickets.
Yeah, it is. And also, well, I think as in my case, it started with the acceleration of ticket prices at Lord's and the Oval in particular, because
they're nuts, aren't
they're nuts, and I just think
insanely
it's wrong. It's wrong. I won't pay it out of principle. Stokes in, bowls, keeps a little bit low again, but he's onto the back foot, in control of the shot. Pope runs across to field from extra cover.
And there's some bad results of that too, and one of them is that the tickets are so expensive that people save up for the whole year to go, and then only one person from each family can go. And that one person is the rudest, loudmouthed, awful bloke that I know, because I like to sit next to them. So with fewer women going to these matches, it's a big problem. The culture is bad.
So they just,
and if they auctioned them off or something and gave everyone 2 tickets each, then that would be solved.
Stokes in again. Oh, he's almost chopped on. He's worried. He turns around. The ball bounces high, but over the stumps. So, Kat, do you think that they're targeting you? Like they're trying to find the most awful bloke, and they say, "Where's Kat? Where's Kat sitting today?"
Honestly, the last time we went to Manchester, we were surrounded by so many blokes that were just yelling out, "Fuck an Australian, a cunt," for the whole day. For the whole day.
But you were in the party stand, which was asking for trouble, weren't you?
We were in the party stand some of the time, but honestly, they were just dreadful.
To be fair, Kat, I've had similar experiences in Australia myself.
Oh, yeah.
Outside the off stump, chopped to gully. I mean,
we all produce our own bastards.
Yeah.
Definitely. Those people are still at the cricket in Australia. It's just that the grounds are so big that we get them and everyone else into the ground.
That's a fair point. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean the blokiness of the crowd, I think, is a function of the fact that it costs a small fortune to go, and really, it's one bloke who goes from the family. Like, not the whole family can go anymore.
Yeah, well, that's. I mean, if you, I mean, when cricket isn't free to air, or Test cricket isn't free to air, and you're pricing youngsters out of the market, that's a massive concern, isn't it? That's really neatly played, fine. There's a sprawling effort by Liam Dawson down at long leg, but he's not going to be able to prevent it going over the rope. 4 runs to Gill. He goes level with Rahul on 89. India 187 for 2. Messi.
So Farong says, Wibble. Nick Cook says, I'm a 70s kid and some of my best memories are England against the Windies. Viv Richard and Botham. Those long summer days were magic. Pixel the programmer says, what's up, mate? What's this? What's the scene? I'm from India. Are you all watching the chat? Yes, we are. We do it between overs when we can, Pixel. And if you've got a message, I suggest putting it in just one line rather than 4 separate messages.
Or a super chat. We always read them out.
Oh, of course. I forgot to mention super chats. If you want to go to the top of the class, as it were, on YouTube, super chatters, send us a little cash inducement and we will read you out in preference to other people, basically. Dawson continuing down the leg side. Oh, now they think they may have got a caught behind. I reckon Smith was just happy to have got hold of it. Dawson was desperate for a wicket. He wants
Smith
it.
is totally on the fence. He's going, I've got no idea if it goes.
Well,
he's not contributing.
They're going to review, and this is last chance saloon for England. This is their last review. I mean, it's an unusual way to get out. If he got a bit of the face of the bat on that, it's a really good catch. Root seemed convinced. He might have done, but Root it was, I think, in the end, who convinced Stokes that should be given. It was right down the leg side. Tries to sort of play a paddle sweep. Ooh, no, I think that's pad. I mean, there could be.
Yeah, look, feels like it's hit the pad on the way through.
Yeah, I mean,
Root is looking very nervous now, having convinced Stokes to go for that.
I mean, it could have brushed the glove as well, but whether
he
you're
also
going to be able to
scraped
see
the ground
that,
with his bat, didn't he?
It's very close to the glove, but also the pad.
Yeah, I don't
It's hard
think.
to tell. The replay is actually pretty poor.
Oh, maybe he didn't.
Well, I mean, you might even need to see that from behind. I mean, unfortunately, there's a short leg in the way. Oh, it's nowhere near his glove. That's an awful review. I mean, that is just utterly crazy. It's about 8
and what was the
inches
short
from the
leg
glove.
to not giving good advice
That's
on that.
just
It's the quickest third umpire check ever.
And England have wasted, I would say, 3 reviews that they've got.
And that's a very funny position for them to be in.
It is defended onto the front foot. And India have all 3 in the closet, which is, could be crucial. It doesn't look like it's going to be crucial.
I'm annoyed at Jamie Smith there. He should have said nah.
Yeah. Jamie Smith sort of was non-committal, having appealed for it. Dawson in, bowls. Oh, now a little bit of turn, and Rahul was almost induced into have a little prod at it, but possibly just withdrew at the last minute.
And on Milestone Watch now, we have Rahul and Gill both on 89, and Rahul's been there on 89 for a good half an hour, possibly longer.
Well, he can't have been there on it for long. Has he not got a run this morning? He must have.
I don't think so.
No, he has, I'm sure. Because if he'd been there for a half an hour...
Came out on 87. Anyway, he's getting a run now.
Right, okay. I was going to say, if he'd been there for half an hour, then we started early, because we've still got 3 minutes to go in our first half an hour. He goes to 90, finally, to 90. And he moves within, 10 of another 100 in this series. As does Gill.
The scoreboard is ticking over so slowly, and fair enough too.
There's no hurry at all for India really here. This is tucked away into the onside. Jamie Smith comes from behind and fields. Yeah, I mean, it just seems an odd decision that it was Root, who I think might have been at mid-wicket, who encouraged Stokes there when the man at short leg must have had the best view of it of all. Dawson in, throws it up, quite full, tucked away to mid-wicket. It's the end of the over. We'll do one more and then we will have a change. I'm going to have to do a quick check as to who's on next.
Eric J says Sachin completed his cricketing education at Yorkshire. Of course he did. Mark Arnold says, good to see Stokes having a bowl, or maybe it isn't. Mog says, Cat comes in with a C-bomb. Respect.
Yeah, Yeah, I was. But to be fair to
the programmer says, do you think KL will be able to get his century? He does have a little luck issue. He deserves one, is my view.
Yeah, he's been fabulous.
Fluffy says the Leeds bailiffs are still looking for Sachin, didn't pay for his tunnocks. And Steve Chilton says the Oval 1976 was memorable for me. What an atmosphere. It was a run fest, really, but I enjoyed it.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you look back, and we think of some great tests and great summers that we enjoyed, they were pretty one-sided at times. Stokes gets this one to rise a little bit on Rahul. It gets wrapped up in his thigh pad and the top of his pad and drops out into the offside.
And why is Stokes still bowling? The silly old man. He's going to do himself a major injury here, and it's not doing anything.
He's a silly old man. But he's, I don't really know.
He does have a knack of getting a wicket just when you think he's not going to.
He does. Well, he nearly did. He's still feeling that shoulder, though. He keeps rubbing it as he walks back to his mark. Would it not be better to save him for the new ball or the newish ball? Stokes in again. Oh, that's got to be out. That's got to be out. It is out. He has got the magic touch. That one crept along the ground a little bit. KL Rahul, the unlucky KL Rahul, could do absolutely nothing about it. And Ben Stokes is the man again. Shoulder injury, hammy injury, every part of his anatomy falling off like a zombie that's not had treatment. And KL Rahul was just standing around a little bit. I wonder whether they were looking to see if there was a no ball. But what could he do about that? It's hit him on the back.
He couldn't do anything about it. Kept incredibly low. It was like that one that went down leg, but hit something and just died through the pitch, and he's missed it completely. And they haven't reviewed it because it was so plumb.
Yeah, absolutely. If it wasn't a no ball, it was nailed on out.
I have to apologise. I have to take responsibility for that wicket after what I just said.
You do, but well done.
Say what a terrible old man he was, and now he's got the breakthrough. So fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, he's a terrible old man. Obviously, Messi Jez, from an Indian perspective, is a terrible old man. But well done. I mean, I think that what that shows, Messi, is that there's an Englishman in you still trying to get out every now and again. Despite your 55 years in Australia, it is just trying to escape, and every now and again.
We better jingle up the new batter, who has a dreadful combination of whites and creams on, even though the jumper, the Indian jumper, is pretty spectacular.
Hendo can't see it because he's got an ad.
I see.
No, I can't.
It's an amazing cream jumper. It's actually quite loose, quite baggy.
Well, I'm trying to work out who it might be. Is it the man with the broken foot?
No.
It's not the man with the broken foot, so
Sundar.
It must be. Oh, really? Is it?
It looks like him.
Okay, I'll take a chance.
Yep, it is.
His name for his granddad or something with like that. So it turns out that you are looking at Washington Sundar.
He's wearing someone else's jumper. He has to be.
I noticed he was wearing that in the first innings. It's a beautiful jumper. It really is.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
It
really
almost
is.
fit me, that.
You could get
And
two
that's
Washington Sundars inside that jumper.
Absolutely magnificent. A magnificent piece of clothing. If he does nothing else in this series, he will have won people's hearts on that basis. Stokes goes around the wicket. He's onto the back foot and he forces through a gap between backward point and mid-off. As that will tell you, quite a big gap. Get back for 2, 188 for 3, 190 for 3. Oh dear. I mean, you could argue perhaps he should have been forward to that. It was quite foolish of length, but once he committed to going back, I mean, he was walking for the LBW. And you don't do that very often as a batsman. Everything about it was right, in line, hitting halfway up middle and leg.
I don't even think Ben Stokes turned around. He appealed, and he was so certain.
Yeah, that was the broad celeb appeal, really, wasn't it? This one beats Washington on the outside edge. It was.
It's interesting. Sorry.
No, go on.
Well, I was going to say, despite the ball keeping low quite a bit, I think that's the first wicket that's been taken with a ball that's kept low, isn't it?
Well, I think Dawson's one yesterday. Was it Bumrah kept a little bit low, but nothing like that. I mean, that was shot through as well. Poor old KL. He did bat very well. Stokes in wide of the off stump, left alone through to Smith. I mean, and that's another thing that maybe should be factored into KL Rahul's overall Test record, is that he's one of those batsmen that attracts bad luck, in my opinion, relatively speaking. We've all played with guys, who seem to get dropped every third ball, and then go on to make 100, and then the first thing you do, you smash it half an inch off the ground, and someone takes a worldie at cover point or somewhere. Luck. It's hard to quantify what that is.
Yeah.
But you know it when you see it. Stokes in again, full and straight, defended into the onside. That is the end of the over. I believe it is a successful
end of
one.
The spell too, right? We're well over.
And end of our spell. Who's on next?
I'll do a couple of messages while Jason's getting into the tweet chair or the message chair. Leah says somewhere in Australia, Nathan Lyon is chuckling to himself right now at that dreadful review. Kingdom of Games says Jamie Smith doesn't support the bowlers at all. Pixel the programmer says I might just be the youngest one watching here. You may well be, Pixel. Eric J says I think Nathan should be concentrating on his fielding practice, Lee. Sean Elliott just says boom boom Stokes, and Fluffy says 90. Poor old Kale. Man of the match should be given to the ground staff for making the pitch worse overnight, says Kartik.
How did
Jamie
they do
Wilson,
that? It does seem like they did.
Jamie Wilson just says get the fuck in. And the next one for you, Jason, is Raj Patel about the man with the broken foot.
Thank you.
And in the meantime, we have Dawson who's resuming, and this ball is pushed into the off, and the fielding is a little bit lacklustre, but they get single here. Gill is now on 90. Sundar, of course, came in, scored 2, and he's well and truly off the mark, and he'll be on strike in a minute.
Kat, hi, it's good to meet you again. Krishna here.
Hello there, Krishna. Hi there.
Nice to see you. I am curious as to why Washington Sundar has come.
Yes, me too. I would have thought it would have been
Jadeja.
Jadeja.
But yes, very
left-handed,
interesting.
so that's not the reason.
It's 3 wickets down, and we were a bit confused about who was going to come out. Anyway, at the moment, Sundar is marking his crease, and it looks like a mud puddle where he is marking the crease. So if anything hits that little bit of cracked and patchy ground,
it's the repaired part of the wicket footings, and it's like concrete. That it's a mixture of dust and earth that they fill it with, and then pack it in.
Yeah, this one's turned around the corner, and it just goes out to a forward square. No run. Washington on 2. So the score is almost immaterial, but the score is 191 for 3. Trailing by 120, and we're creeping towards a new ball in the 72nd over. This one's banged into the ground, down to a short backward point. And Krishna, what do you think? What do you think about the batting order? Who should it have been Washington coming out?
No, Jadeja has been scoring multiple 50s in a row here, so I'm really surprised to see him come out, unless he's also injured.
Yes, indeed. It's this next one from Dawson. He's bowling at about 88 kilometres an hour, just defended by Washington. So, Jadeja...
Are we expecting rain today? Or is it just going to be cloudy?
There is some rain about. It's possible. Okay. That would make it a lot more exciting as well.
Yes, take some time out would make this day more interesting.
Yeah. It does feel like they're marking time for the new ball, doesn't it?
Yeah, yes.
We have a leg slip and a conventional slip and a short leg now, and another ball defended by Washington.
Remind me,
They're treating Dawson like a real spinner, and I'm not sure he's spinning anything.
Does the team get back the reviews at 80 overs with the new ball, or have they lost the total innings?
I don't think so anymore. I think you start with 3, and then that's your hole for the innings.
Okay.
And they've wasted them shamefully. So we'd like some speculation in the chat about why it's Washington. And Washington is sick of defensive strokes and is trying to spank this one straight down the ground. It goes to the bowler and he fields it easily. End of the over. And the score 191 for 3.
Well, Kingdom of Game says Jamie Smith looks disinterested. He doesn't support the bowlers at all.
No, he doesn't.
Eric J says, I think Nathan Lyon should be concentrating on his fielding practice layer. Talking about
Nathan Lyon is not playing in this game, as far as I can tell.
Sean Elliott says, boom, boom, Stokes. And Eric J says, out. Fluffy says 90 in terms of the runs that KL Rahul scored before he was dismissed.
I mean, 90 is fabulous. We shouldn't be saying he's unlucky and had a bad time of it. 90 is fabulous. Good work.
Yep. Anyway, here comes Stokes again.
Stokes is bowling back of a length. It's almost played on by Gill. It's ridden up into his finger, and he has done himself a damage here. He's shaking off his glove. He's shaking his finger out, and he's worried he's dislocated or maybe even broken something. He's in a lot of pain. And
he already had a lot of bandages on his hand, as you can see. I think this has just made it worse.
It might have hit that thumb, which looks like it's bandaged heavily. Let's have a look at the replay now. It's come up off the bat, hit him on the finger into his face.
That's right on the end of the thumb.
Blow.
Of the bottom hand. It's right on the end, on the thumb of the bottom hand. Well, you have got protection for that, but if that's pushed that thumb back, that's really, really painful when it does that.
Yeah, I think he's worried about a bit of a dislocation. He's certainly getting his glove off very, very quickly. And in a lot of pain. We're seeing the replay, so we're not sure. I imagine the physios come out, and that bandage, Krishna, is all the way around his wrist as well, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. So do you think he can do a Zach Crawley and spend the whole day here with his injury timeout?
I think he's going to need physio attention every couple of overs for that finger. But
he's going to need painkillers every 20 minutes, I think.
It's hit him in the side of the face, so he should be getting a concussion test maybe for that.
I think he is getting a concussion test at the same time, but I know he won't want to go off, being the competitor that he is and the match situation that it is.
Interestingly, the retiring hurt is probably a good option if you can come straight back out, after the next wicket. So that's, if he's in pain, this is a dangerous time for him to be batting.
He's smiling. I think he's just waiting for the drugs to take effect.
What do you think, Krishna? He's obviously smiling.
He's smiling. Maybe he should have some of that famous pickle juice. That'll keep him going.
Well, there's all sorts of longevity enhancing, should we say the right word, supplements or natural remedies that he could try, but I'm not sure there's that many pain relieving things that he can try.
Plenty of drugs he's allowed to have. He's having a Panadol, he's having a Nurofen, whatever. What do you call them in England, Jason?
You've got the brand names absolutely right. But Nurofen is ibuprofen. Panadol is a mixture of acetaminophen and paracetamol, I think.
And acetaminophen is aspirin. No one really has that anymore.
We do have aspirin in the UK.
Really?
It's a wonder drug. It's used for a lot of things, not least cardiac issues.
It's a blood thinner, isn't it?
Discredited these days for most things.
You can have low dose, and I was on low dose aspirin for a long time after my heart attack. And some people were on it for life after they had a heart attack.
Yes, it was in fashion for a long time. I'm not sure the evidence backs it anymore.
And it's dirt cheap, which is
get
part
off
of the
stray from the evidence-based medicine back to Gill, who's on 90.
Yeah, there are walking wounded everywhere today because Stokes is wandering around clutching his bowling arm, and no, he probably needs a painkiller as well, but he doesn't want to have one.
Yeah, I think his arm's going to drop off if he lets it go.
Well, no, his hat's been hit once, it should be replaced. So I think that's what he's saying. No,
putting it back on, or is he?
I think he's saying, can you get me another hat, please? Can I waste another 5 minutes?
Doing everything very slowly, aren't they, Krishna?
Absolutely. They want to take as much time as they can. It's a long day.
Rain clouds looming. Do we have a weather report from anyone?
Messi says...
Mrs. M.M.
He said that I think there are likely to be showers in the first 2 sessions, but he doesn't think there's going to be a huge amount of lost play today.
Anyway, we have the helmet back on, even though a piece of it did break off when he was hit in the helmet. He's had his concussion test, he's had some Panadol, he's had his finger checked. Everything is back in order.
Good. Have you noticed whenever they show Gautam Gambhir in the coach's box, he's holding a cricket ball, so maybe he thinks it's a stress ball, but he's not able to...
No, apparently, I think, according to Raj Patel, who was in the house on Friday, he needs something, a fidget factor in his hands, something to fidget with.
Right.
Interesting. Anyway, Stokes is resuming now, and Gill's on strike, and he defends this ball. Immediately takes his glove off and has a look to make sure his fingers are all still there. And they are, but they're obviously still hurting.
That would have jarred a lot, I think, onto his hand. Quite painful.
And I don't think I would be showing the English bowlers that it's hurting that much, to be honest.
I've got information about Sundar from Farong. I'll give it to you after this ball.
Fantastic. We'll get that straight after this next delivery. Gill's on strike on 90, and he's letting one go outside off stump. So tell us, what have you got?
Apparently Sundar was an opening bat when he played for TT. I don't know which Indian region that is, under 19s. And of course Pant is injured and didn't field, so he can't come in until the 5th wicket falls in any case, and maybe not even then.
Yes, we'd like everyone to be in the chat telling us, when can Pant come in and bowl? Come in and bat, because I'm not sure I know the rules for that.
Because famously, also Ashwin was an opening bat in under 19s as well.
Anyway, Stokes is over the wicket to Gill, another ball defended. This time he doesn't show any obvious pain.
Duncan Innes is saying, it's simple, put in the guy with the best name. Talking about Washington Sundar.
Washington.
Fluffy 3-0 India, Fluffy 3-1 India says, Gill has broken a tail feather. Well, he needs to. He was certainly shaking his tail feather slightly earlier, trying to shake the pain away, which in practice does not work.
Another ball defended by Gill, taking his hand off the bat. Stokes is still bowling, so we have the injured bowler to the injured batter.
He's clutching his hamstring, he's clutching his right shoulder.
He's very loath to do anything with the bowling arm apart from bowl with it, isn't he? He just doesn't want to move it at any other point.
Doesn't swing it at all, yes. What if he gets two breakthroughs?
Have you been commentating through this series very much? Of course, you're normally commentating with White Line Wireless as well.
I've missed White Line Wireless a lot. But yes, I have been enjoying the stints here and there, and mainly doing the pre-lunch stint because my bedtime's 10 o'clock.
It is a bit late otherwise, isn't it? This next one again, back of a length outside off, and Gill goes forward in a defensive stance, not really aiming at the ball there. And end of Stokes' 5th over with figures of 1 for 9. He's doing pretty well. Over to you for socials, Jason.
Fluffy says, if Stokes can function on blue tack and super glue, so can Shrubman. I think Stokes functions basically on ginger and Guinness. And Eric J corrects me, says it was the forefinger. Gill could potentially harm his future career as an umpire. Fluffy asked Kartik, how's your day going? Well, your day is done pretty much, given the time differences. And Eric J says it's been some sublime time wasting from India here. Team Tata equals India, says Farong, correcting me. Be basically due to the obsession with the IPL being basically owned by the Tata Corporation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We are just about to see the resumption here of Dawson, and I do love this, Krish, that Washington Sundar's holding up his bat, and all we can see is a completely clean bat. He has never hit a ball with this bat. It has no cherries.
Well, I'm sure they have a bat person who goes away and oils it and cleans it up and washes it in between innings.
We have the next ball driven by Washington. It's heading out towards the boundary on the onside. He's managed to evade the surrounding fielders. What positions have we got here, Krish, in the field?
A lot of congestion around the bat, I would say. Just as many people as you can think of.
Yeah. Slip, leg slip, and two men in front of the bat.
Every single position, we have the slip, the leg slip, the silly mid-off, the silly mid-on. It's like Dawson is a proper spinner, and I know he is. I know he is a proper spinner. The field is reflecting this too at the moment. Washington Sundar, the left-hander, on strike. He's on 4, and he's forward defensive.
Well, I like it.
Well, I mean, what's your view on Dawson versus Bashir?
Yes, I think I prefer Bashir. What do you reckon, Krish?
Look, I'm happy for Dawson to come into the team. I think Bashir needs a few years of just playing domestic cricket and learning his craft.
Washington again has a little bit of a swat across the line at a ball from Dawson, and he sends it to the short mid wicket. It's a bit edgy, so I'm not sure he's got a cherry on the front of that brand new bat just yet.
I mean, Bashir will go at 4.5, 5 runs and over, but he'll take more wickets than what Dawson's going to.
Yes, Dawson's very economical, which doesn't matter at the moment, as another ball is pushed out to point. They don't show any sign of needing to go for any runs, certainly no dangerous runs. That would be silly for them to do so. So, yeah, I'm not that impressed by Dawson, but, happy to be proved wrong.
I think what he does do more than Bashir does is he makes you play more balls, because more of them are on stumps, and I think occasionally Bashir throws the ball a bit too far down, and it's quite easy to just leave it.
Washington back in his crease here, defensive, pushing a ball into the off. Dawson also, to be a bit critical, I like the spinners who really get through their over quickly, and he seems to spend a lot of time at the top of his mark unnecessarily. Come on, let's do a Jadeja. Let's be as quick as we can.
It is something I was...
a minute per over. You're going for that?
Yeah, that's all we need. This next one's patted away by Washington, aggressively patted away by Washington. He's almost patted it to the boundary, and that's the end of the Dawson over. He's had 28 overs. He's doing his job. And the score, 193 for 3 after 74. Jason, any socials?
Oh, yes. Banana Brooks asked an interesting question. Is Stokes going to bowl until a limb falls off and then continue?
Yes, it's just a flesh wound.
The other arm.
Funny that you should say that, because what Eric J says, it's just a flesh wound. Everyone loving their Monty Python. And Fluffy says, he performs much better when his limbs are falling off. David Durrell asked a question, and I asked a question of you two guys, because it relates to you. What happened to White Line Wireless?
Oh, it still exists, and we just don't have a studio at the moment because we mostly rely on Russ Degnan's house for this studio approach. He does have a new house and a new room ready for a studio, but we haven't got set up yet. So we're now just all at home.
And Australia aren't away. Well, they are away at the moment. They're in the West Indies.
So the next ball is driven by Gill, but not taking a run. So yes, it is. We're all just in our own houses. Is that where you are, Krish? You're in your own house?
Yes, I am. Yes.
It looks like you're at a ground, but that is deceptive.
Yeah, it's an Indian ground. I forgot to change the background. I should have done. So it's not Manchester.
Is that the?
Not quite.
What's the name of the stadium? I recognised it from the tops of the stand.
Stokes bowls again, a little bit shorter. It's pushed backward a point by Gill, but he hasn't taken a run. He remains on 90. He hasn't progressed since a hand incident. Go, Chris,
If
sorry.
people haven't seen it, they should watch Glenn Maxwell catch early this morning in the game number 4.
I've not seen game number 4. I watched game number 3 with Tim David's absolutely amazing onslaught.
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
Yes. But watch Maxwell catch in game number 4 on the boundary line.
You have to feel slightly sorry for West Indies at the moment, because they're putting up good scores and getting absolutely clobbered by this Australian side.
Oh, they should have won that match with Tim David just took over. This next one, back of a length, pushed into the offside. Cover point takes it, and there's no run. Yeah, it was incredible. It looked like the Windies were going to win. There were 4 wickets down. I think they needed something like, I can't remember exactly, but, 80 or 40 or something like that.
Oh, it's more than that. It's like 100 off about 10 overs, and they did it. And he did it in 6 overs and scored a ton in the way. Just
incredible. What was his ton?
100,
was
102, 37 balls, yeah. And the winning shot was the one that got him his ton, which is probably the least.
Skills on strike, and he's facing up to Stokes. Another one, back of a length, outside off, and pushed to cover point. So
I think he was 90 off 30 balls, and I think he had a chance of breaking Chris Gale's record at that time. I think if that still exists, the 33 ball. But yeah, he didn't do it. But still, 37 balls is quite remarkable.
Yeah. And it was 6 after 6 after 6. Like, it was incredible the number of sixes he was hitting at that point. And he then slowed down just a touch.
They were playing at Basse-Terre, so Warner Park, where the ground straight is particularly short. But even so, they're hitting massive sixes square of the wicket over the stands. Anyway, getting on to
Stokes bowls short, and this one's turned around the corner, just forward a square, no run. Yes, he was. The ground may be short, but
Nope, you've frozen, Cat, a little bit.
5 metres. So hitting them would have been a 6 on it.
Yeah, Cat's freezing.
You're freezing a bit.
Is it freezing now? How's it going, Chris?
That's better.
No, that's okay. Keep going.
That's good. So Stokes continuing his onslaught. Trial out. Gill's on 90, and he offers a straight batting defence. Textbook, and this is frustrating for the England bowl.
See? Stokes is honing in.
End of Stokes over on 93 for 3.
Nick asked a question: Is Jay Grover okay? Okay, we haven't had a 4. Haven't heard his name for a while. No, well, I'm sure if he will be wide-eyed and up and about in short order. I imagine he probably just had other things to do.
I'm sure if he was here,
and Farong says, "I honestly don't think."
So someone else will have to take that on, because the Dogs will not make an appearance without it.
Yeah. I honestly don't think painkillers have any effect on Angry Bun, i.e. Ben Stokes. And Fluffy says, "How's he still bowling? He's got no blood pressure, Jim." Well, it's his life, Jim, but not as we know it. Anyway, here comes Dawson.
Dawson getting another over. We still have 5 overs before the new ball. Anyway, he's bowling, and this one is pushed out into the field. No run. Washington remains on 4.
Broadcaster were showing some graphics of the variability in bounce on this pitch now. Stokes is pitching on a particular spot. Some are going up, some are staying down. It's getting very difficult.
So we have a left-hander to a left-hander here, with Dawson bowling to Washington. Defends straight back down the pitch.
That's
Washington's warming up in that jumper.
You think he would have taken it off by now, but no. Obviously not running enough singles. It looks like the jumper has shoulder pads, Krish. What do you think?
Well,
another ball defended to just to
well, it looks to me like he's borrowed his elder brother's jumper. No, because it's certainly oversized, and which makes me wonder how big his brother is, because Sundar is quite tall. He's not exactly. He's a bit more slender, perhaps, than
That's the risk, isn't it, Jason, with a tall man having to get a big size jumper, but it's also too fat for him. This next one is almost padded away again by Washington. I think he got some bat on it. He remains on 4.
I think that just beat the inside edge, but it was too high. It was going to go over the top of off stump.
They bounced a bit, that one. Took Sundar by surprise.
Hit him on the glove, I think, in the end. But there are some red marks now on his bat, which is a good sign. So this is the 76th over. India are trailing by 118. Day 5, and this one's wrapping him on the pads. Not really in any danger there. Pope gets it at short leg.
And India shouldn't lose sight of the fact that they get 118 plus, then England have to bat, and that's a bit more time taken out of the game. So they should still be aiming to get in front if they can, rather than just surviving like this.
Yes, indeed. We have a short leg and a silly mid-off, and this next one's defended end of the over. 29 there for Dawson. And I've seen enough of Dawson for the whole day. 76 overs down, 193 for 3.
Raj says, Stokesy is an absolute treat to watch. Bowls the longest spells, currently in 6th over on the bounce. How much do you think he will continue to bowl in this spell? Well, I think the longest one we've seen him bowl in the last test was, I think, 10 overs. And he did that twice. He has bowled, I think, a 14-over spell once. I think that famously that one in South Africa, where he bowled almost unchanged in the last session of the 5th day to win the match against South Africa at Cape Town. But yeah, I've certainly seen him personally at Sussex bowling a very long spell, but that was very much in his youth when he was still making his way in the game, and round about the time he would have come into the test side in 2013.
He bowled an incredible spell, a long spell in the last test as well, when he was taking a few wickets, and he just didn't seem to want to take himself off.
Yeah, well, there was 2 of them. There was 2, well, I think 1 9 overs and 1 10 overs. But I think the second one of them was broken by 20 minutes by the tea interval.
It's actually drinks, so I'm wondering whether we should change over now.
We are just about due to change over. Yep. It's going to be...
Fantastic suggestion there, Krish. I have finished an hour, and I will see you guys the next time.
Yep.
Thank you. See you.
And I should be...
Do we have our replacements, though? That's the question.
I should be
we
joined
can't leave until the replacements
by,
arrive.
I believe, Hendo.
Jason, you're doing ball by ball, right?
Yes, I am.
Hendo's doing socials. And
you can do drink by drink, Jason. You got to describe the drinks as they happen.
Well, he drinks a whiskey drink, he drinks a vodka drink, he drinks a lager drink.
Jason, can someone let an Indo in? He's in the waiting room.
I would, but Hendo is... Can you let Aninda in? And
we've got some exciting inside baseball chat here now on Guerrilla Cricket of exactly who's letting who in and what administrative functions we're all performing. But it is drinks. Messi, are you on? Are you coming on, or is it who's coming on the next shift?
Jason, Hendo, and India.
In India, hello. So once these people get up and running, we will leave you with them to get through the game position as it is. Hi there.
Aninda's joined us. Welcome, Aninda. How are you today?
We've been waiting for a while.
You get stuck in the waiting room, don't you? There is that.
Oh, and he's disappeared again. That's better.
Yeah. I believe it's not easy to see from where you are. I believe the waiting room is not easy to see from where you sit.
No, you have to be sat somewhere else. Anyway, we're just watching a sort of recap of the first hours of play, watching Stokes torpedo the poor old KL Rahul with a ball that scuttled and kept low and really didn't give him much of a chance. And then watching the last review go down.
Bowling, if you had someone bowling at 150 plus regularly on this pitch, you'd get a whole lot of injuries.
Well, I think we're going to see that potentially in the next 5 overs, because I can't imagine that Stokes won't take the new ball on this, just because the amount of variable bounce that the slightly harder ball might introduce. Anyway, Hendo has joined us. Welcome, Hendo.
Honestly, it is becoming a very dangerous pitch.
And I'll just...
I know. It's becoming a very dangerous pitch.
Did you flick over the studio setup to...
Oh, God, no.
I'll do that.
I'll do a ball while you're away. If needs be. Stokes 1 for 9 from the 6 overs that he's bowled this morning. Seems to be in all sorts of pain. Shoulder, he's been massaging the inside of his shoulder. He's been tenderly touching the hammy that seemed to keep him out of action yesterday. Of course, he's struggled with cramp as well.
But it isn't affecting his bowling as far as I can see.
No, indeed
it's not affecting his bowling as far as I can see.
No. Stokes in, and this one does keep low, but fortunately for Gill, he hasn't gone onto the back foot and then gets forward enough to keep that out with the full face of the bat. Over to Jason.
And Stokes striding back to his mark, grimacing a little bit, as he has been for pretty much the whole of this spell. But he's struggled manfully on, or supermanfully on.
Very good.
As a man who leads by example and always gives 100%. Gill, who faces
Absolutely.
up. He's been in the water himself. He's been given a nasty rap on the hand. And that one takes off on Gill. He does very well to get his hands away from that and try and deaden the impact on the bat. And that one's plopped towards gully and just short of gully.
I'm just trying to think if there's any.
This pitch, the way it's... Sorry.
No, go on, Anindo. Go. You go.
No. I was just saying this pitch today reminds me of, I think, Centurion a few years ago when India was playing there, and it was fucking dangerous. I mean, you had no idea where the ball was going to hit you. And it's becoming, from this end, particularly from this end. The other end's fine, I think, even if you had Archer bowling from there.
Oh, this is why I think this is the James Anderson end, is it not? Anyway, here comes Stokes. That's full and driven nicely by Gill, who and it's a misfield, and they do run on the misfield and get a single, quite quickly scampered single.
Yeah, a slightly risky single, I think. Maybe Gill has just decided he's had enough of getting wrapped on the fingers. Wants to get
and
down
he's been on 90 for the past half an hour.
And there is the prospect of Jofra Archer and Bryden Cast to come, who will bank into the dirt and watch it either climb on you or go along the floor.
Yeah, but I also wonder whether it's something about Stokes's ability to make the ball do things. He kisses the pitch rather than bangs it in, and sometimes banging it in, you can't get so much out of the pitch. I mean, he's come on with 63 overs bowled, and he's suddenly looking like he's streets ahead of any other bowler.
Ran the wicket
he's
by
sliding
Stokes.
the ball through, to your point. Sorry.
Yeah,
and ball is left by Sundar as it goes wide of the off stump to Jamie Smith and India.
I think Archer, to achieve the same thing, will need to amend his line a bit, because he needs to bowl exactly the same line as Stokes. But again, to Hendo's point, the amount of bounce that he'd get, I'm not so sure how effective he'd be, or as effective.
Short by Stokes, and that's nicely played. He's almost aiming for the armpit, but that's well defended by Sundar into the ground straight away, wide of short leg.
My goodness me, England bowlers this series. Why are we looking at average and wicket? I don't understand.
Oh, this is over 31 to 80 after the new ball hardness has been effectively worn off.
Well, exactly, and look what Ben Stokes has done. 6 wickets at 32.
And everybody else who's taken a
over
wicket
60
has taken it over 60.
Yeah. He's just a great player.
Stokes ran the wicket. That's full and covered up very nicely. Perfect technique by the left-hander, and that is the end of the 77th over. India 194 for 3, trail by 117, and Gill is creeping his way to a ton.
I don't know where we got up to. Did we talk about blood pressure?
No, we haven't talked about that.
How's he still bowling? He's got no blood pressure, Jim, says Fluffy. They're talking about Stokes, I imagine.
Yeah.
Raj Patel says Stokesy is an absolute treat to watch. Bowls the longest spells, currently 6th over on the bounce. How much do you think he will continue to bowl? in this spell? Well, I think he will.
I think be off in 2 overs because the new ball will be available, and he will make
I think
way.
he's going to take a break at that time.
Yeah, I think he probably will have to, although you never know. Talk about sheep for some reason, and Hendo's shirt just changed colour. Did it? What you mean?
Have you got any semblance of green in your shirt? By any chance?
Not aware of
You've
it,
not made that mistake for a while.
No.
Anyway, Dawson in round the wicket to Gill, and that's just dinked very neatly into the leg side where there's no one really to stop the ball as it dribbles out to mid wicket. I think they should probably still have a short leg in for Gill, just so you don't have a safe zone to try and play a shot into.
I agree. I
But
think
it's just fascinating Test cricket, isn't it?
Oh, it is to me. It is to some. It's boring, but not to me.
Well, I can't imagine this being boring to any lover of cricket.
That was a slightly quicker arm ball by Dawson, arrowing to off stump, but that's played neatly enough by Gill off the back foot into the offside.
But if you're not a cricket fan and if you're a 100 fan or a T20 fan,
Well, I
then,
think that's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a nuance, and that's left by Sundar, just shot by Gill, who just props forward and watches the ball. Just missed the off stump on line. It did straighten very slightly, but it was never really coming in enough to threaten the stumps.
Yeah, I mean, each of us, have sports that I'll break off.
So again, slightly wider by Dawson. He used to crease well, arrowed in at the stumps. He's trying definitely to bowl a wicket-to-wicket line because he's not really getting much turn to straighten the ball, and that's just defended.
I mean, every ball is every ball is an event, even if it's defended.
Yep.
In this kind of a situation.
That's too short, and that's rocked onto the back foot by Gill and cut to point on the boundary. Probably the first bad ball of Dawson's over, and Gill gets a single, moves to 92 within 2 shots of his ton, but at the rate he's going at the moment, it's going to take 8 shots to get there.
More likely, yeah.
And by lunch,
8 scoring shots, I should say. Probably a lot more deliveries.
Could be lunchtime near enough by the time we get there.
Anyway, 1 bally over for Washington to face. Dawson round the wicket into the rough, and he's gone for the big swing, and that's probably over the close fielders. Wokes doesn't go to the boundary. Wokes fields it on the boundary. It just plopped and plugged in the outer reaches of the field. He gets 1 or 2. 2, I think.
2. What's happened to this? It didn't really go as far as he intended it at all. He didn't get hold of it, really, did he?
Yeah.
No, I think it hit the top of his bat.
Oh, that. You see the bat turn on him as he's trying to muscle that ball, and it's turned into the offside. It's gone slightly aerial. Anyway, that is the end of the over. 78 overs gone.
Having played that shot, he didn't seem to want to actually run for it. I mean, did he think he was going to be caught?
I think he was just going to get a boundary with that. But I've been thinking for a while that that's the way he needs to play, Dawson, because it's pointless. I mean, you have a silly mid on and trying to defend the ball. You are going to get the ball off your pad and bat it into the hands.
Effort ball by Stokes, who must realise that this is probably his last over of his spell. That's banged in and rises, but not straight enough for Washington to be discomforted by it.
Yeah, you would imagine that he'll go to Wokes and Archer. Although, I don't know, he might decide to have one himself. We shall see. Test cricket is a test of skill, patience and endeavour, says Steve Chilton. Yes, we totally agree. There are so many attributes you need to be good at it.
Best one is between your and that's wide, banged in again and wide by Stokes, and Washington Sundar just looks at it slightly wryly as it rises, with a bit of a tennis ball bounce.
Quite a nice reply from Eric J to that tweet about it being a test of endeavour and various things, and Eric J says, and that's just watching it, Steve. And I think that's absolutely true.
Sometimes, yes.
I mean, imagine being Gill, getting hit on the hand and then on the helmet and then having to concentrate the next ball and play Stokes again.
Yep.
Stokes around the wicket. That's the ones attacking the stumps this time from a better length. Defended by Washington. India remain on 196 for 3.
It's where you earn your corn, really, as a Test player in situations like this. Gill has, he's improved his reputation as a batsman for sure in this form of the game, but he's also had to captain. He's been concentrating the whole game, really, and he's trying to save his team.
Another short ball by Stokes, but they're not threatening Sundar, who just watches that one again go past the outside.
And he's probably also cognizant of the fact that during England's innings, his captaincy wasn't particularly inspiring. You would have done much better.
You can almost understand that for a man who's only ever captained at 20 over level.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what he looked like.
The stamina
beyond the limited over.
Yeah.
He didn't really have any ideas, did he, for changing the play and displaying initiative once the ball had gone dead, and that's rising outside our stump and whipped with strong bottom hand by Sundar to the leg side, who will collect 2. Crawley fields and just gently throws the ball back into Smith. One more ball to go in the over. India on the verge of breaking 200, but they've taken nearly 80 overs to do it. So it's 2.5 and over compared to England's scoring rate of 4 and over.
Which is the idea.
Yeah, absolutely. It's about just crease occupation. Yeah.
It's not about the runs.
People have completely forgotten this notion of crease occupation and how difficult that can be on a 5th day in particular.
Yeah, when the pitch, the players, and sometimes the weather are all against you.
Yep. You're tired. You've got to be mentally and physically tired by this point.
Last ball of Stokes over, possibly last ball of his spell, and that's short and rising again outside of stump, and left alone by Washington.
Right, I'll do some tweets. Kingdom of Games says 2-2 would be the fairest result. He says kudos to India. And on that note of Test cricket being a test of skill, patience and endeavour, and the fact that it might just be watching it does that to you, Fluffy says, I pulled my hammy just reading that. Let's see, what else have we got? Banana Brooks, surprised Stokes hasn't used his last overs to get Archer warmed up for the new ball.
I'm not sure Archer needs much warming up, to be fair.
Well, he warms up through his first over, really, doesn't he? Starts off fairly
I'm not
slow.
sure he's going to be bowling with a new ball, actually. He may not be. You might actually have Oaks and Cars.
No, I think surely.
You don't think so?
No, I think he'll give Archer the new ball. I don't even know that Cars actually likes taking the new ball that much.
No, there's certain bowlers who don't. I mean, Mark Wood doesn't like it.
Which is surprising given his speed, right?
Indeed.
Dawson ran the wicket to Gill. That's defended very competently by Gill on the front foot. Just drops it into the ground. We see a picture of Archer sort of swaying from side to side and just getting his back warmed up.
His warm up, maybe.
Yeah, very gentle warm up. That. I mean, I can do that for sort of warm up.
Yes, so that's just to get out of the bed. Anyway, Dawson in again. Pretty much a rinse and repeat of the previous ball. On leg stump, defended with the ball dribbling into the leg side, and there is no run.
Farong has joined us. 6:15 p.m. 33 degrees centigrade, 93 degrees humidity. 3rd day in a row of sauna-like conditions. Need to get ice and a bottle of rum.
Yeah, well, I think the Sky cameraman have spoken. He thinks it's going to be, and that's a Yorker ball by Dawson to Gill, who just drops his bat on it and pushes it back up the wicket to...
slightly dangerous ball for him, actually. If he didn't get his bat down on there, there's a chance of an LBW.
I think he misread the line.
Yeah.
Nice piece of deception by Dawson, just a little bit quicker and into the block hole. But Gill gets his bat down.
He's been bowling really well the last couple of days.
Very economical.
Yeah, 0 for 48 off 30, nearly 31 overs now. That's again the arm ball, slightly shorter but angling into middle stump.
Dawson has to be the best English spinner I have seen in the last few years. And I only get to watch them in Test cricket, so I have a very small set to look at, but he absolutely has to be the best.
Well, I think the stats bear that out in 4-day cricket, where he's been the MVP for the last 2 years. Another stout defence by Gill. Put together good, competent, probing, but not necessarily threatening over. Dawson making Gill play a lot of balls, which is the ideal, I think, on a wicket that's wearing and has a little bit of up and down on it. You want your batsman, and
he's as close to a Panesar as England has had for a while.
Yeah, it's very difficult to judge him on a pitch like this because there is absolutely no turn, really.
It's a very, very occasional one that just hits something. And again, into the block hole, defended by Gill. That's the end of the 80th over. It's a maiden. And the third umpire waits to see whether he's going to be required to run on with the ball and symbolically hand it over to the umpire. And Chris Stokes is taking his sweater off, so we'll jingle him up in a second. Looks like he's going to take the first over with presumably the new ball. And here's his jingle.
Works his fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net, found this way that his heel had healed, asked the test, and he went to the tee.
Let me rush in with a couple of YouTube contributions. Kartik Kumar says, have to say, a Kiwi Stokes and a Caribbean guy Archer change the series state for England. England always has better auctions and buys better players than the IPL teams. That's all very cynical. Joe Root is what I would say to you. Buenos Dias says, Baby Shaker GC. I actually have live Sky TV this evening, but I'd still rather listen to the real thing. I love your work, boys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Don't forget, you can super chat us, and don't forget the GPL is open until lunchtime, the Gorilla Prediction League. How many runs have we scored in the day? Have a guess for a quid on our website, gorillacricket.com/competition, and you get all the money if you're on the nose.
Wokes is in to 3 slips in the gully, and that ball is outside our stump, and Washington just watches it go past. You've got to make him play, Chris.
Yeah, Hendo, just to on a point that we were making about Dawson the last over. You're talking about this pitch not giving him much, but it's on pitches like this that you really find out how good a spinner is. The way he's been bowling on this pitch, give him a pitch which actually gives him something, and he's going to be fantastic. I've been really impressed with how he's bowling here.
That ball is swings away from Washington, but it's too wide to start with, and almost over the return crease.
Do you know, it's interesting in Indo. I've been reading various things on social media, which I obviously shouldn't do, but people who think they know about cricket slagging off Dawson and saying, is he Shoaib was getting slagged off, now Dawson's getting slagged off. I'll come back to it.
That's better, and that takes the edge, but it goes straight to ground. Nicely played by Washington. He took the bottom hand off the bat, and that just guided it down to second slip. But that's in the right areas.
You've got to say that, people expect a spinner to come in, and on the first day they'll be saying, "Oh, he's not spinning it. Why isn't he turning it? I thought he was supposed to be a spinner." Well, these pitches just don't do that.
They don't understand much cricket.
No, well, exactly. And, there's too much of that out there, really, I'm afraid. And it annoys me.
Wokes swinging into Sundar from round the wicket. That's defended by Sundar into the leg side, no run.
But first of all, you're talking about finger spinners. You're not talking about Shane Warne.
No.
You're never going to get a finger spinner to come in and, first morning.
Of course.
spin it tremendously, right?
No,
he does give it a rev. Yeah, he is tossing it up well.
Although
he's got a good drift.
Interestingly, in the recent round of county matches, 2 England rejects have had fantastic games as that ball is through to the keeper and left alone by Sundar. Both Ray and Ahmed and also Tom Hartley had rather games to remember, red letter games.
Well, Jack Leach, I mean, the thing is that was a game that was over in 2 days. Second innings, I think it was just Leach and Vaughan that took wickets at Somerset. The other game, the Derbyshire-Leicestershire game, where Ray and Ahmed got 13, I really don't know what it was like. It's second division cricket. It's not Test cricket. Against, as someone pointed out, against some of the best batsmen in the world.
Defended into the offside. There's no run. That's the end of the 81st over.
150 runs is my guess, Gorilla. What, in the day? That's not very many. Money where your mouth is. Would you like to go to gorillacricket.com/competition?
It's only a quid.
It's only a quid. You can have one for a quid. You just have to register. It's very easy. Even I can do it. So get along to the GPL if you haven't done it before. The Gorilla Prediction League, that's what it stands for. That's what the acronym stands for. It's a play on the IPL, of course it is, but don't let that put you off. It is going to be Jofra Archer.
Yep.
He will break your helmet, break your heart, hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart, in your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum. Jofra.
It's in short and pulled very nicely by Gill. That's whistled to the boundary wide of the long leg. It's going to be the first 4 we've seen for quite some time.
Yeah, it was a bit short.
That's pitched about mid-pitch.
Yeah. And that's the other thing about the harder, shinier ball is that if you do hit it, it will go much more quickly to the boundary. Which is in one sense good for India because it can get them nearer to England's score.
Jofra coming in now. That's better. That's outside off stump. That's on a top of off stump line with the 4th stump, and that's defended by Gill. Yeah. What? Go on.
No, I was just thinking on a completely different point. Since you were mentioning the IPL, I was just reading an article by Carlos Braithwaite on LinkedIn.
Yes, I saw that.
And he was talking about not getting paid by the franchise leagues, not the IPL, but a lot of the others that go on.
Yeah.
And I've heard that from umpires in the past. I've never heard that from players.
No, I've heard it from players as well. That's outside of stump and left alone by Gill. The BPL and was it the PSL in particular they had?
Yeah, the PSL. Yeah, the Pakistan one, and I think even the not the ILT20, but the other one which was being played in the Middle East for some time.
Oh, the international T10 tournament.
Yeah, that wasn't. No, there was another T20 being played, which didn't last long. They've not been paying people. They were not paying people either.
Players got to ask for money up front, haven't they? That's the thing now.
And sometimes they'll pay the players, but not the officials. When the players do that.
And that squirted off the outside edge of Gill's bat. Was swinging in very slightly from Jofra, and he still managed to play just inside the line a little bit too much, Gill, and it squirted out through a point, and they've taken a single, and that's India's 200 now. They're 203 for 3.
Yep, and Gill was 3 runs short of 100. And really, I possibly have to say this has been his best innings of the series in terms of the difficulties he's endured. He's come in at 0 for 2. He's been wrapped around a few times. He's been dropped a couple of times too.
Yeah. Round wicket by Jofra to Sundar, and that's a good ball. That's pitched and straightened and left Sundar, and it's rising as well. So any edge is going to go straight to a set of piranhas in the slips. We're going to snap.
What's really surprising is, What's really surprising is this is only the second time in India's Test history that they've been 0 for 2, and it's actually the first time in the first over.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Archer coming in, and again probing outside off stump, but not quite close enough to tempt Washington to play a shot. That's the end of his first over. 82 overs have gone, and it's 203 for 3.
Got a little bit quiet on the YouTube front, so get in touch, super chatters. Become a Guerrilla Cricket Patreon. You'll get your name on the glory roll of YouTube if you pay us $10 a month or more. We are free at the point of use, but we do ask for donations in that way to keep us going.
Yeah.
Support maybe is the right word. That was quite a sedate over from Jofra, wasn't it? I mean, it didn't really seem to get above 82. So just easing into his work. Oh, tell me he's not feeling his side there.
There was an interesting conversation on telly this morning before I logged in here on the reason for the reduction in speed of both Archer and Bumrah in this Test match, and I think Ravi Shastri had been talking to Bumrah this morning, and he said they're finding it very difficult to get a foothold.
Oh, interesting.
Wokes outside of stump.
Both he and Archer, I guess because of the way they bowl with the weight on their back, they've been finding it very difficult to get a foothold on the landing feet.
Well, we have seen, haven't we? We've seen the man out there with his big mallet quite a few times.
The thumper.
In this series, yeah.
Which I find is quite funny because they thump the filler in, and then bowlers just come along straight away and dig holes in it so they get a decent foothold again. You do slide across it. Anyway, Gill is patting maybe a foot outside the crease to try and negate the swing from Wokes. That ball does swing very gently, but Gill leaves that alone. No run.
Baby Shaker says, I've mentioned before, I'm a cash man. I never buy anything online. My wife bought me a Muppet t-shirt last year. Probably time she ordered another. Yeah, order a
you
Guerrilla
flipping
Cricket
Muppet.
one.
Have you got a you flipping Muppet one in the store?
Oh, I don't know. We might have. You'll have to have a look on Redbubble.
That's a good ball by Wokes. He went wide, he angled it in, and then he just straightened away slightly, and that's just kissed the turf and moved. Gill's played the shot of that, and that's just missed off stump by possibly 6 inches on height and 3 inches on width.
It's actually, though, it's not that far away from the outside edge at all, is it?
No, it's not.
No.
We have a super chat.
We
haven't heard this from this man for a while. It's from, I'll come on to it after this ball.
It's too much into the pads, and that's clipped off the pad. And Dawson is down at fine leg. That's very smart, quick running by Gill. He gets 2. He moves to 99. He's almost at a personal milestone.
What is this going to be? Is this going to be his 4th century of the series?
I think it might be.
Yes,
and one of those is a double as well, isn't it?
Big double.
Yeah.
Another interesting point on the last time that India was 0 for 2, that was against the West Indies in 1983, against the 1983 West Indies bowlers.
Was that the famous one from the
Gavaskar? Yeah, Gavaskar came in at 2 down, and he scored 236 not out as captain. I think he saved the match.
He was very keen to take a single there, Sundar, to get Gill to the ton, but Gill sensibly sent him back because I don't think there's a single there. Yes, famously that was the one where Sunny Gavaskar took the toss and batted at 4 and then got sledged by Vivic when he came in.
Yes, that's the one.
Where he said
doesn't matter where you bat.
Doesn't matter where you bat, man. You're still in at the end of the first over.
It's still 0.
Last ball, that swings, and he will get a single this time. That's pushed out into the offside. That's Gill's ton. Very well batted, but he's still got a lot of work to do as he takes his lid off and salutes the crowd, salutes his players on the balcony. Very well batted, Shubman Gill.
10, 20. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Well, he might take a little while to come of age as a captain. That would not be surprising, but he's come of age as a test batsman in this series.
Very much a breakthrough series for him.
Absolutely. I think if he had a better coach with him, he would have done better as a captain in this series. He's very unfortunate to have Gautam Gambhir.
I mean, it's not easy, is it? We shouldn't criticise too much. If he's only done IPL captaincy, completely. I mean, it's so far.
Gill, of course. I mean, I don't blame Gill at all. He needs time.
Of course he does. Yeah.
Archer in to Gill, and that's played underneath his armpit pretty much by Gill into the leg side, where the leg slip, who is Pope, runs around to field it.
We should have had a change actually, but we can do that, can't we? Are you still on?
You and I are still on, and
okay.
we will have, I think, Messi joining us.
Okay. Thanks, Anindo.
Thank you.
Time to bring back.
Wait for Messi or Messi's?
He'll probably say, "I'm here in a minute." Where is the Meza? Stay till he arrives. Archer around the wicket beats Washington, who's hopping back into his crease. It went away from him, and could have got an edge. Sorry.
It's actually supposed to be Abby on. Is he in the waiting room?
Oh, Abby, really? Right.
I'll go and check. 2 seconds.
I mean, he did say he couldn't make this evening's shift, but he may have joined us by now. Warren Davis is a super chat. Sorry. I kept off reading it out because I just wanted Shubman to get to his 100 and mark that. So I will come back to it now. Archer in full, finds a thick outside edge, a sprawling dive at backward point by Dawson. It means that Duckett will have to chase after it because Dawson couldn't, and they will get back for 3 or just the 2. 3, I think. Yep, Washington moves into double figures. Right, super chats are from Warren Davis, $4.99. Piranhas are the safest hands in the world of fish. And a little bit lower down, he says US dollars $1.99. $2 to Hendo to read out the last super chat. So we've done quite well out of that one, haven't we?
Yep.
I might do that with other people.
And Abby has joined us.
Oh, Abby, how are you doing?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Oh, perfect, thank you.
Where are you? What part of the world?
I'm in my Brighton home right now.
Oh, you're in Brighton. Okay.
Yeah. Just getting ready for my graduation week, and my parents are here. So.
Well, welcome along. I haven't spoken to you for a while.
Just been a very busy couple of weeks, with this university stuff. Finally graduating. So.
Well done. Yeah, I did see you on mention it on. Was it on LinkedIn? I think you.
Yeah.
You talked about it. Onto the back foot goes Gill, defends into the offside. 210 for 3. How have you seen this? These last couple of days for India? I mean, you're a big Mumbai fan, we know that.
Yeah.
Are you quite as excitable or excited about the Indian team, or more so?
It's sort of a toss-up, really. I don't know where we are heading with this management, and I back the appointment of Shubman Gill as the captain. I just feel there are some very big holes in the team that must be filled, and I don't think this series has done anything to fill them. I'm sort of 50-50 on Shubman Gill's captaincy up till now, especially with when Washington Sundar was supposed to be brought in.
On the 2 days ago? Yeah, Archer in bowls. He gets that to swing into Shubman Gill, who defends into the offside, onside. I should say, previous balls just played confidently into the covers. That's the end of the over. 210 for 3. I'll just cut you off there for a moment, Abby, while Jason brings us up to date with some more YouTubes.
A couple of tweets from Messenger says there have now been 16 centuries in this series, 9 to India, 7 to England, which is the most in any England-India series. He also says Gill is only the third Indian batter to score 4 centuries in the series, after Gavaskar, who did it twice, and Kohli.
What, did it twice as well?
Yeah, no, Kohli.
Oh, sorry, he's the fourth. Yeah, okay.
And Disinterested Handjob says, I guess the captaincy hasn't affected Gill's batting.
No, I mean, it's actually seemed to have given him extra confidence, really. You know, I think you get those two different types of captain. You get of good captains, in a sense. You get those that lead from the front as they're playing in their playing role, and then you get the ones that are tactically very good. And I think you're getting fewer of the tactically very good ones because, you know, people don't get that captaincy experience these days before being thrust in at test level. This is the beginning of a new over from Wokes, 2 for 51. Those 2 wickets might seem a long time ago, around about now, only 24 hours ago, when he picked up 2 in a row. 210 for 3. Ben Stokes is again playing with that little muscle sort of between armpit and shoulder, which is obviously niggling away a little bit. Wokes again round the wicket to the left-hander. The left-hander is Washington Sundar. He leaves this one alone. No discernible swing or movement from that ball. Shubman Gill, I mean, it might have been a slightly outside choice, but you have to say he's batted brilliantly, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, there are no questions about that. His batting has been out of the wood. No qualms about that. About the captaincy, when the shouts were coming out, Shubman Gill might be captain or this person might be captain. Personally, I thought Jasprit Bumrah should be captain, but obviously, given his fitness troubles and all of that, he didn't seem like a viable choice. But I mean, listen, Gill's young, lots to learn for him.
Oh, lovely ball from Wokes, comes back over the wicket, and Washington Sundar on the front foot can't have missed that by more than a sliver, really. But miss it he did. I mean, I think I agree with you, as in that maybe holes haven't been filled, but there's still been some sort of great individual cricket from various Indians in this series, and they have struggled. They've had a bit of bad luck with injuries too. Wokes in bowls, and this is nicely forced into the onside. Archer puts in the dive, which we don't really want to see too much of, but he's going to have to chase it because he didn't get anything on it, and they'll get back for 3. Washington moves to 13, and England, having made that breakthrough with the ball that shot through against Rahul from Stokes,
not really bowled straight enough.
Not really looking like getting wickets generally. And Stokes seemed to be again the only man who looks like getting wickets, especially with a ball that's gone soft. But we've got a hard one at the moment. Goes wide on the crease. This one again keeps a little bit low. May have just tickled the bottom of Shubman Gill's bat, and Woke seems very annoyed about something with regard to that. Whether it took more of the bat than I thought and then dropped short of the keeper. Let's have a little look. I think bottom of the bat, and it hasn't carried, but it hasn't carried by some distance. And I think the edge was more about the bounce of the ball rather than
I think he was remonstrating at the pitch more than anything else.
Maybe about the fact that it wouldn't carry. Here he is again. Balls. That went both ways. That's extraordinary from Wokes, and he can't believe he hasn't got something for that. I mean, if you can bowl a ball that seems to swing one way and then the other on its way down to the batsman.
That was amazing. I mean, it swung away from the hand and it pitched. Then the seam's gone almost the other way, and it's swung towards fine leg after it's gone past the wicket.
Let's have a look at this again. There it goes. It hits, and yes, it has. It's almost brushed the off stump. And you can't blame Gill for leaving that alone. You've seen the swing, it's pitched, and then it's really jagged back. And, it's Shubman Gill's day. It's his innings, really. He's had a couple of chances. That was very close indeed. Woakes, you have to say, very unlucky. Archer then to start his 14th over. Around the wicket, 4 slips waiting, goes past the outside edge of Washington's bat, and every ball is agony for Abbey at the moment.
Because, I'm not going to think about winning this Test match, but we have to do everything in our powers to draw this one. Because there's winning's out of question here, but we need to draw this one somehow.
Well, not only does that then leave us with almost a decider, certainly India can draw the series, which would be a very good result. But Archer in again, Fuller defended.
I would think that would be a fair result, more than a good result. Maybe a 2-all draw series. Yeah, it's a perfect result actually.
Do you think? I mean, I think actually talking about. We've had good individual performances from the Indian batsmen in particular, but I feel like it's been a game, or it's been a series of individual performances rather than team performances. Archer in, goes past the outside edge again. Can't believe it. He's moving it too much. That was going off the seam. Washington smiles about it. When you're beaten by a good bowler, not a lot you can do.
We've got a super chat, which I'll do at the end of it.
Sorry, did I cut someone off?
We've got a super chat. Let's give it a go.
GC Pornbot says, Hendo has one hard ball, one soft ball, and a wobbly seam. Where do I start?
Indeed. Pushed to Stokes at mid-off. There is no run. The deficit down under 100 now, just 98. But yeah, it's been a series of great individual performances. But although I suppose you could look at England's innings in this match and say, well, the top 4, the top 6 all got more than 50. 2 of them got hundreds.
One of them didn't. One of them ran past the ball.
Yeah, no, I said all. I was going to say all but Harry Brooks. Sorry, flicked away through mid-wicket. They're going to get 3 more. Lots of threes, not many boundaries. Washington moves to 16. He's gone from 7 to 10 to 13 to 16 with 3s through mid-wicket, seemingly.
Hendo. So, what I think about, especially India's performance, is that, I mean, batting is much more of a individualistic aspect of the game, but I feel like we lack cohesion in the bowling lineup. It's over dependency on one individual selectively throughout a match.
Full ball swinging, but defended by Gill. That's the end of the over. 216 for 3. Carry on.
Yeah, and that's what the team is lacking. The team is lacking a sort of a, I don't know how to say it.
But what do you think? I mean, what do you think about the fact that we don't know the result of this game, obviously, yet, but the game that India won was the game in which Bumrah wasn't playing.
Yeah.
And they really did step up. Akashdeep came in, and Mohammad Siraj, who'd bowled quite poorly, I thought, in the first test, also bowled very well.
But then you see, Akashdeep was dropped for the third test, if I'm not wrong.
No, I think he played in the third test.
Did he play that one? I'm not sure, because Bumrah came back.
Nitish Kumar Reddy played.
Akashdeep was dropped.
Wide of the off stump, and well taken by Smith, diving away to his left. There's too much swing and too much width to start with, really, from Woakes there.
I'm with Abbey. I think Nitish Kumar Reddy came in for Prasid Krishna.
Yes, he did. That's right. Akashdeep was playing.
Akashdeep did play the third test.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. but again, it just we've been unlucky in sort of some sectors of the game which make us lose matches, and if we manage them better, like say for example the one that we lost at Lords, Bumrah had no business playing that pull shot. In fact, he had been leaving quite well until that point. If he had just left that ball, I believe we would have come closer to winning the game.
This is defended by, or left alone rather, by Washington. Yeah, but it's a little bit harsh on Bumrah, who was out there for quite a long time and isn't a batsman, to expect him to resist those short balls that long. I know exactly what you're saying, and I would have been annoyed if it had been an English batsman in that position, or an English bowler in that position, as this is left alone again. But I think you have to say that Jasprit Bumrah and Mohammad Siraj batted as well as anyone, really. I mean, it's about earlier wickets, I suppose. England bowled well, I think, though, in that spell on the fourth night when Cast got a couple of wickets, and then early in the morning. Oh, now that swings into Washington, but he whips it away quite nicely down to Dawson. They're going to get back for a second? I don't think so. He moves to 17, 217 for 3. I think Prasid has looked a bit of a weak link on this tour, and I think Shardul Thakur for me doesn't really do enough.
He's a defensive
with either bat or ball, really.
I mean, he can hold a bat, but I don't think he can bowl as well now.
No. Wokes in again, then to Gill, gets the right hander back down. Can he get it to swing away and then come back in? No, it's on middle and leg, and it's beautifully timed through mid wicket. They're going to get an easy 2. Stokes is roaring after it, but it doesn't really need to be, because Gill had decided 2 was all he wanted.
And he didn't want to throw that ball, did he? He ran forward 15 yards and then underarmed it with a bolo action.
Yeah, and I mean, this
is
very
much protecting that bowling arm, I think.
Our worry for England, of course, is if these guys don't get a breakthrough here, if the ball goes soft, we're 6, nearly 7 overs now into the new ball. There've been a few close calls, but hasn't brought the wicket. This is defended on the front foot by Gill. There is no run. 219 for 3. Jason,
lots of chat between various people about. It started off with people talking about France and French people. Richie Brenner was French, said Steve Chilton. David Molan said Fluffy, and to which he was corrected by saying it's Welsh. To which Fluffy responds, "It's the same thing, but with more consonants," says Banana Brooks.
Indeed so. Well, it's nice to see that you're entertaining yourselves in the absence of England taking any wickets.
And India's just like the bowling, says Steve Chilton. The drop catches don't help either.
Oh yes, the drop catches. We should mention that. Those were a real problem in the first test.
Yes, well they've got rid of part of that by exiling Jaiswal to the outfields.
Archer will continue. How long till lunch now? Is this going to be the last one?
No, we've got 6 minutes. I think.
Okay, we might get 2 in then.
We will get 2 in, I think. We won't get 3.
No, certainly won't get 3. Depends how quickly Archer gets through it. Depends how much India can slow things down a little bit. 4 slips waiting down the leg side, though. Brilliant take, one-handed above his head by Smith, also having to put in a bit of a dive. A really good grab, that one.
Good job, he's 6 foot something then, isn't it? No. Poor old Bob Taylor, or another.
Alan Knott.
Mushfiqur Rahim would never have got anywhere near that.
Rod Marsh, even, he was quite small. Well, he wasn't big, let's put it that way. He was chunky.
He was wide.
He was chunky, that's for sure. Archer tearing in. Bowls again down the leg side into the hip this time of Washington. It's going to be an easy 2 as he eases that away down to long leg. Dawson does the fielding.
I mean, I get the theory here, and Abby can confirm this, that he's bowling to hit leg stump with the ball that cuts away or seams away and therefore goes to the slips, which is how he got Jaiswal in the first innings. In fact, we probably both innings.
At Lords he got him that. No, it was Wokes who got him in the second innings, but he did get Jaiswal like that at Lords, didn't he? On his return. Archer in, he's bowling around leg stump. I don't see the point of this if he's just, unless it is going to swing. It isn't going to take a single into the onside. Lots of applause from Ben Stokes, but I'm not really sure why. 2-2-2 for 3, as the French Richie Benaud would have said. But I mean, the funny thing is, of course, that this was almost paraded as a series of England's batsmen against India's bowlers.
It's almost the reverse of that.
Well, no, not really. I mean, England's bowling, I think, has been, lacking in depth, really. Archer in, bowls. Oh, has he edged that one? He finally has! Archer has got him. Gill had a little flick at a ball he didn't really need to play at. Didn't necessarily do a huge amount, but a lapse of concentration after, let's face it, you wouldn't really say that, he's made a mistake there, really, because he's been out there for so long, he's been concentrating for so long. It's maybe just a bit of extra bounce, but it's comfortably pouched by Jamie Smith, and Archer has a much-needed breakthrough to the disappointment of Porod Abbey.
That was a very lazy shot, though. I don't know what he was trying to play at.
Yeah, but it's understandable, isn't it? Really, in terms of.
I mean, not really.
No.
I don't know, because
you're harsh, Abby. You're really harsh.
We have Jadeja coming in right now. After this, who do we have? We don't have anyone reliable.
No, but I mean, I think, can't you just? Sometimes as a batsman you just get drawn into a shot. You know, he's been out there for how long? He was out there for 4.5 hours yesterday. He's been out there for 2 hours nearly this morning. He was captaining while England smashed 600 odd, and he came in at 0 for 2. I think you would have to be really harsh to blame him for that. It wasn't a good shot in isolation. I totally agree with you. He's got in a very funny position, to be honest.
He's just chasing with his hands.
But you know, that can happen when you're mentally tired, I think. But Archer has got the wicket, and England will be given renewed confidence by that. It means Jadeja has come to the crease with only, I guess this will now be the last over before lunch.
And we should play his jingle before he gets on strike.
They need more control, Jadeja's on.
103 off 238 balls for Shubman Gill. In comes Archer. Oh, he's had a horrible flash at that, and he's been put down by Root. At first slip, he juggled with it. And he, on this occasion, unlike when he got rid of Jaiswal yesterday, he couldn't ultimately hang on. I think at the third or fourth attempt.
3 goes at that, I think.
Yeah, wow. That would really have ended it, wouldn't it, for India? It was a really poor shot from Jadeja. What are they doing suddenly? He's had to leap off the ground.
So he's palmed it up with his left and palmed it up with his right, and then he's tried to palm it up with his boot before it hits the ground as well.
Oh, well.
It's gone quickly.
Yep, England's catching has left a bit to be desired in this innings. Archer then hurls one down the leg side, almost in disappointment. He's really in agony that wasn't taken. And we end the over on 222 for. Maybe we are going to get one more in. Jason.
Tom Pomp asked where are Arshdeep and Thakur. They are, Thakur is playing, but he's been fairly anonymous.
Yeah.
Arshdeep is injured, as is Akashdeep.
Well, we haven't seen anything of Arshdeep, and I think that's a little bit of a shame because you get that little bit of variety of a left arm.
Mark Arnold says blocking is admirable, but clearing the deficit to make England have to bat is more important. A flurry of wickets and India will lose, and that was 10 minutes ago before we had all the drama of the last over.
Yeah, 2 really poor shots. Understandable from Shubman, in my opinion, but what was he doing? It was wide outside the off stump. He just sort of threw his hands at it.
There's no again. It's nonsensical batting. I'm sorry. I think I'm being very harsh here, but I'm also being very fair. Just leave the ball. There's one more over. At max, there's one more over before lunch. Why is there a need to swipe at anything outside off?
I mean, that was a very odd shot from Jadeja, a man who's shown such concentration and resilience. Got to change your bowling.
We have the traditional 1 over a spin before lunch.
Well, he's had quite a few overs, hasn't he, Dawson? But he's back for 1 over to the 2 left-handers out there to see if he can get anything from the footmarks outside their off stump.
Bit of bounce with a new hard ball.
I think it's a very good piece of proactive captaincy from Ben Stokes. Taking Wokes off at this point. Dawson in, bowls, defended, too flat. You've got to toss it up, man. If you're going to get anything out of those footmarks, throw it into those footmarks. Make it bounce, make it turn. He's got no one in front of the wicket either.
He's got a safe zone in the offside.
I mean, I know if you are going to be turning it, he's going to be turning it to the inside edge. And so the short leg makes more sense, but I don't know. And in fact, they're taking the short leg away, seemingly. Washington is standing well away to the leg side, waiting for England to decide.
No, they're getting another man in there, I think. So they're going to have they're having a captain's conference of senior player management with Dawson, who telling him what he wants.
He does seem to be laying down the law in a pleasant way, not aggressively at all. As you say, he knows what he wants, and Stokes is responding to that. They're going to have another conversation. So by the time we get to lunch, it'll be cold.
Yeah. Also, I don't know what Abby thinks about this. When you immediately come in to bat, what the last thing you want to do is be waiting for a minute or 2 minutes whilst they faff around. Because they've now got a man on the drive on the leg side as well.
Well, they've brought a man in on the offside. They've opened up the offside as well. So he's got a silly point, looks like he's going in there. Very wide mid-off. Can't see what else we've got. We've got a leg slip, a forward short leg, a short mid-wicket, a man going back to deep square. It's Washington, though, that's facing. It's not Jadeja. So 4 men directly round the bat. He's in, he does get some turn, but he comes across his crease and works with that turn through backward short leg. There isn't someone there. There is a leg slip, but he's too fine to grab hold of anything there. Dawson again in, a bit flat and worked. They're going to get a single, I think. Yep. But that may not disappoint England, because as Jason was making the point, Jadeja has just played one awful shot. Now he's got another challenge of the ball maybe doing something out of the footmarks. And he's got, 2 balls to make it to lunch. He's going to have a little look around. Now settling down and waiting for Dawson, who's in, and he gets in behind that one. Don't think he's aiming for the footholes enough at the moment. You've got to, mate. I think that's what
toss it up more.
Sorry,
he's got to toss it up more.
Yeah, I agree. And he's possibly got to push it a little bit wider to try and find those footholes. He's in too flat, too leg sidey. Rebounds off the bloke at short leg. They might have even got a single as it goes into the offside, and there's almost nobody there. Harry Brook has to go and get it. My voice is going, and England's fielders are going off the field because that is lunch, and India go to lunch at 2:10 23 for 4. If nothing else, England have got rid of Rahul and Gill ultimately this morning. They still are in the ascendancy by 88 runs. Washington Sundar's batted really quite well.
I've been impressed.
49 runs, 2 wickets from 26 overs this morning. Abby, do you hold out any hope for India this afternoon in getting to the Oval, only 2-1 down?
It's looking way more difficult now. It's I don't know. I think one more wicket early on in the second session and we have lost this game.
Do you think if a wicket goes really early after lunch that Rishabh Pant will bat? I know they said he would if required, but is it worth making that injury worse or what?
I would I would have rather he bat in the second innings than the first innings. I mean, if he wants to bat, he can bat. I would obviously welcome it, but I don't know. A couple of more wickets and it's game set match, isn't it?
I think he'll bat. I think he'll bat probably in the Graham Smith mould because there's 2 reasons why. One is because we know he's out for 6 weeks after this Test match, therefore he can't really do that much more damage because he's already out of the series. The second thing is they want the other batsman to get close to a
parity with England or past England's score?
A parity or a position where they can draw the match. So if they're not going to draw the match, then he probably won't bat until the last wicket down. Even then, he can't run singles, therefore he's very much a walking...
Yeah, my feeling is that actually if he does bat, that he will come out and try and just play some lusty blows and get as close to that England score as possible, and if it comes off for him, he might pick up a few runs. But you can imagine that he's probably going to have to hit really big, because if he starts to do that, England are just going to, put guys on the boundary, aren't they?
Yeah, they put guys on the boundary. Say, go on then, hobble a single, and we'll have a go at the other guy.
Absolutely. I mean, so he'll have to clear the ropes or find the gaps, won't he? Yeah. So anyway, that's it from us for the first session. We'll go and find something to play for you. We've got some final tweets.
Yeah, we've got a super chat, so we'll play
okay.
that.
Good stuff.
YouTube super chat.
$5 from the pawn bot saying, did Hendo just say there was a lack of penetration and that he was in an awkward position? Mrs.
Where's the pawn bot been for so long?
Yeah. Ice Cream says it's a good series. Essex Red says no route, talking about the drop. Fluffy says Pant's foot is throbbing in anticipation. That'll get the pawn bot going as well. We've talked about Pant batting later on, so Steve Chilton's question is answered. India 87 for 4, says Eric J. I think that's a bit. Is that 87 for 2 in the? No, 46.
No, 49 for 2. Don't know what that refers to at all. 87 for 4.
Well done, England, says Frank Rockefeller. I think that's probably it for that time. So
yeah, we did have a tweet earlier that I meant to read out from. I can't remember now who it was. It wasn't a name I recognise, saying, we will subscribe if you show the game. Well, if you're still listening, we can't show the game. We don't have the rights, but we can commentate from the TV pictures, and that's what we do. Hopefully you will stay to listen. I know it's maybe not the same as watching, but that's all we can offer, I'm afraid.
You can always sync it up with your local feed if you have it, if you prefer us to the what comes through from the official broadcaster.
Indeed so. Right, we will do you want to go and find something to
I think it's going to be another Bishop and Bear or a Who's That Weirdo.
Okay, well, either did we no, we haven't finished the Peter Svidler interview that we were playing yesterday. If that's still up, might as well go with that. But we're just waiting to see what it's going to be. I need to go and have something to drink. otherwise my voice will go completely. Until 20 to 2. We'll be back then.
You immediately become a Zenith supporter.
Right.
And at some point, they got sponsored by Gazprom.
Right.
And they became so rich that they stopped caring about anything at all. And in particular, there was one specific small blow-up, which kind of ended my interest in that forever, probably.
Right.
Was at the time you were supposed to field, I think, no more than 3 foreign players for a match.
Yeah.
And it emerged, they got a technical loss for fielding 4.
Oh, right, okay.
And if this is a blunder, you can understand.
Yeah.
But later, it emerged that there was a very clear communication between the legal department and the club management. And club management said, okay, if we do this, what's the worst that can happen?
Right.
And legal said, you will be fined. I don't remember the exact sum, but it's a astoundingly high sum of money for normal people, and something they find behind a sofa cushion for them. And they just thought, fuck it, we'll do it.
Yeah.
I'm allowed to say that, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah. And I thought, no. I do not want my club to behave this way. It felt wrong. And it kind of, and I was also I was drifting away from football for reasons unexplained, really. I can't really trace it to one particular thing apart from that one thing, which really doesn't explain why I don't support Arsenal anymore. It's just I kind of lost interest in the sport altogether. I follow cricket. I go through phases of being extremely interested in snooker and then kind of drifting out of that as well. But mainly cricket. Cricket never goes away.
Well, this is the curious thing. I mean, we will come back to the chess as well. Hopefully, we'll have time to get through a lot of things. But obviously, we don't know too many Russians that love cricket. Although that said, I don't know if you remember Chasing Willow, who was one of our supporters. I don't know where she's gone now. She had sort of American Russian background, and she was in LA for a long time and then moved to Moscow for a while, but I don't think she's back now in America. But we don't know many Russians who like cricket. How on earth did you get into cricket?
Yeah, that's a story that I always feel kind of weird telling again. But actually, every time I told it was on a chess-related interview or broadcast, and I've never actually done it to people who are interested in cricket. So I feel less awkward about this now. In the late 90s, I was reasonably close with Nigel Short, who is probably the biggest and brightest talent England has ever produced, played a World Championship match and all that. And I would go to Greece, where he is now based. He's been based there since mid-90s. And we would look at some chess and just generally kind of hang out. And in 99, I went there for yet another of those sessions. And we were looking at some openings, as one does. And then Nigel said, no, this is kind of not what I want to do today. I'm going to introduce you to something new. And we got into a car and drove for about an hour and a half from Athens to Piraeus, which is a twin city of Athens, where he knew a Pakistani bar with two sky screens.
Right.
That was at the time where getting Sky outside of the UK was still kind of tricky, and internet, like streaming, wasn't a thing.
Yeah.
You had Cricinfo providing ball-by-ball coverage, but if you wanted pictures, you needed Sky, and he didn't have Sky. And there was a 1999 World Cup game between India and Pakistan. And I understood, obviously, like I knew nothing of the rules.
Yeah.
That was my first ever encounter with the game, and he would, like, in stage whispers, would explain some things to me. But mainly, I don't know, do you remember the game? I kind of even remember the game a little bit. That was the game where Tendulkar did unspeakable things to Shoaib Akhtar.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, and also, it's a very, very small, I mean, not a bar. I mean, it's not really a bar. There's probably not very much drinking going on. It's a cafe. People were sitting on top of each other. It was like it probably seats like 20. There were like 70 people there, staring at those two screens. And the combination of like genuinely exciting cricket, even if you don't understand anything at all, somebody bowling at 100, and somebody smashing him to all parts in reply, is still going to be exciting, even if you really are kind of floundering with the finer points. But also the atmosphere was absolutely electric, and I could feel how much it meant to those people, and it's contagious.
Yeah.
And if your first experience is not that, I think it's extremely possible that, you know, I watch some random game somewhere for like half an hour or less and decide that, I don't understand why this would be at all interesting to me. But this being the first experience, I got absolutely hooked.
So that's interesting, because I think you're absolutely right. It's very difficult for us who've been sort of still cricket from a very young age to understand what it's like to come to the game at a later age. I don't know how old you were at that point. 23, okay. But I've been in that situation. I remember being in Barbados for an England test match against the West Indies. This was back in 2009. And sort of just after lunch, a bunch of Americans off a cruise ship came in, obviously, you know, curious, wanting to check out cricket. And it had to be the most boring passage of play in a boring game, and you know, after 20 minutes they were off.
But
so it's fate in a way. It's
not really
not
fate, because Nigel did know which game to choose. We were not going to watch a completely random group game where nothing is at stake. But still, of course, if you're extremely unlucky with your first encounter, I think it's, and I know people like that. I know, let's say, at some point, India and Bangladesh became somewhat fashionable destinations for people who want to play open tournaments in which there is perhaps a decent first prize and maybe a reasonable starting fee, and you're likely to win. Is pretty soft. So a lot of Russian players began going there. And they would inevitably, eventually clicking through the channels, would encounter cricket on TV, and they would meet me later and would say, like, how can you watch this? It's unbearably dull. I switched it off immediately. But I think when you come from a background where it's not a thing, and like, if you ask a random Russian in the street what he thinks of cricket, I think the word flamingo is likely to come up, if you know what I mean. That's
Kevin Peterson, or
no. It's because people think it's croquet.
Oh, okay.
And Alice in Wonderland, or Through the Looking Glass.
Oh yeah, of course, absolutely, yeah.
So this is absolutely the first reaction. Nobody really knows what cricket is. Some people do know croquet. And if you come from that background, and your first game is somewhat dull test, or a one day which you catch the middle of, where people are just nerdling, and you think, why? There are other things, you know, you don't have to.
But it's curious, isn't it? Because your first experience then was watching a very good one-day game.
But that was special.
But you've developed isn't quite the right word. Although, you know, purists like me who love Test cricket might say that. You've gone on to absorb the test.
I still very much prefer tests to everything else. I have, as we were discussing a bit in the green room, I have finally developed some kind of a taste for T20s in their 20th year of existence or thereabouts. You know, I used to just not watch that at all. Barely would watch the World Cup, and would just like IPL. I thought, nah, not for me. I don't know. It just, the theater of it, is unparalleled when it's good. Obviously, when it's bad, it's less unparalleled. But when it's good.
Do you find? I mean, I find it very disappointing these days when I look at, say, a series in South Africa where cricket has. I mean, South Africa might actually qualify for the World Test Championship, but you know, it's been kind of downgraded. They brought in this 20-over competition, and you see these empty stands, and that's kind of in vast contrast to what you saw in your first game. And I find it difficult to watch that cricket to a certain extent. I mean, do you feel the same, or do you need an atmosphere, or do you find it sort of intellectually stimulating enough?
I used to watch like if there was live cricket on TV, I would try to find it and I would try to watch it. These days, I've kind of downgraded it to only watching the teams I like, which is not just England, but it is primarily England.
Right.
But I would still watch if the match was good, but I am, it's not at the top of my list of concerns, frankly, but I am very concerned about where this is going. And I had a very sort of an out-of-body experience a year ago where there was an attempt to create an IPL-like competition for chess. So we all came to Dubai, I came to commentate, and a lot of players came to play. And because the people behind the competition have cricket background, it's sponsored by Indians, as is most things these days. And they invited some people as guests of honor, including Steve Waugh.
Oh, okay.
And I got to speak to him.
Right.
They invited me to sit in an interview, and then the main interviewer actually left and kind of left me there, and I spoke to him for 5 minutes on my own. And that was absolutely one of the questions I asked him, like how worried are you that the game we love is dying? And yeah, it's a major concern, because I don't want to live in a world where all we have left is the franchise leagues.
Yeah, no, I absolutely understand that. I mean, it's such a tricky one. I honestly feel that if all there was franchise leagues, I'd stop watching cricket. I think, I mean, I might watch the odd game, but
I kind of relate to that.
And cricket's been a massive part of my life, and so it would be a real wrench. It would be like, the example would be my mum, who was loved gardening and then got too ill to garden. And it's like, losing something like that's been so crucial. Now, it's interesting you talk about Steve Waugh. What does Steve Waugh make of a Russian chess master?
I don't think he really understood who I was.
Okay.
I think, and also it was the one case where I think my tendency to kind of downplay who I am and what I achieved as a player probably played a bit of a trick on me, because he asked me not exactly who I was, but there was an opportunity somewhere in that conversation to explain that I did achieve some things in my life, and I kind of said, I used to play a bit, and it was fine for him. Like he wasn't that interested. So if I'm not if I'm not willing to provide context, he's not going to beg me.
So you were too modest, really.
So I don't really know. I think he came away from it feeling that he spoke to some random person who claimed to be Russian, and
Do you think you were putting on an accent?
I really don't know. But for me, I mean, I grew up like my first proper like Ashes memories 2001.
Right.
So yeah, he forms an unreasonably large part of my kind of mental what's the word?
Space.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, I suppose it's an obvious question in one sense, but do you think your attraction to cricket, and particularly Test cricket, is related to your attraction to chess? I mean, is it because it's cerebral? I mean, is that...
Yeah, there's a little bit of that, and also I think it's maybe sort of coming from the other from the other direction. I think a lot of people think Test cricket is sort of way too long and nothing much is really happening, and it's kind of boring. And coming from a chess background where a game will on occasion last 7 hours and you're supposed to keep concentrating from the entire 7, you don't get a lunch break either. So this was never really particularly alien or challenging for me. I'm okay with long games. Obviously they don't go for 5 days, but the idea that something might take a very, very long time, and also that to an untrained eye maybe not very much is happening, those things don't bother me, because I mean, if you watch classical chess, there will be a picture of a person sitting in a chair,
right,
kind of barely moving, and then 20 moves later moving a piece one square, you know.
Yeah.
And if this is not for you, it's not for you. I'm not insisting it's great. It's really very much an acquired taste, specifically watching classical chess if you're not a professional. And this is why we're very much moving. Like, chess is moving in the same direction as cricket. Time controls are getting shorter. Classical chess is... The conversation about classical chess dying has been very much ongoing for the last 10 years. It's not really dying as such, but the conversation is sort of the same as with tests. So people are clamoring for more and more shorter time
sort
controls.
Of excitement in a way. Talking about that IPL linked tournament that you went to, I mean, what were the differences in that form of competition? I mean, was it you only had a certain amount of time to make a move, or what?
Yeah, of course it's rapid time control. Everything these days that has any kind of proper financial backing will be shorter time controls, apart from specifically the World Championship cycle, which is supposed to be the jewel in a crown and which is still played over a longer time control. But that has its own troubles because of its longer time control. Definitely as part of the reason the best player we have kind of quit the cycle.
Right.
And there is a World Championship match going on right now, which is contested by two people not named Magnus Carlsen, at least in part for that reason.
Right.
But yeah, it was a short time control, but it was also an attempt to recreate the kind of an IPL atmosphere. It's franchises, it's not national teams, but it is a team competition. So it's 6 people playing 6 people in every single match. They all wear colored jerseys, and there's an attempt to like do this whole kind of carnival atmosphere. The second one was actually in London in October, but obviously it has gone completely unremarked upon.
Well, that's quite interesting because I just noticed the other day on the local London news that sumo wrestling is coming back to London, and there's been quite a bit of publicity about that. But as you say, I don't remember any publicity about about this.
Here you go. But yeah, it's an attempt. Like the formula is, I mean, you can't just copy paste the IPL into chess. That will not work.
Right.
But as much of it that they could copy paste, they kind of did copy paste. They created a draft, which was not the kind of an IPL draft at all, because they had it's 6 teams of 6, so it's 36 players, and that pool was determined in advance, and you couldn't draft anybody outside of the pool. But within the pool, there was, as far as I can understand, there was kind of an actual drafting. Teams were choosing who to pick, and so they imported that. I mean, that's not just IPL, obviously, that exists in all the American sports as well. But so there was that, and also a lot of the people behind the production were Indian, and also their previous experience of producing anything was generally with cricket.
Right.
So I think the idea was pretty clear that this is what the direction that they're trying to push the game into. In case of chess, I'm not that alarmed, because I don't think I think if GCL succeeds, it's called Global Chess League. If GCL succeeds, it's going to be good for chess. I don't think we're not going to just suddenly sprout 15 of those all over the globe.
Yeah.
These are very specific people who are very much invested in making it succeed. But it will be a singular event. And if it's a singular event, the more chess the better. I'm very much in favor of trying new things.
Yeah.
But with cricket, there's one every second these days. There's currently something going on in 3 different places, I think.
Oh yeah. Well, there are 3 test matches starting. Well, no, actually one started.
No, test matches we don't mind. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, there's the Abu Dhabi T10s.
And I know. How do you? And actually, some big names playing in that.
Yeah.
And in fact, the major league in America, Pat Cummins was one of those who, eschewed coming over to England to play in the 100 to play in major league. And so,
you don't begrudge the players.
No.
I mean, financial stability is important, and as somebody who played the game professionally for 20 plus years, I very much appreciate the chance to actually earn enough to perhaps not, because with sports people, with chess is less clear cut, because first of all there is no immediate physical cutoff at which you're no longer capable of playing, and you can also seg into various things. But for athletes, you are done at 35 and you don't really have much in the way of profession, and if you haven't made enough, people die destitute, maybe not anymore, but they definitely have. And we should probably be addressing the super chats.
Yes, we should. There is a super chat from Ian Southcott West, sent us $10. I'm sorry if I've missed any other questions. It's just that it's so fascinating. I wish we had more time. Hi, Peter. How do you deal mentally with players who are very animated at the board and wear their emotions on their sleeves? Do you just ignore it? I have trouble focusing on the game instead of my opponent.
Well, yeah, I mean, the answer in the question there, it really is distracting, but I think you can, to a degree, train yourself just to not to look there. But, I mean, it's a legitimate question. It doesn't happen very much, because I think there is a certain level of decorum, in particular in high-level chess, where you're not really supposed to be particularly emotive at the board, with notable exceptions, like Garry Kasparov was very famous for facial expressions,
right?
And there are some current players as well who are quite well known.
Is there any sledging, or is that not allowed?
This is actually in the rules of chess. You are not allowed to speak to your opponent at all. So sledging is, I mean, there are some very once again, I don't know how much you want me to venture into the chess lore, but Viktor Korchnoi has had some. And those actually are kind of sledges. It's the closest I think chess has ever come to somebody who was sledging his opposition. And the most famous one that always gets repeated, but it is pretty good, was Viktor Korchnoi, who played 2 World Championship matches, losing both, but still one of the very few people who qualified for the World Championship match twice, and just an absolute all-round legend of the game. Mm-hmm. Very interesting life as well. He is actually an example of something I was talking about earlier. He continued being extremely competitive into his 70s.
Right.
Beat some very, very strong players aged like 73. So he was playing in an open tournament. I don't know exactly when that was, but he was probably like 60 plus, maybe even 70 plus by that point. And he was playing somebody much weaker than him. And his position is completely winning. But as is often the case, your opponent kind of still wants to prolong the suffering to a degree, yeah? And his opponent is thinking, and then Viktor looks up from the board and says, "Do you speak English?" The guy says, "Yes." And he is actually an example of something I was talking about earlier. He continued being extremely competitive into his 70s.
Right.
Beat some very, very strong players aged like 73. So he was playing in an open tournament. I don't know exactly when that was, but he was probably like 60 plus, maybe even 70 plus by that point. And he was playing somebody much weaker than him. And his position is completely winning. But as is often the case, your opponent kind of still wants to prolong the suffering to a degree, yeah? And his opponent is thinking, and then Viktor looks up from the board and says, "Do you speak English?" The guy says, "Yes." "Why don't you resign?"
Oh. But was he allowed to say that? I mean,
well, not really. But the guy did resign instantly. So
right.
The
intimidation.
You can say it worked. But apart from I mean, there's not really very much sledging going on in chess. And as returning to the question, ideally, first of all, this doesn't happen because it really is very distracting and is kind of frowned upon.
Right.
But if it does happen, you should, as much as possible, try to kind of ignore it. Yeah.
Do you think that it could come into the game? Is there a chance that would the boundaries be dropped, as it were, to a certain extent, to allow a little bit more needle in that respect, or not? You can't see that happening.
In some formats, like probably not in tournament play, but in exhibition play, kibitzing. I very much like kibitzing.
Right.
I don't do like straight. I'm not very good at trash talk, but I do like the light kibitzing during games, and you can definitely imagine it in some sort of more light-hearted events. But in proper tournament play, not anytime soon, I don't think, because the ideas of what the chess game looks like are so rigid in people's minds that I don't think this gets shifted anytime soon.
So how much of a sort of mental strain is it? I mean, not just, I mean, we were talking out in the green room, and you were talking about how it's changed, the game has changed from when you were younger. And I immediately said, oh, right, because you had to have so much more in your head when you were younger. I was just thinking that, because there are computers and technology that people would know a little bit more. But it's actually, there's almost too much information.
Yeah, there's absolutely the avalanche of information that began with the advent of database software and chess engines.
Yeah.
Which solve problems for you, it's difficult to overestimate. It's very much one of those where you have to run very fast to stand still these days type of situations.
You said there was something like 11 million games on
there's a thing called the mega database which comprises sort of the entirety of human knowledge, so to speak, and it or human practice at least. Like, people know more, but they keep it like the stuff you do as homework is not as well publicized, but the stuff that happened over the board between two people, there are now very good records of that. Pretty much everything is live the day it's being played. Even some relatively minor tournaments will have electronic boards which transmit everything.
Right.
And that particular database is now, I think, 11 point something million games long.
Which you could never...
Yeah, you're not supposed to, but
no.
The fact still kind of tells you something.
Is it easily searchable though? I mean, is it if there was something in particular that you wanted to know?
Yeah,
how
it is very easy.
You can sort of, a bit like Stats Guru on Cricket Info or something like that.
I struggle with Stats Guru.
No, me too. But that also sort of ties in with cricket, doesn't it? Because I mean, with technology, it's in all sports now. Data is such a big thing.
How much? I read about it, but I mean, I read Moneyball.
Right, I haven't read it.
Okay, you watched Moneyball, maybe?
I don't think I have actually. But anyway,
okay,
carry on.
But the thing is, and I mean, I've watched live baseball, and you don't need to. And Americans who think baseball is somehow better than cricket are delusional. But
I want that on our front page.
But baseball compared to cricket, I think, does a much better job of keeping track of all kinds of like cricket is a very stats-based game.
Yeah.
But compared to baseball, we haven't scratched the surface.
Yeah.
Like, misfields are not properly filed. I'm sure. I mean, some people do try, but there is not an acceptable, like, universal database which has all of this at your fingertips. Some enthusiasts, I'm sure, have some.
Well,
some version
it's only recently that you would get the thrower of a run out in cricket actually getting a credit in that. Yeah, so that's, if you go back.
So I wonder, my question to you is, like, how much data is, like, what are they using?
Well, I think they're using a lot of video. I think that's as much as anything. I have to say, I'm not in the know. I don't really know that much about it. I mean, I do remember Peter Moores, who was briefly was in charge of England at one point, and coached Nottinghamshire. I mean, he was kind of mocked at one point for his use of data.
Yeah.
And we were talking in the green room, weren't we? We were talking about how that feeds into the captain's job.
Yeah.
Because I was brought up on someone like Mike Brearley, who, to me, a great manager. He came back in the Ashes and got the best out of Ian Botham. And he went on to be a psychotherapist. And I think of him, the cricketers, and even in my own experience of captaining sides, you worked on intuition. You something happened. You would watch something, and you would get the opinion right. I don't need to bring on the fast bowler now, because actually, although this spinner is going for a few runs, I've seen enough in the batsman that suggests to me he's going to get out to it. So it's just sort of bits of intuition like that. And you were talking about a particular tweeter of Sundar now. We may not necessarily name him, but who just disparages this notion that captains actually do anything really. Is
yeah,
that right?
as far as I could understand the argument, sort of, if you look at the impact captaincy has on the on field, man management is unbelievably important. As somebody who played for teams all my life until very recent times, I am not going to say a single thing about disparaging thing about man management. This is a massively important part of any team sport, but specifically on-field decisions, I mean, there's definitely a school of thought out there which kind of puts serious doubt on the idea that it does very much, and that would be like very bad news for this current setup, because Stokes changes the field 6 balls and over.
That's right. That's what he said. I'm just going to check whether there are any more questions. Richard Milgate sent us another super chat. Says there were too many people.
Well, guys, welcome back. I'm in a sort of relaxing position because I'm just doing the jingles. We got a 3-man remote crew ready to bring you the opening half hour of the afternoon session. Afternoon, Richard.
Yes, hello. I'm the first of the remoters to turn up. I see Abby has just joined us. Nice to meet you. I think it's our first time on air together.
Yeah. It is. Hi, nice to meet you. For sure.
Nice to meet you. Where are you sitting?
Where am I sitting? I'm in my house in Brighton, actually, right
in
now.
Brighton? Okay, right.
Yeah.
But an India fan in England, I'm judging from the blue shirt and the stripes.
Yes, of course.
There you go. Very good. Okay, and Mess is jumping on shortly to do his usual with the socials. So just to fill everyone in on the first session, if I'm not mistaken, from the start of the 5th day until lunch, 49 runs were scored, which is not a lot, and 2 big wickets, only 2 wickets, but 2 big ones fell, those of KL Rahul and Shubman Gill. KL did not make it to the 100 mark, but Shubman Gill did, and that's where we're left. Heading into the last 2 sessions of the test match. What did you make of it, Abhi, so far today?
I don't know. I think it's been a England session, obviously, and my problem with this team is, I think one of them is going to lose their wicket early on in the session, and it's going to be England's session all over again. England's match, in fact, and that's what I fear.
Yeah, still 88 runs for India to get to make England bat again. I would agree it was England's session. They really had to work hard for those 2 wickets. I think if it had been, one of the big names and then Sundar, you might have argued it was India's session. But because it was those 2 very set batsmen, it was England that shaded it, and they're still well ahead in the matches. Archer comes in to start session 2, defended away by Washington Sundar on the leg side. So just to refresh everybody, Washington is fairly established now on 21 off 52 or 62 balls, I think it is. And Jadeja's just gone to the wicket. He still hasn't got off the mark after 4 balls, but as we know, he, as he showed us in the last test at Lord's, can certainly hang around. And this pair will be among India's last hopes, I would say, as Archer comes in Once again, over the wicket to the left-hander. That's a bad ball down leg side. No chance of getting bat on that. The diving Smith manages to field it. But there will, of course, be no run and no wides because this is a test match.
I'm sorry I'm late. I was actually making a cup of tea and didn't realise we were back.
I see you there with all the jerseys and jackets and hats on. Are we sub-zero in Western Australia? That's
no, it's not quite so cold today because it's raining.
Right, as Archer delivers one outside off stump this time, quite wide outside off stump, as left alone by Washington, who I would say has left quite well since arriving at the crease today. What do you reckon, Abhi?
Definitely. I mean, there's no doubt that he's actually technically great, and I would expect him to bat a little bit longer and probably score a little bit faster, but he has stayed in, grafted, and I'm quite happy with his performance right now.
As Archer comes into the aforementioned, who once again does leave as the graft goes on. I think the thing is, I mean, 88 at this rate of scoring is a long, long way.
Yeah.
And I don't think they can block out 2 sessions unless the rain comes. If they get ahead, even by a small margin, then it starts to get interesting. Someone's going to have to get them ahead, I think.
Yeah.
And score some runs at some point, which also raises the question, when does Pant come in? Because I'm assuming he's going to try and bat again. Did all right in the first innings. Let's just watch this ball. It's another one left alone. 3rd in a row from Washington outside off stump.
Yeah.
So do we think
Pant
will be in
any
next?
hope they may have had of the weather helping them seems to have disappeared. I don't think we're going to have any rain intervention at all.
Okay, well, let's just hope it strikes in the Belgian Grand Prix then to at least make that one interesting.
It's pissing down.
Ah, right. Well, if they delay the start by 10 minutes, it'll be fantastic because I can finish my commentary stint and then watch that as yet another one is left alone. Much fuller this time from Archer, but Washington wants nothing to do with it. 223 for 4. How's life in the social cave?
Very quiet. Everybody's still eating their pastries for lunch, except for Bernard Murray, who says Messi drinks. Jez drinks Earl Grey. He's posh. Actually, I hate Earl Grey. It's like drinking fucking perfume. I do not like it.
Yeah, there's a funny old spice that it starts with B, isn't it? That goes into Earl Grey. Derived from orange.
Belladonna?
I don't think it's Belladonna. I did know this once. The frustrating thing about getting old is you learn things, and then you think, I've learned a thing. I know the thing, and then you forget them.
Well, when you're as old as I am, there's an awful lot more to forget.
So it gets worse, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, I have to say the YouTube screen is a little disturbing because it's got Abby's face very happily there in Brighton, but he's underneath him Hendo's delicious legs in shorts.
So this is what happens when we have a 4-way YouTube madness.
Yes.
Zoom call, sorry.
Yes.
Okay, well, it's not often that we get an all-remote session. It's certainly a first for me. But I think we're doing right as it's going to be Dawson. So we got spin straight after lunch. Jadeja comes forward and defends. It is not defensive as far as the field is concerned. We have a short leg, we have a silly mid-off, we have a leg slip, and we have a slip. Perfect square around the batsman as Dawson's in again to Jadeja, who has a drive at this one, and although there must be a lot of space out there, he's managed to find the one field. They're in the covers, so there'll be no run.
Bergamot. Thank you, Kate Eleanor and Joy Grover.
That's what I was thinking. I knew it started with a B.
See, our audience know everything.
And that's going to be a single out into the offside, just gently played to bring Jadeja off the mark. Where do you stand on T, Abby? Earl Grey fan or anything else?
You're asking the wrong person, Richard. I'm Indian. I like my masala chai. So
very traditional.
I'm traditional, very traditional. I've never dabbled into Earl Grey or any other chamomile, whatever the other flavors are.
I still think I'm asking the right person because you produce so much tea in India. Which is drunk by all the with such passion by all the English, and they have the many varieties, but you're
I thought
sticking
it was
with the
produced in
masala.
Yorkshire. Yorkshire tea.
There's no run there as Washington plays it away, and it's fielded by square leg. What can he do as the over draws towards an end? This is just brought it away on the leg side. Hands on head.
Next thing I know, you're going to tell me that English breakfast tea isn't grown in England.
You know, have you heard of Assam tea?
Yeah.
It's not from Assamshire.
Oh, dear.
Last ball of the over from Dawson. Now it's full, it's driven, but it's fielded by the bowler. 224 for 4, and it is the end of the over. Yes, 91 gone. Anything coming on the socials?
Indeed. Eric J says Yorkshire tea is grown on the Highveld. Andrew Kilsel's with us. He says, hi there, you guys, and I think England will win the test match and take a draw in the next test match. One thing I do think, unless the weather gets involved, I think there will be a result in the last test match. Somebody will fall in a great big heat. England don't have a great record in dead rubbers, and India will still have something to prove. So I wouldn't be surprised to see India win the next one, whoever ends up being victorious today.
Well, assuming England win today, that's a fair comment. If somehow it's a draw today,
yeah.
I mean, the other way you can look at the last test is all the bowlers are broken. These teams are knackered now. Everyone's hobbling around and clutching at various muscles as Archer continues. It's short outside off stump. Jadeja cuts it away into lots of vacant space on the offside, but doesn't quite time it. As Duckett chases after that, and they will get back for a total of 3 runs to take the score on to 227 for 4. Yeah, I think what happens
Rishabh's a huge loss for India in the next test. I mean, he's the third highest run scorer in this series. That's a big gap to fill, isn't it?
Mm-mm. Yeah, definitely, and he's the one guy who could push the pace on, which will bring me on to my next question. So Archer comes in around the wickets. It's erring on the leg side. Washington will pick up, I'd imagine 2 here, as I think it's Wokes there that does the fielding after a bit of a chase. So runs starting to come, which is great for India's prospects, as we were talking about. Abhi, where do you reckon Pant will be actually coming in on this innings?
I think straight after this wicket. I wouldn't want to delay his entry any longer, because if he delayed any longer, there's a loss. There's a possibility we might lose even more wickets. So bring him in, see what happens, because that's the best you can do right now.
There's going to be a boundary, I reckon. This is just nicely timed through mid-on by Washington Sundar, and the runs are really, really coming in this over from Archer. Yeah, absolutely. Pant showed in the last over that in the previous innings that he can still bat a bit despite broken foot. And on the one hand, he's got a proper technique and should be able to defend if he sets his mind to it. And on the other hand, he can also accelerate that scoring even more and just get India into that safety zone as soon as possible. So Archer continues around the wicket again. It's just angled down the leg side, but Washington can't place it, so there'll be no run there. Fielded at mid-wicket. The deficit's come down to 78 now after that flurry of runs.
Yeah, Washington is actually looking pretty good at the moment. And Jadeja, after his rush of blood from the first ball, is settling down.
As there's a dot ball there with England on full attack. Washington just defends on that one. Full attack in terms of 4 slips and a gully. Also a leg slip, I think I spotted there, hovering in the background. So really trying to go in for the kill here, England, before they, worst case scenario, have to start think about thinking about defending runs. If somehow a batsman does get away with India into a lead later on in the afternoon, doing the right thing, I think, really pushing for victory at this point. There's going to be an easy single here into the covers. Washington just pushes it away. Archer not causing too much difficulty for the left-handers at this stage.
I think because Jadeja was dropped, I think on the penultimate ball of the last over before lunch, I think it might just cause Stokes to bring on Archer a few times again, just because he's created a half chance for England, maybe. But I don't know. I think he should come. I think he should change his angle a little bit.
Yeah.
Because if he's, wasn't he going over the wicket for Washington and round for Jadeja?
One to keep an eye on. That's not one I've been looking at closely. Well, whatever's caused him all that success against left-handers, which is well documented, would be the smart things to pursue. So let's keep an eye on that. But he's been around so far since lunch, mostly with Sundar on strike. Washington tries to pad up to this one. It has ended up rolling all the way down to the boundary. It's missed pretty much everybody, and gone for 4 byes.
Bernard Morris says, I'll be watching England versus Spain final tonight. Hopefully the missus will mansplain the rules to me. Well, I suspect, Bernard, she's got a bit of catching up to do, hasn't she?
That's football, isn't it?
Yeah.
UA for this or that. Actually, Washington may be reasonably lucky he didn't get a glove on that as he left that one outside off stump. Here's Dawson again to him. Rolling quite quickly since lunch. Very flat, actually, as well. This one's squirts out in the offside, and Washington will get himself off strike.
I think the important thing, Bernard, is to ask her how VAR works. Which will keep you busy for a long time.
Dawson once again, that's wide outside. Jadeja steps all the way over and then performs an elaborate leave. Make sure he gets his pads in the way of any potential turn, but that would have had to have been a ball of the century to turn into his stumps. So Dawson not quite finding the turn there. It is day 5. There are some patches. Can he land on one? That one's given a little bit more air, a little bit slower, which allows Jadeja just to push it out towards Archer at mid-on. And they've got 1 run there. Let's see how Dawson can finish up this over. He's varied his pace a little bit so far. Will he give it a bit more of a toss-up now? No, we're back to the flat stuff that isn't turning much. It's just defended away into the offside. Behind square, however, by Washington. Sundar has got a determined look about him right now.
I think Dawson's hitting the foot marks way better this time around. Not much spin, but at least he's getting closer.
Compared to before lunch, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, as if he can just get one to do something, it'll sow a seed of doubt in the batsman's mind. This one draws Washington way forward, and he defends, and that concludes the over. 240 for 4. Did we miss out on any other socials, Nessie?
We just got a little few in. Eric says to Bernard, don't ask her about the offside rule, you missed the match. Farong says, Gill, Kale, Rahul and Punt around 1,800 runs in this series. Batting isn't an issue. Jadeja is classified as an all-rounder, but will be 37 in December. Washington again picked as an all-rounder. Andrew Kill says, I give the cricket community a 10 out of 10 for a great cricket team in the world, and it's nice to see the people on my phone. Oh, we love being here for you, Andrew. Farong says, IPL mode is select the team with all-rounders as such, no outright spinners as such, too much IPL bias, and Big Ears Gambier is a useless red ball coach but buddy of Jay Shah. Yeah, well, maybe.
So Archer round the wicket to Jadeja, just tucks him up a little bit there, but he manages to keep it down. And it pops out towards the bowler on the leg side. And he'll live to fight another day. India still
panoramic
3 reviews
view
remaining.
Yes, the panoramic view shows the cloud's still very high, so it's looking good unless the light descends at some stage. There's 60 overs left, including this one.
Oh, right, that's quite a lot still. Quite a lot of overs to go as Archer continues, floats it up and full. Jadeja accepts the invitation and drives it past mid-on, and he'll gather himself one of these.
Shot.
Well, I really like it when Jofra Archer settles on a line and length. I think wickets will come when he does that. But so far since lunch, not happening. This one was just over-pitched on the legs and beautifully timed, and all he had to do was beat mid-off there. Archer's having a chat about something, either with himself or with his teammates, but I think that ball got the treatment it deserved.
Yeah.
Here he is still around the wicket. Oh, this is a narrow, tight lead from Jadeja. But it does miss his off stump.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, I guess there is a sense in which Archer does deserve a little bit of luck after that catch went down before lunch. Obviously a very tough chance for Joe Root. But the bowler had earned the edge from a good delivery. He didn't get his rewards on that occasion. Will he get some luck in the next few deliveries? And here he comes again. Around to Jadeja. Also leg side. This time it's just dropped away towards mid-on. There'll be time for the batsman to scurry a single.
Just to let you know, the formation lap is being done behind the safety car, but I don't think they're going to have a rolling start.
Well, maybe they'll just do the entire race behind the safety car. They did that a couple of years ago and declared a result after.
Yeah.
Well, Jofra Archer, I think, is he persisting around the wicket? Yes, he is. So safe to say he's doing so for both batsmen. He just plays those soft hands, which he's also done well since coming to the wicket earlier today. Making sure the bat is angled down as it ends up in the cordon, but with absolutely no danger to the batter. One to go this over. Just on the reviews of who knows if it'll become important later, but England absolutely 0 left, and India have all 3.
They made a couple of pretty poor calls, actually.
Yeah, certainly a couple of desperate ones. This one does beat Washington, really squares him up. Archer lets him know all about it. He's having a good old word. That one was up at 87 miles an hour, whistled past the outside edge, but India still are 4 down with 245 on the board, trailing by 66.
Farang says, apparently the women's football match has extended opening hours for Bath. If it goes to penalties, the sun might be rising in the UK by the time it's decided.
Where are they playing?
That's a good question.
They're playing Spain.
Yeah. I gather in the semi-final, the penalty shootout was an absolute shit show. Is that probably the technical word for it?
What could make a penalty shootout such?
Apparently a lot of misses.
Oh, okay, so it went on for ages. I see. Okay, yeah. Well, Abby, you said it was taking place in Spain, the tournament?
No, sorry. I said they were playing Spain.
They're playing against Spain, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's Dawson again, continuing. There's a big attempted drive by Jadeja. And I tell you what, it ends up behind his heels and behind the crease. One of those where he can be thankful it didn't end up clattering onto the stumps. That one got it right up there and into a bit of a grey patch outside the batsman's off stump. It invited the drive, but it also beat the inside edge, so things are getting interesting from a spin against Jadeja perspective. This one is a bit shorter and quicker. Jadeja just gets his arms out of the way and wears it on the body.
Switzerland, apparently.
Oh, right. Well, you'd expect they'd start that one at a nice, sensible, efficient time and very punctually. but finishes can't be accounted for.
It starts at 5 p.m. British time.
So it's Dawson in again to Jadeja, who whips it away on the onside. And there's another of those many England misfields. I believe Cass is once again the culprit. And they're going to snatch a run that really shouldn't have been. Some dodgy fielding over the last couple of days from England, Abby.
Yeah, it's not something you'd expect at a professional level, but sometimes we do come across these blips.
Especially if you're going to get a tongue lashing from Ben Stokes, you'd be on your best behaviour. But England have been caught napping a few times. This one's just defended up by Jadeja on the offside. I think Cass missed one. Was it yesterday as well? And we've seen Archer misfield a couple today again.
It hasn't been great, has it?
No,
Red
and
flag,
it's
by
been.
The way.
Oh, fine. It really has been just random ground fielding with no particular challenge involved that England missed. Anyway, this one goes to Archer, who does field it properly this time. And
mind you, Root dropped Jadeja. So
he did, but that was a tough one. He will be angry that he didn't manage to pouch it, but it was absolutely flying and came above his head at first slip. Yeah. And this one is edged past first slip, who is chasing after it at great speed, and it isn't Joe Root, it's Harry Brook. He does manage to haul it in, so they get a couple. That was a genuine edge there. Encouragement for Dawson as he completes his over.
A half chance, the first one of this session, I guess.
Zippy Tuna says 5 of the 14 penalties were made between England and Sweden. God, that's pretty poor. Eric J says, Richard got the Everton blues?
This is not Everton, no. I'll give you all a clue. There's a Viking on the front of this shirt, and the sponsor is North Link Ferries. So I'm very sure that our social sleuths out there will be able to solve that before the end of this.
A Norwegian team, I presume, then.
Warm.
Danish?
You're warm. A little cooler.
Better Murray says men will be booking late night appointments with the dentist to avoid watching tonight's final. I have to say I'd rather have my teeth pulled out than watch it.
So Archer into Jadeja, and this one is turned away on the leg side, but straight to mid-wicket. No run. So is it just the quality of football that's upsetting people in this tournament in general? What's all the fuss about?
No idea. Zippy says it's been a fun tournament. I haven't watched any, but I don't follow football.
No, yeah, quite right. Rightly said. But there'll be plenty in our chat who know what this is all about. So Archer continues to Jadeja. This one's a little bit shorter. He defends it off the hip. He won't get a run for his efforts. I think that one
says, isn't it time for Stokes to have a bowl? He's a partnership breaker and has been one of our best bowlers. I think Stokes is almost broken.
Yeah, I saw him before lunch starting to throw it in underarm from out on the ring. So I think what he did was, I think he bowled while he was still warm and while he knew he could, because he knew if he'd stopped, that would be it. I suspect we won't see him again. This one is a pretty poor delivery down leg side. Jadeja manages to pick out square leg with his glance shot. England will certainly want Stokes to be able to bowl as he did this morning, again this afternoon, but it's not looking good on that. And he may well feel that he's not even going to make it to the Oval as a bowler, and just took the chance to kind of eke everything he could out of his body this morning. And he got a big wicket, so good that he did. Jadeja faces up to Archer. This one is down leg side again. And that had strangle written all over it, actually. But Jadeja doesn't try to tickle that one. lets it go, gets the hands out the way.
David Durrell says Messi follows clay pigeon shooting, judging by that outfit. Somebody accused me of needing a shotgun to go with it so I could chase the poachers off my estate.
This is Fuller from Archer. It's driven away, quite square on the onside, but Jadeja, there's a figure there. No run.
David also says, why are we looking at a pair of legs? Well, they're Hendo's legs. He's in the jingle chair, and he's very generously allowing us to watch his legs at the same time as we three are on. I think
that comes for free, by the way, everybody.
Yeah.
You don't even have to super chat for that one.
Well, you could super chat to have them covered up, I suppose.
That's a fine idea. This is a better length from Archer, but still misdirected. Jadeja's going to pick up an easy one off the hip into the leg side, as the theme of rampant leg side bowling continues in this series. So that concludes the over. 251 for 4. 60 is the deficit. I think we'll have one more because I don't see any signs of life.
Bernamori says Gorilla Cricket has a crotch camera, and Eric J says knobbly knee competition still running.
I think any amount of super chat to end that.
Although I don't know if Hender's actually listening. Fluffy says, dozed off. Hurry the fuck up, England. And Zippy sends us a super chat of $2.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Which proves that Hendo is on the ball, although the jingles are very loud at the moment, Hendo. I don't know if you can turn them down a bit. And he sends us $2 in support of those fine legs. There you go, Hendo. You are appreciated.
Yeah, well, we're going to get into a bidding war now.
Rex shaved them.
$2 gets a continuation of legs now. $5 might get you a cover-up, and so on. Dawson carries on. Jadeja's going to help himself to an easy single out on the leg side there, just working it away. So any final thoughts, Abby, as we prepare to end our commentary stint? Is this going to get exciting?
I hope it does, but it's day 5. I'm hoping for a draw.
Yeah.
So,
probably India's best chance, but a draw could be very exciting, couldn't it?
Yeah. Hoping for a draw, hoping these two bat at least until 5 o'clock.
Yeah,
maybe.
If there is a draw, it probably won't be a dull one, because by that stage India would have to be in front, and the dynamics will get interesting. That one has just worked away into the leg side. No run there. Dawson is tweaking his field now. Who's moving where? He's still got all those close in fielders. Actually, looks like he's got 5 around the bat now, and mid-wicket is coming in very close as well. So things are getting funky. There's actually one fielder in the outfield on the offside, just one in the covers, and only 2 in the outfield on the leg side. This one is a good ball, and Jadeja comes forward defending it. So on the television screen where you can see the pitch and all the close-in players, there are a total of 6 fielders in sight, disregarding the wicketkeeper. Plenty going on. This one beats the inside edge, doesn't it? Hands on heads for Dawson.
Dawson's much more challenging now than he was before lunch, it seems to me.
Yeah, he's figured out his length rather than line.
Absolutely, he is. So
my God.
Yeah. That one played very late, bounces up into the keeper's gloves, and everyone knew that was probably not far away from the stumps as it did so. And this one is smashed past the bowler, gets a little bit full this time, does Dawson. It's a straight drive for 4.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
And where do you change at the end of this over?
Yeah, just waiting for some. I'm guessing Hendo is on the talking schedule.
Hender's on summary, Will's on messages, and Jason is on ball by ball.
Jason is perhaps in studio? Or?
He's coming.
He's in studio, then he's definitely coming. There we are. Okay, this one is just an easy push away outside the off stump. All he needed to do was time it into that empty field. But the one man who was out there has possibly hauled it in. That is Chris Wokes, right on the boundary with the dive. And they're probably going to be having a look at this.
Yeah, I imagine they will. I can't believe he's... I know he knocked it back, but I can't believe he's actually...
Yeah.
Contacted the sponge.
A very good effort, because I was describing the fall. and Wokes showed there's still some life in those legs.
Yeah. Certainly I couldn't run that fast. Oh, before you go, we need to know about your shirt. Somebody suggested Shetland Football Club.
And that somebody is absolutely right.
That's Hugh Sheridan.
Yeah, and it's not a club. It's it is a national team, but doesn't really play in international competition. It plays in funny things like the Island Games. Well,
it couldn't really be a national team if Shetland isn't a country, I wouldn't have thought.
Well, there is that. but then Wales isn't a country.
Well,
we might be getting into sticky territory now. I mean, it's complex in the UK. And with that,
quick watch your head
to the next
All right, see you guys.
See you later.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
Welcome, Will.
Is Will there?
He is.
Hiya.
Hey,
Nice,
Will.
Messi.
You're on the socials now. Are you okay with that? Oh, not really.
Yeah, absolutely fine.
Okay.
Did we get up to the point where Zippy had done a super chat?
Yeah, I think that's the last one, more or less. Yep.
Okay.
Archer's going to continue. He's had a fairly good spell since lunch, Hendo.
Yeah, it's been really great Test cricket.
Round the wicket, and that's angled down the leg side. That's worked nicely around the corner. It's going to take a single to Dawson, who's out there and throws the ball in a bit of vim after that last over where he almost crept through Jadeja's defences.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate these last two balls. I mean, it was a good shot for the boundary down the ground, but it's a poor ball for the...
he was overcorrection. He was at too full and then too short, and got picked off on both occasions. Anyway, Sundar it is now, who's batted very nicely for his 32 so far. He looks the part, Sundar. He looks very composed, very correct. Doesn't try and play outside of his comfort zone. And again, that's on his hip, and that's played to mid-wicket, where smartly fielded by Ollie Pope, with all the gear on, and some idea, as he gets the ball in and out of his hands quickly to Smith, prevents a run. It's 261 for 4. They only trail by 50 now, India. Getting to the point where every run will soon start to count double.
Yep.
And at the moment, England need some kind of inspiration. That's short again by Archer, and dropped nice into the leg side. Archer goes to field the ball himself, has a shot at the bowler's end, but Sundar is well in.
Yeah, I mean, England have been, I wouldn't say over-attacking in this little half hour since lunch, but they've pulled out the stops to a certain extent. I mean, some people might be surprised that Dawson has bowled again, but he has got a bit of help from those footholds. He's got two left-handers out there, and Archer's been bowling, well, he's either bowling really well or he's bowling on leg stump and being put away for a few runs.
The crucial point is going to happen in the next 5 to 10 minutes, I think, when they have to think about whether changing the bowling. That's dropped into the leg side again and by Jadeja, and taken a single is taken. Archer must be finishing his spell sometime soon.
Yeah.
And I would expect Bryden Cast to come on.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Bryden Cast hasn't bowled yet, and the ball will be getting softer. 17 and a half overs old now. I thought I saw Chris Wokes warming up again, so it may not be Bryden Cast. Maybe Bryden Cast is today's injury victim.
The other question is, how long do they persist with
Dawson
at the other end, and whether Stokes is going to bowl again. Anyway, here comes Archer. That's a good ball on a good length, attacking the stumps, and Washington just gives it the due respect and just drops the bat on it.
And I think the question is I think you keep going with Dawson now for a little while because he's got the two left-handers out there.
Yeah.
And if he's going to get something to jump outside their off stump, that's his best chance of a wicket on this particular pitch.
He's going to make them play more balls than the pace bowlers, I think. Therefore, on the law of numbers, you say you're going to get more opportunities as a result on this pitch. And that's, again, angled in and worked to the leg side by Sundar. That's the end of the 98th over. India 263 for 4, trailing by just 48.
Will?
So Bear says Dawson is bowling far too fucking straight. He needs to drift it into that wide second patch a little shorter. I'm not happy. When is the Bear ever happy?
That's true.
No.
He should be happy today. He's not in the studio today.
That's true. That's true too. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah. To which Zippy says, "Don't make the Bear mad. You don't want. You don't like it. You won't like him when he's mad."
No, he'll go green and start ripping clothes off and all sorts.
Oh, we don't want that.
Yeah.
No, he'll go full Bruce Banner. That's the Hulk.
Oh, is it?
And we are going to have a change of bowling.
I just realised you don't like superheroes, so.
No, I'm not a big.
And it is going to be the guy that we mentioned literally last over.
Yeah. This man.
Stick your hopes of victory up your broadcast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the Brighton comes a calling, all your fools will be falling. Stick it all right up your Brighton cast.
And the first ball is short, and Jadeja stands up to its full height, plays at the top of its bounce, down through the gully point area to the man on the boundary, and takes an easy single. Very much a loosener for that first ball.
It's tricky, isn't it? But I would have kept Dawson on personally. I would have put Carse on at the other end, although
so would I.
Maybe he wants to bowl at this end. I mean, you've got other options.
And that is a better adjustment, but it's angled in and worked to the leg side where there's wide open spaces to take an easy single.
I have to say that I think by bowling round the wicket to the left-handers, I know that's the modern thinking. You're angling it in, you're taking it away. It's not really moving, and they're bowling too much in at the legs, and there's plenty of runs to be picked off, and they have been picked off. And I don't quite understand it. Get it onto off stump.
There's nothing wrong with this as a tactic of bowling around the wicket, but no, you should also bowl over the wicket just to make them change their setup, change their line. And Jadeja just pushes the ball into the ground, into the offside, thinks about a single for a while, but is quickly disabused of that notion by Washington, and does a swift U-turn and return to his crease.
And you have to say that if India get out of this with a draw,
it'll be a great defensive batting effort.
Well, it will be, but it'll also England going to have to look at their catching, aren't they?
Look at their catching and probably look at their tactics a little bit. That's short and rising and defended well by Jadeja, who gets on top of that and knocks it straight into the ground.
I was thinking, that apart from Root going to second in the run scoring rankings, he's not rankings but list. He also went to the top of the slip catching or test catching
last test
in the last test. I wonder what his record would be if he hadn't dropped as many as he has.
Well, we haven't mentioned actually that there must be a time surely where they press the gamble button and bowl Root for a while against two left-handers. That's rising wide of off stump and left alone. No, he has a habit of breaking partnerships, and this partnership has been growing for some time.
Yeah, the thing about Root is that he can't really use the footholes, can he? And there isn't turn apart from out of the footholes or bounce really.
Well,
but I take your point. It's not a bad idea.
Well, as a right arm bowling round, he get bowls from much wider on the crease than a left armer bowling over, and therefore the ball is angled in more, and he does spin the ball, so he might get some purchase on a slightly different angle. This is full and straight and just punched down the ground by Jadeja. Can't beat the man at mid-off. That's the end of the 99th over, and it's India 265 for 4.
Will.
Just by the way, I think I see Root as a sort of a maintainer, not a changer, if that makes sense. So Bernard Maury says, Fluffy, those fishnets will look good with Hendo's high heels. I don't know, have I missed something there?
They've been looking at his little hairy legs.
I read something that says something about his fine legs, and then I thought to myself, well, we've got some fine legs, but we've got no long legs. Here we go.
And as if by magic, I seem to have summoned a bowler into the attack.
You have. You brought him on.
This my pitch, turned into hair like a pick, but a massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Clearly, Ben Stokes and I are like that, and we are synced at the mind at the moment.
Well, let's see if he can do anything. Let's see if it will turn off the straight.
Did turn, it straightened, but very gentle loosener really by Root. Well pitched, and Sundar just plops a bat onto that into the offside. With an SS on his bat, presuming he's sponsored by them. Again, very floaty by Root to start off with. He's certainly taken the pace off. That just dribbled into the leg side, short of mid-on. Plenty of time for him to take an easy single.
Yep.
Now, I wonder whether Jadeja will allow him to bowl this slow and this unthreatening, or whether or not it'll tempt him to drive over the top.
Well, I've said that Jadeja is, I think, the best player of spin bowling in this team. The way he uses his feet is phenomenally good.
Anyway, he's facing now. Root in, and that's defended very nicely by Jadeja. That ball is on the stumps and just hit straight into the ground to short leg.
I wonder if the Root's just a little bit too slingy.
Well, I'm waiting for the quick ball because you get
the bouncer.
He does have that one in his armoury, the round armour. But at the moment, he's bowling definitely to a plan to take the pace off and allow the ball to turn, as that's guided out to the short cover for a no run. And coming up to the 100th over being completed, trailing just by 45. There it is. There's the tempter. It's driven straight to Stokes, and Stokes misfields at short cover, allowing the single. And he's got another thing to complain about now, with a little wrap on his finger, on his bowling hand. It would be Ben Stokes if he's not complaining about some part of his body being injured at some point.
I think he just couldn't get down to that. I think he's so stiff that he couldn't. That's why I caught the end of his finger.
Last ball of this 100th over. Root. That's a bit more round arm and defended by Washington. Single off the over, and that is 100 overs done.
I think he's just a bit too full in that over, I'm afraid. Didn't really give it a chance to do too much. Will?
Fluffy says Samantha would look good in fishies. I think he's
right. Sven would look even better.
Bernard Maury says Supertramp's back. Alistair Breda says Bumrah.
Is that it?
Eric J says, yeah. Eric J says Jason's shirt reminds me to wash my to mop my bathroom floor, which I quite like. And then Fluffy says, don't you have a maid, Eric? If he does, good for him, I guess.
You're not missing any play, by the way, because Jadeja is gesticulating at something that's annoying him behind the bowler, I think.
Oh, fab.
So,
and then
and now he wants a drink or something. But yeah, this is more time going out of the game.
Well, there's 53 overs down to be bowled.
Apparently it's a man with a red hat who's been asked to take his hat off. Well, he must have really good eyesight to see him, because I wouldn't be looking anywhere near there. So anyway, Jadeja's ready now. Cast comes in. That ball is full, and Jadeja defends. and there is no run.
Well, I'm getting a little bit worried that we're not going to see more Stokes. He may have seized up now, because
he looks very stiff, didn't he?
Yeah, and I feel like the only one who's going to break this partnership, I feel, is either him
or Dawson.
Or Dawson, yeah. Dawson needs to get through at least one of these to open the gap a little bit, and Rishabh may come in, another left-hander. After that, it's down to the quicker bowlers.
Short, wide, cramps Jadeja slightly, but he plays it nicely enough through gully to the third man on the boundary. Takes a single, who is Dawson.
He's been a real thorn in the side, hasn't he?
Jadeja, he's had a magnificent tour. He's contributed with either the bat or the ball pretty much in every test.
Yep.
And let's not forget all the work he's done at third man, chasing balls and whazzing it back with his strong left arm throw.
Whazzing it is a good description.
Cars running in, giving it full effort, and that ball is check driven out to mid off.
You just don't see where England are going to get a wicket once, and it's not just England but also
once
India.
The ball goes soft.
Once at 20 overs of the new ball, you feel like that's it, don't you? Really?
I mean, it's like you're watching a kookaburra rather than a Duke's ball. Really, it's very odd. I mean, they have complained about these balls not being quite as hard this year than they were in previous years, and they are a natural product, and there will be changes to them, a natural variation. That ball is knocked into the leg side, and mid on trots around, fields it, and a single is taken.
I mean, I suppose we'll get to the point where we get to 5:30 and they might shake hands, or is it 6 o'clock now? I don't know.
Well, I think England will go for as long as reasonably possible.
Oh, well, yeah.
By that point, if they are India are still batting, there will be
a good few runs ahead.
75 runs ahead at the minimum.
Yeah. A bit disappointing for England.
I still think you could get 75 runs in 10 overs if you wanted to. That is wide outside off stump, and Jadeja just leans forward and lets it go through. Watches it through to Jamie Smith. 269 for 4 India, trailing by just 42. I mean, there's no urgency really in India's performance. They are just taking what is offered and what is available safely at the moment.
Yeah, and if you think about it, the wickets that we've had today, one that kept really low to get Rahul, and then a poor shot really from Shubman.
Yep. Cars, last ball, pushed to point by Jadeja. There is no run. That completes the 101st over. He's on 27 off 44, so he's still scoring, still at a reasonable clip. Washington is playing the anchor role. He's on 36 off 93, Will.
Bernard asks if I use Head and Shoulders or any other like shampooing.
Okay.
Yeah, I do, obviously, but
is that flyaway hair you've got?
Well, I'm suffering massively with the humidity. If I took my headphones off, I'd go full Sideshow Bob, and it would just go.
Oh, really?
You'd have full kinky afro.
Yeah, I really do kind of suffer with the humidity.
God.
But yeah.
Well, as a man who is follically challenged, I am slightly envious of your luxuriant locks.
Well, thank you very much.
But again, they have a problem, just of a different type. Root to continue, and that is slow and turns very slightly to straighten from round the wicket, and Washington just watches it go past to Smith. I think Root needs to change it up a little bit, at least bowl one quicker ball every over, just to keep him awake. Oh, and that's a better ball. That's a much better ball. I think he's found the pace now of this wicket. That ball has a bit more round arm. It's pitched on the stumps. It's straightened and lifted. And Washington's done very well not to get a bat on that. Withdrawing the bat as he did.
There's some serious revs on that one, isn't there?
I mean, that's turned and bounced, and Washington's looking at it saying, where did that come from, Joe Root? And the next ball is again floated up very amiably outside off stump. And they Did they take a single? No, they didn't take a single. Yes, they did take a single.
I suppose the question is that just going to be the odd one, or is he going to be able to get more of those? Because it's pretty unplayable if it does that.
Yeah, I think he needs to try one more this over at least, just to see if that's a lucky one. That one turned out the bowler's footmarks, but it's too wide at the moment. The bowler's footmarks are just too wide to tempt the batsman into play. And Jadeja is no fool, he knows that. And just watches it go by. Rooted again. There's that quicker ball that's more round arm. That one didn't turn, but Jadeja was well on top of it anyway. It was a bit too full.
Yeah, it was too full. That was the big difference, wasn't it? And it was a little bit more down to the leg side.
Root. Last ball this over. Again, that's a better ball. Round arm, but it's a bit shorter than the previous ball, and Jadeja just defends that comfortably, and that's the end of the 41st over.
Bernard's getting excellently political. He says England should pick Starmer. He can spin anything. Agreed. Well, he just lies. And then Farong says sometimes thinking outside of the box, not the protective one, needs to be brought into play. It's time for an international bowling debut.
We know where he's going with this. Farong, I know the humidity's getting to you, but maybe give him an over at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, why not? I mean, it would shut Farong up. That would be good.
Well, would it shut him up, or would it just make him more excited and want more?
I think the tuk-tuk mafia have got the fix in.
If you give, you give them an inch and all that.
Indeed.
Cars, short, rising, but underneath the eyes, Washington, who's very tall, plays that and defends easily into the offside.
Just to make a point about the footholes and the fact that we're saying, well, Root has to bowl too wide to really hit those footholes, and that is exactly why umpires
force players to go bowl wider.
Yeah, they don't like them running on the pitch, because if you can get it much closer, then he's a spin bowler later in the game has got a much better chance.
Full, almost a Yorker length by Cars, and that's punch driven up to Jofra Archer, who makes a sprawling dive at mid-on, and there is no run. Something which I think we'll be saying a lot more during the course of the rest of the day.
It's getting that way, isn't it? And the ball, as the ball gets softer, but you've just got to hope from an England perspective to make the game interesting that
something is going to misbehave
will happen. Yeah.
Cars with a big gather and a big leap, and the ball is rising but played nice and neatly. Rough is hit by Washington Sundar into the leg side, and that is fielded on the boundary by
Jacob Bethel,
who's on for somebody, possibly Stokes. We haven't seen Stokes for a while.
It's Joe Root. It's Joe Root, actually.
Will he come straight out and bowl the next over?
Has he gone into Brendan to get a bit of advice, I wonder?
Short and rising and defended into the offside by Jadeja to point. There's a lot of effort going in by Cars here, but not a lot of result. This pitch is somewhat moribund for him.
Yeah, I feel like that's happened to Cars a lot in this series. He's putting in a lot of effort, but getting almost nothing from these pitches. I mean, he had that really good evening at Lord's, and it just came together, but that was with a new ball, wasn't it? Or fairly new ball.
Coming in again. Oh, and that one nearly snuck through Jadeja. He was just a little bit late on that, and that ball squirted through his legs, almost playing a nutmeg shot to square leg, but there is no run.
I mean, that was down in pace from the previous delivery, according to the speed gun, but it seemed quicker.
Well, I think it was just the perception was he was late on the ball.
He was late on it.
So probably he didn't sight it quite as early as he would have done on other balls. And probably nothing to do with the pace, and more with
with his reactions. 86, it wasn't particularly slow.
He's been up at 88 twice in this over.
Last ball of the over. Oh, that's close, but I think that's hit the inside edge of the bat onto the pad. Big appeal by Cast, who's on his haunches, and they've got nothing to review with. They've used their reviews, but I think they wouldn't have got a positive result in any case.
And it's a no ball.
It's a no ball. That's probably why that was curtailed quite so quickly.
Well, I thought it wrapped him in the manly accoutrements, but that if it has done, then it's going to be high anyway. Oh, that's a slightly harsh one, I think.
That's very close.
He's got I would say he's got a tiny bit of heel behind the line there.
He's got a fag packet, pretty much. Anyway, gets another chance with this ball. Short and wide, and played with some control off the back foot by Jadeja, who takes a single, takes two in fact, to complete the over.
And it's time for a change, I think. Is that right? Yes.
Yes, it
40.
is.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's going to be you taking on ball by ball now.
It is. You're staying there.
I am staying.
And who are we?
I will go and see. I think it might be Abby.
Right, 50 overs remaining.
All right.
Thanks, Will.
See you later.
See you in a bit. I'm not sure which will last longer, India or my voice. I think my voice is almost completely gone. That's this is what happens when you have 4 test matches that go to the 5th day. You end up with a sore throat. 274 for 4. Can Joe Root find the way through? He's done so much for England over the years. Now he's got to do it with the ball. Going back to this one is Washington, flicking to square leg. Archer Fields, he's got a slip in a gully and a forward short leg, I think.
And our third member, who will join us shortly when he puts his camera on, is Manek, who I've not met before.
Right. Thrown up, 2 full, driven
Welcome,
out
Manek.
Into the outfield, and they take 1.
He'll be summarising for you.
Good evening, morning, wherever you're watching, everybody. First time here, pretty excited here.
Well, India are doing a fabulous job of repelling England at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like after the first 2 wickets, 0 for 2, the only 2 wickets England have got so far was one that stayed low and one that was a bit of a tired moment really by Shubman Gill. Other than that, consistently, I don't think England have looked threatening because the ball's gotten soft. And at the end of the day, I think India have enough batting after this to repel England enough. And I mean, fingers crossed they'll get it wrong.
Fingers crossed from your perspective. Fingers crossed that England will pick up a wicket at this end. This has worked very nicely into the onside, out towards deep mid-wicket. 2 more runs. And they now trail India just by 33. This partnership now worth 56 from 97 balls. I mean, we did say, I think on maybe the first or second day, and then when India were bowled out and England was scoring quickly, we kind of thought, hang on a second. This is defended into the offside. We did hear that it's been very hard to force results on these pitches at Old Trafford.
Yes.
Yeah, this summer, and
lots of draws.
Yeah, it's looking that way again, I have to say. Root is vigorously shining the ball on his flannels, and
I feel like it's a move to bring on Joe Root. It's just a change move. I mean, I honestly feel like if England need a wicket, they have to bring back their most threatening bowler, who if not Ben Stokes, because he might be injured, has to be Jofra Archer. I mean, he took the 2 wickets. He took the wicket of Shubman Gill. He almost had a second wicket of Jadeja, though that was dropped. So I feel like Archer.
I think the thing is, England can't afford to over bowl Archer, and Archer's bowled 35 minutes, 40-minute spell straight after lunch.
One has to remember as well, before the series he's played one red ball game in the last 4 years, so maybe not as ready to bowl long spells as he would ideally be. But again, if you can't bowl Archer for long spells, Ben Stokes is injured, then your threatening bowlers disappear, because Chris Wokes, he's not that threatening anymore, because 36 and kind of slow now, and Cars has just been not very threatening as well this match. Dawson has just been bowled out of the attack. They tried him for quite long, but he's been economical for sure. But again, just back into the test side, and Joe Root is your fourth bowler. So yeah, that's why I feel like India do have quite a big chance here of playing this game up.
I think so. Any YouTubes?
Frong says if Angry Bun is having trouble moving, you should stick their hands down his trousers and give him a good crank to warm him up. Who misses? Steve Chilton says there's only been 13 or 14 LBWs in this series so far. Suggests the bowlers haven't been bowling necessarily wicket to wicket, or maybe that the batting has been very good, which would be evidenced by 16 test centuries in this series so far. More centuries than LBs, asked Fluffy. Well, that's a good question. It's pretty close, pretty parity. And also, every test has gone into the 5th day, says Steve Chilton.
Yes, this is where my voice is going. Trying to tell you, we got a bit of a drinks break at the moment. So
Messenger says, why didn't we rotate Hendo out to save his voice? Get him to the voice therapist at once.
Actually, it's a good point. Save my voice. I think you need to send us super chats, and obviously I'll put those towards some speech or some throat treatments.
Philip Shaw says, you end up like Mark Wood, horse. Nay, and thrice nay.
Just looking at a roll of excellent shots from Rahul and Gill, but he should have been caught a couple of times, and that's where England have fallen short, isn't it?
I don't know if it's justifiable to call Ollie Pope's one a drop. Genuinely, he did well to get his hands on it, really. And Joe Root's one as well was a really tough chance, but I mean, at the end of the day, they did get shot on. So yeah,
I think that that Dawson made his look a little bit more difficult than it actually was by sort of jumping when he didn't really need to. I think maybe he picked it up late and that's why he dived. I don't know. Any more?
Yep. Bernie Murray talking about Manikayat's headgear says they seek him here, they seek him there, they sing everywhere.
Yeah, okay. 42% chance of England winning. India, who've most of the day had a 1% chance, they finally lost all chance of winning, according to CricViz.
Well, it's less than 1%, should we say? Less than 0.5% even, because it's been rounded down to 0.
Yeah.
Farong says, Hendo and the croaky throat. Should the rest day be reintroduced?
Well, we do all pretty much take a rest day, but we're so out of practice with matches going to 5 days. I think that's part of the problem.
And you've got greetings from Muttley, says afternoon Manikayat. I missed any early intros. Always nice to see a new gorilla.
Yay! Is that's the Ahmedabad Modi Dome? Is it not in the background?
Yeah, that's the Narendra Modi Stadium.
Yep.
Matches with the orange, I guess.
Yes, indeed. Cast bowls into the hip of Jadeja, who drops it down towards the short leg.
Yeah, I've been wondering today, quite a few times we saw Jofra Archer do it, and now Bryden Cross is doing it a little bit as well. Bowling into the hips and on the leg side. I wonder if that's a plan by Stokes, or, they're just... the line is coming out.
I don't really understand it, because I can understand it with when the ball was very new and they were trying to get swing, and once or twice they were putting a leg slip in, but I don't see why. It doesn't make sense to me now. That's going to be another easy single. It's once again just taken off his legs by Jadeja.
Well, it's a bowling line to bowl short and have to an attacking batsman who's going to hit it down to the man at deep square leg, the two men behind square. But
you've got to be getting the ball up, and he's not getting the ball up.
And it's just around hip height. I mean, many of them are. I
think you've got to get it high. You've got to get it very straight to get that top edge.
At the moment, they're bowling to one man, which is the man at short leg.
Cast, that's a much better ball, and Washington is severely discomforted by that one. He's really almost turned his back on it, took his eye off the ball, and was hit. But he'll be okay.
It's also bowling to what they think is a deteriorating pitch, and it's not really deteriorating at the moment in that sense. It's not that going up and down very much, because they're banging into the pitch and expecting it not to get up and to torpedo a guy.
Yeah, they're beginning to get a bit of a leg side field, aren't they? They've got a long leg, or they've got a fine leg and a long leg, I would say, really.
And a short leg and a mid wicket.
Cast bowls, and there is a short leg, but he's gone back further than a short leg would normally be.
Well, he's there for the clip, isn't he?
He's now gone there for the clip, yeah. The whip that might be slightly aerial.
I think they might be going for the short ball plan, actually, because I think in the first innings as well, Sundar got out hooking one to long leg.
He did.
Ben Stokes.
It was Ben Stokes,
but might be going for the same thing again. So.
They may well be, but Ben Stokes is not with ball in hand, and that's the difference. It's Bryden Cast, and now that's a good one. That is a good one, and it's very well played by Washington. That just kept coming at him. It was quite a vicious delivery, and he had to bend backwards to get out of the way of that. Kept his eye on it well this time.
I think Cast is their best Ben Stokes replacement. Tattoos on his arm, short balls, just steaming in. I mean, at the end of the day, Cast is a short ball bowler. So if they can get Sundar to hook one to long leg, that'll be success. That'll be plan successful. But
here he is.
I don't
short.
For
that's far too short. It was really almost seemed to pitch on his own toes, and it was very slow as Washington watched it go by.
Fluffy asked a question, which I think we've not really noticed it in this test so far. Have any balls been replaced due to an out-of-shape Dukes in this test? I can't recall one.
No, me neither.
I suggest that they might have got through the duff batch now. And unfortunately, we're back to the old.
Can I just say one thing before we move on with those tweets? Stokes has just been warming up, so that might be encouragement for England.
Might have pressed the gamble button.
Yeah. It's going to be Joe Root to continue. Got any more to just...
Yeah. Frank says 16 centuries, including one double and a 99 and two scores above 90. There have been 13 LBWs in this series so far.
Wow. Root into Jadeja, 2 full. He gets right forward and can easily push it back to the former England captain, the Yorkshireman. And Jadeja has moved quite swiftly onto 33. After that first ball let off, he's aiming to get that to turn with a little bit of extra round arm undercut, but it's too far down the leg side and hits Jadeja on the pad well outside. That leg stump is in again. Better ball this time, although he goes back and gets behind it, whips it to the short leg, and there is no run.
Smart piece of fielding by Pope there. He's on that very quickly, and
whatever else you say about Pope, he's a very good fielder, notwithstanding the drop catch today. That's full toss, and that is put away through mid wicket by Jadeja for 4 more, and very soon India will have passed England.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
It's not going to spin from there.
No, he's trying for the magic ball, and that's just it's a couple of feet too far, and it's just easy pickings.
And that's the thing about if you're not a regular bowler, isn't it? To actually get your length and line very consistent. He throws this one up outside the off stump, and Jadeja kind of bluffs everybody there by playing a cross-bat shot. But he was not. Well, he wasn't. He wasn't attempting to actually hit it. I'm pretty sure he wasn't. It was a kind of Steve Smith leave, which fooled the keeper, who couldn't stop it, and it's run away for byes.
Well, it has scuttled a little bit, but
he wasn't trying to hit that.
No. Jamie Smith had probably stood up a little bit too quick for that.
Yeah, didn't really see it. Probably lost it. Root in again. Oh, it's a good one. That is a good one, and it's too good. It's turned past Jadeja's outside edge. It's well taken by Smith, but England are just they're at times bowling some good balls. I mean, that's gone miles. You can't blame any batsman for missing that. And you just think, why haven't any of those found the edge? But they haven't really, have they? 285 for 4.
Sunit Singh says England have been slightly unlucky as well. I mean, the couple dropped catches, and many of them have gone past the edge, taken the edge, but not reached anybody. This one just ripped outside. So yeah, not been England's day really, but they'll keep trying, I guess. 47 overs, they'll keep hammering in, and
yeah, absolutely. That was probably the best spinning delivery of the day. That one.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen too much spin actually after Dawson went off. So
I didn't see a hell of a lot of spin from Dawson, even out the footmarks, but that one really did go. This is start of a new over from Biden Cast, defended by Washington Sundar into the offside. He's on 39, Jadeja 37. Sorry?
I wonder if when Stokes comes back, they'll continue with the short ball plan again, because I feel like to Washington especially, that could be an effective one. Just put put 2 fielders behind square on the leg side, some on the off side, and just start hammering the ball in short. Because at the end of the day, you can't just keep leaving everything, and when the bouncer comes.
Oh no, he's got that up into the armpit, and it's flown off something. Might have been glove. Over the short leg. Wasn't really in control of that, was he? Let's see. What did that come off glove? I'm pretty sure it did.
Yeah, it's just gone behind square.
It's gone behind, yeah. So didn't loop up as much as I thought. Encouraging for England. I'm not sure that they'll go to the short ball plan exactly. You know, the one where they dispense with slips and put 5 or 6 people on the leg side. That's down the leg side, hits him on the pad, or he allows it to hit him on the pad. No stroke played, so nothing doing, even though the ball runs down to fine leg. But I think with Stokes, he's good enough to put in just the occasional short ball as a surprise, and I think it's 26 overs old, this ball. Ben Stokes did actually get quite a bit of response with the very old ball this morning at 63 overs. So, I still think he's got, a chance of getting wickets in more orthodox ways. This is tucked away to long leg yet again by Jadeja. He goes to 38. 287 for 4 with that single, and now just 24 away from potentially making England bat again.
Bernard Moray says, one more wicket into the tail. Yes, we've said that for about an hour and a half.
although you have to say that Rishabh Pant will probably come out next, I would think.
Sunit Singh wonders if we batted on for too long, and if we actually put in India first, we'd have had more control in the game, because they had to score. Now they know they can bat it out, basically.
No, I don't agree with either of those things. I mean, you can certainly go back to the first morning and say England might have batted, but the cover was cloudy, and that's what England like to do. I don't think you say England batted too slowly by any stretch of the imagination. I did they go on too long yesterday? I don't really think so. I think because they created a certain scoreboard pressure. I mean, if they hadn't gone on now, India would be well past that target. I don't think it's that they've left themselves too little time to bowl India out. It's just that the pitch becomes very unresponsive once the ball goes soft. This one scuttles through as if to emphasise that fact to the keeper, and it is the end of the over. Some YouTubes, Jason.
Fluffy is off to bed. It says the sad man is slapping me in the side of the head with a wet haddock. We better be 3-1 up when I wake up. Well, yes. I think every English supporter will be thinking that as well. Shob Washi asked a question: what's the likely bowling attack for England in the next Test match, according to you, gentlemen? Well, I think that Cast will probably be rested. I think he's done 3 in a row. I know he's a workhorse, but he's looking like the performances and the returns are diminishing.
Come back to those tweets in a minute, but I bring you breaking news.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
So yes, I would swap in Tongue for Cast probably.
Would I bring Tongue back, or would I give someone else a go? That's a tricky one. Stokes is going to bowl his 9th over of the innings and of the day, and he bowls a short one. So you may be right. It may be the short ball attack. I would prefer to see Stokes pitch a few up first to see if he can get anything out of this pitch that lesser mortals can.
I feel like they might even go for the short ball attack and pitch one up just a little fuller, maybe good length, shortish or good length, because one can scuttle low as well. That's the way KL Rahul got out as well.
Well, it depends. Yeah, it depends. I could go for the full ball with the short ball as the surprise, or the other way round. Yeah, quite right. Jadeja is facing up. He's staying round the wicket, and that's an awful ball down the leg side. Well taken by Smith, who's actually got through some pretty good work. I know he dropped Sundar in the first innings down the leg side, but generally speaking, his keeping's been pretty good, I would say.
Yeah, well, Smith has been actually quite a remarkable keeper for England, I would say. After Johnny Bairstow, I think Ben Foakes was there for a bit. He wasn't the most convincing keeper batter, but Smith has been quite a revelation, and I'm really excited to see him in the Ashes against Australia. You know, England.
Well, I've got my theory about Smith. I think he's a fabulous stroke maker. Stokes in short. No, Ben. That's slow, loopy, over the head of Jadeja. That's not threatening in the least. It's given as a wide. I think you're getting this wrong, Stokesy. I think see if you can get anything with this ball. I mean, I know he's the man out there. He's got the ball in his hand and he can tell what sort of condition it is in.
Well, it might be that he's trying to get this ball so knackered that it will reverse. But I don't see that happening anytime soon.
I'm not sure that
It's not. I don't think there's enough abrasiveness in the pitch to do that.
And there's another short one. This one doesn't rise as much. Jadeja was in position to play a pull shot, but decides against it. Oh, now what was that? Is that some sort of warning? I don't know. Umpire Raza seemed to be admonishing Stokes in some way.
No more of that.
Or was it a no ball? Oh, right, it may have been. Yeah, 2 bounces for the over. 2 balls, 2 bounces. Oh, sorry, there was a no. Was there a no ball in there? Oh, there was a wide. He's over the wicket now, bowling to Jadeja, and that's a bit better in my opinion. Gets him onto the back foot, but at least having to play a shot.
Well, that's a surprise. The first pace bowler to bowl over the wicket for how long?
Well, yeah, but I mean, he was bowling to 2 right-handers first thing this morning, wasn't he? So it made more sense for him to be over the wicket. Yeah, but now he's got the 2 left-handers. He's trying to angle it across. Jadeja, just the one slip, full of ball. Jadeja doesn't quite know where that one's gone. It's gone somewhere between the inside half of his bat and his legs, towards short leg. 289 for 4.
Sagling says, if India get away in this match, it will be a big disappointment for England and big boost for India. They'll go into the Oval charged
Can I just say something? England got away in the first Test match as well. We lost the unwinnable match. So I feel like if India draw this one, not even win, just draw this one, it'll be a balancing, fair result.
This is pushed out square on the offside. They'll take a single. I suppose, yeah, there were catches that were put down in the first Test at Headingley by India, and England have returned the favour a little bit today. I think those catches today were much more catchable. You might be right about the Ollie Pope one. I think he was quite close in there, but really Dawson and Root should have taken those chances, I think. Pushed into the offside, and there is no run. 290 for 4. Jadeja 39, Washington 40.
Red Eye Jedi says the audio is a bit distorted. No, it's not. It's just Endo's voice is going to pieces.
Yeah.
Just a heads up. Also, what happens when Indy get the 26 runs? Do they continue and set a score that we then chase down?
Well, they have to. They have to.
They have to continue.
They're not going to declare and say, England, get 2 off 33 overs.
And is that a Ed Sheeran lookalike being taken with pictures being taken of him?
Yeah, it has to be a lookalike. He hasn't got
that. Cannot be the real Ed Sheeran, surely. And anyway, Philip Shaw says Ben Stokes is being held together by Velcro. One false move and he will lose a limb.
To be honest, I wouldn't know whether that was the real Ed Sheeran or not.
It's quite. As a lookalike, it's quite close, but I don't think it is.
I think he's a bit too.
He's enjoying himself.
Laddish, yeah.
But he has got a media pass on. Did you not notice?
Oh, no, I didn't notice that. How does he get a media pass? Cass down the leg side, poor ball. He's continuing around the wicket.
So it might actually be the real McCoy or the real Sheeran.
No. He'd come with security, and he also has tattoos on his arms, I think. So that guy didn't. So that
as long as no one gives him a guitar, I'm happy.
Oh man.
Give him a bat, not a guitar.
Yeah, maybe he's got something up his sleeve. Maybe come on, bowl a few overs. Cass continuing, none for 40 into his 16th over. Quite cloudy at Old Trafford, but it's not helping England's bowlers. On to the back foot goes Jadeja. He almost saw India over the line at Lord's. It looks like he's going to stem England's run towards victory here with Washington. Both been out there for considerable
Let's give
length of time.
some love as well. He's batted really well. He's looked pretty unflustered for his 40 off 112 balls.
I've been very positive about Washington. At one point, I keep going on about this. He had a Test average 4 or 5 tests ago of 70. So he's a very capable batsman, and I think other people were saying that in sort of junior cricket or youth cricket, he was an opening bat. Yeah.
As was Ashwin. As was. Who was the opening batter in England under 19?
Mark Wood. Mark Wood was an opener in club cricket for sure.
And so was Swan. Swan was an opening bat in under 19s.
That's not entirely surprising because he was quite a good stroke maker, Graham Swan. Cass in again. Bowls to Jadeja. One slip. Field spread a little bit. Picks out the square cover. 290 for 4. The score remains.
Frong still beating his drum. He says, outside the box, not much happening here for the fielding team. Ball gets thrown to Michael Clarke against India. He gets 6 for 9. How many wickets do England need? It's time.
Yeah, but hang on. Michael Clarke got 6 for 9 in India.
On a Bunsen.
And Root got 5 wickets in India. Also on a Bunsen. This is a completely different pitch. Cass into Jadeja, hopping onto the back foot, defending solidly, and again, no run.
Although it is traditionally, I think, the most spinning pitch in England of the test venues.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm actually thinking that these stats are becoming more and more meaningless because pitches, batting, bowlers, balls, all these things are changing so much that it's almost as if 5 years ago doesn't have any relevance to what the pitch is today. In comes Cars, he's got a leg slip in there and he bowls half volley, nicely stroked into the offside. Root moves across to his left field, and that is a maiden, I think.
To your previous point, actually, of pitches changing, I think there's quite a few factors because obviously with the advent of baseball in England, you want flatter pitches, as we saw in the first couple of tests, where the pitches were absolute roads and 600 runs were scored every innings. So I guess these old stats don't matter anymore, and especially at Old Trafford, it's become a lot more seam friendly this year. So not much spin has been bowled. But I do think that, yes, stats probably need to adapt for this kind of stuff where pitches are changing really rapidly.
Yeah, and I mean, when you start going back, 30, 40, 50 years and beyond, I think they become
meaningless.
They do become totally meaningless. But cricket has been a stats game, hasn't it? And you won't stop that because the world is becoming more stats obsessed. Short from Stokes, and Washington just weaves out of the way of that one. Through the keeper on the second bounce, would you believe? Just 79 miles an hour. I think Stokes has got to try and do something.
Yeah. He's feeling everything. He's feeling his shoulder, he's feeling his hamstring.
I mean, this is
still short effort balls.
Bowling too many short balls is not good for him at this stage of the game. It takes a lot to get the ball up to a decent height. This is just about well controlled by Washington. It was into his ribs, and he took one hand off the bat, but managed to control it behind square. 291 for 4. He goes to 41.
And I think we are due for a change round about now. So you'll get a chance to rest your voice very slightly.
God, well, I need it. You've got 4 balls to go, and then Jason will take over on ball by ball again. Stokes it is.
I don't know who the others are.
I'll have a check. Short. Oh my goodness, he's Jadeja has fallen over in his efforts to get out of the way of that one.
That was a cracking bouncer. That was perfectly directed.
It was, but it was also brilliantly played, notwithstanding the falling over bit. But you do what you can to get out of a ball of that viciousness. It was like he was taking refuge on the floor. Leave me alone, please. Yeah. It was almost too good a ball to tempt him to hook it, wasn't it? Stokes again, he goes for another one. Oh, and that's pulled in front of square through mid-wicket. The little legs of Ben Duckett are racing round the boundary, and they get through for 2. Jadeja joins Washington on 41, and the score is 293 for 4.
Well,
might have gone for 4 if Root hadn't got a bit of a hand on that at mid-wicket.
Yes. That's a pretty good stop,
yeah. Played it down, it bounced in front of Root, so close, but no cigar.
Oh, it certainly wasn't a catch, but it was almost a good piece of fielding. Stokes in again, short, pulls all the way along the ground Archer was jogging in, and Duckett says, I'll have that. I've been a little bit quiet in the field, I'm a bit bored. I'm going to get in there and field it. Jadeja goes to 42. 1 ball remaining in my spell. I can hear the clearing of the throat of. Even with the clearing of the throat, I can recognise Messi Jez. And he will be back with his faithful Shep beside him. Stokes in, bowls, and Washington thinks about pulling from outside off stump, then thinks better of it. End of the over, 294 for 4, and Messi Jez will take over on the tweets.
Thanks, Manek.
You may need to let Abby in, actually.
I'll go and have a look at, and I'll see if I can let Abby in. Yep. Thanks to
Manek, who's gone.
Manek, who has gone. Are we still there? I don't know if he's back later.
Thanks for the.
Thanks a lot. Hopefully, we'll have you again at some point.
Yeah, I think I'm due later.
Oh, good. Okay. Because I do like the orange look, in particular. All right. See you later.
Excellent. Philip Shaw says, let's hope it doesn't rain as Ed might do a cliff to try and entertain the crowd. Oh no. It's a boring draw. I'm falling asleep, says Sanju. And Bernard Murray says, we need a streaker to run onto the pitch and distract the batsman. I got to say, Jason, I actually don't think England are bowled very well. There's been so much inconsistency in their lines and lengths.
Yeah, there's been too much that they have not forced a shot out of us. Cast has come back into the attack, and that first ball is down the leg side. Jadeja just watches it go past. Abby is not turned up as yet, so at the moment it's just me and Messi.
Oh, we'll manage.
Yeah. I think I'm not going to be a horrible person and force Hendo to come back and send his croaking voice down there.
And then he needs to be rested in the paddock for a while.
Short and rising by Carson, outside off. Jadeja looks at it askance as it goes past. I think forget plan B. I think England are now onto plan D or E in terms of trying to force the result out of this match and engender something out of this pitch, which has not really broken up and been more up and down than they were perhaps anticipated earlier in the match.
Well, I think they're very lucky, India, to be able to have two left-handers, because it's the right-hander that seems to be at risk with the height of the pitch.
Oh, and that's flashed away by Jadeja. The ball was rising. He's had a big old carve at that. It's gone through second, third slip at height. Would have been caught. Potentially had to burst me there, but it's gone all the way down to the boundary for one of these. Yes. First, probably injudicious shot that Jadeja's played in some time. He's looked a little bit skittish in the last couple of overs with all the short bowling from Stokes. He was having a hack at on the leg side. That ball is defended by Jadeja into the offside, and there is no run. India trailing up by only 13 now, and it won't be long then, therefore, before every run starts to count double in terms of runs England have to chase down and time left in which they have to do it. Jadeja fidgeting around, waiting for the ball to come. It's looking quite grey at Manchester. Jadeja drops it into the offside, offers to run a quick single with Sundar. Sundar has nothing of it, so eventually Jadeja has to turn around and make his ground as the fielder from point comes herring in to field the ball. It's
it does look relatively simple, doesn't it, for these batters?
It does.
They don't get carried away. I mean, that flash from Jadeja was a little out of character with his innings so far, but
there were inklings of it in the last over, but he's much more back into his serene state of mind as that ball is fired down the leg side.
How many of those have we seen? It's just
the end
such a waste.
End of the over. 111 overs have gone. Washington has 41. Jadeja has 46. He's approaching a milestone.
and England are approaching oblivion at the moment.
So Berta Morris says, messages drinks Mantuna tea. I've never even heard of Mantuna tea before. Tell me about it. I'm just looking it up.
We've heard of Tapal tea. We've heard Tapal tea ad infinitum from Pakistan. Generally with
yes,
lots of very slightly people who don't want to be in front of a camera taking tea. That's short, and that's hit up. And is there a man there, or is it going all the way to the boundary? It's going way over the boundary. That is
wow,
up and over by Jadeja. That's certainly one way to get to Washington this time.
If I was Stokes, I'd be happy about that.
So would I. Anyway, it's one of these. Again, slightly uncharacteristic from Sundar, who's been generally very controlled in his. But actually, it's quite a good shot, and I'll tell you why in a minute. And again, he's the short ball by Stokes, and that is punched, and it beats both fielders on the boundary. Goes for 4. That is Sundar's 50. He's batted very responsibly, and well done, young man. Let's see, where are you? In play. Milestone. Where are you? That one. Yeah, it's his 5th Test 50 in 12 matches. Short ball again by Stokes, and that I think comes off the back of the bat as he was through the shot a little bit too quickly, dribbles out into the gully area, eventually gets a call from Jadeja to take a single. One single is taken, and India now only trail by 2. They've quickly gone down from 15 required.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I don't mind Stokes doing this. It gives a chance of something happening. We've got 41 overs left after this. So if England batted for 25 at 5 and over and set a score of 125 in 15 overs, it'd be interesting.
Yeah. And they go for it, I think.
Oh, yeah.
At least until 5 wickets down. Then they might offer to shut up shop.
I mean, I don't think they will. I don't think they'll set a target. I think they just want to save the game.
No, I think the only way it's going to happen is if India are bowled out. Short, pulled, straight to the man at a very strange position. It's a man almost on the 30-yard line, behind square on the leg side. Ben Duckett is the man.
It's a sort of deep leg gully almost, isn't it?
It is. But it's neither fish nor fowl. I mean, it's not close for catching, and it's not down on the boundary to catch the uppercut, hook or pull. Stokes grimacing as he runs in, putting a lot of effort into this. And that is outside off stump and cut very nicely by Jadeja, and that's misfielded by Crawley.
Jesus!
Who punches it away from himself to the point where he cannot recover it before it goes over the boundary. There is a boundary. That's Jadeja's 50. These two players are batting England out of the game.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
That is Jadeja's 5th 50 in his last 6 innings, which is just quite remarkable.
Yeah. He's having a great time of it.
And he's still not the 3rd highest scorer in the series, which is Pant.
And
yeah, he's not only having a great series, he's impacting the results too. That's a dreadful ball.
And that takes India into the lead. The next ball is banged in and down the leg side, and Jadeja doesn't look interested at all. He wants a drink. That's the end of the over. India are 313 for 4 and lead by 2.
Bernabari says Mantana tea was popular with us northerners in the 70s. And Steve Chilton says, yes, when they used teapots. It tasted much better then. Always a teapot of tea on the stove. Nick Vicker says, hi, Gorillas. Thanks you, as always, for the great commentary. Well batted India today, I think. Bernabari says, let's give Archer a long spell. His speed will at least give us chances. And Nick says, do you guys think England would be capable of batting the day out for a draw in this situation? Oh, that's a very interesting question.
Anyway, it's not going to be Archer. It's going to be a different bowler who takes over from the other end. It is the other spinner in the England side. It is the premier spinner, arguably. He's setting his field with Ben Stokes' agreement. Whilst we watch Rod Tucker, who's gesticulating about something to captains and the other umpire. Anyway, I think they're ready to play now. As here comes the squat and bespectacled Dawson. First ball is on a line outside off stump, and Sundar gets into line and defends outside the line of off stump. There is no run. Shrugs.
Well, it'd be interesting to see if Dawson's tries something a little different. Just give it a bit more air, for example.
That's wider into the footmarks. It does spin, but Sundar gives a big stride, doesn't play a shot. It goes off the outside of the thigh pad to leg, and there is no run.
Well, the book is...
that's the arm ball, a bit quicker. Messages won't like that. Defended by Sundar.
No percentage in that. England is $7. India are $51. The draw is $1.05. So the bookies have already closed this book.
Again, defended by Sundar. And, well, if they're looking to get some turn and purchase, that's not going to happen with this kind of bowling. Just a little bit too flat and too quick here. He may improve in subsequent overs. He may just be working into a spell, but the omens aren't good so far. That's a bit better. That's taking the pace off that a bit. It's a little bit slower and a little bit less full. And Sundar doesn't quite time his defensive shot. It just dribbles into the offside. So 5 dots so far in this Dawson over. Is he going to get out of this with an unwarranted maiden for an unthreatening over? And that turns, and it's whipped into the leg side. He's not going to get out of here with a maiden. That's through short leg, down to the man, which is Wokes at deep square leg. He will take a single. That will be the end of the over.
Steve Chilton says Jadeja, I think, averages around 35 in tests. Decent. In fact, it's more than that. His current average is 37.3. In this series, believe it or not, he is averaging currently 96.5. That is just mind-boggling. He's scored 386, maybe a couple more runs, but over 386 runs in this series, which isn't bad for an all-rounder.
Well,
Creators World says, can India win this match? I don't think so.
No, I think that ship has sailed. Well, we're going to have double spin. It's going to be Joe Root from the other end. Yes, Stokes has bowled himself into the ground and off for a well-earned rest.
Well, it may be it's time for shit gets wickets, you know.
Well, always works for me, is what I can say.
You're too modest.
Although sometimes I've been not able to bowl the level of the quality of ball that's been required. That ball is defended by Washington, who gets wearily up, having given a full stride out into the pitch to cover the any spin.
I'm waiting for the Joe Root bouncer.
A la Phil Edmonds, yes.
Yeah, they're always fun when they come.
There's the round arm ball from Joe Root. That's defended by Washington very studiously. Straight back to Root, who keeps on desperately giving the ball a shine. I'm not sure it's going to swing very much, Joe. I think you're going to need to turn the ball. Maybe he wants to bowl a slider as an arm ball. Again, round armed into the bowler's footmarks outside off stump and defended by Sundar, who's looking somewhat untroubled, and it's certainly not going to be a Jadeja over. This is taking far too long for that, and there's no turn there either. That's another arm ball that's going in to hit off stump, and it's just propping forward at the moment, Sundar, and just knocking the ball into the offside. Waiting for the one that bites and turns, the surprise package. Will it be this ball? Well, nope, it's fuller. It's almost a Yorker length. It's swished out to gully off the outside half of the bat by Sundar and cast fields. And again, we could be looking at another unthreatening maiden here.
Yeah.
Ben Stokes looking phlegmatic at this point, and a crowd catch for Stokes at short cover. Sundar hits the ball into the ground, and ball flies up. Stokes catches it on the jump. That's the end of the over. It is a maiden, and Sundar has safety.
Well, Bernard Murray does not agree with Stokes. He says spin hasn't worked, pitch is dead to medium pace, only option is speed. Mark Arnold says send for Captain P. Roller, let the batsman keep those out. Farong says 40 over remaining, India lead by 3. Sporting declarations possible? No, I don't think so. It's not going to happen. Ombre Nueva says afternoon, missed a lot of this today. You know what's coming next if it gets wicked.
Yes, Harry Brook.
Here we go. We've got a super chat. If you've got a jingle for me at all.
I will find it. Yep. There you go.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Ombre Nueva sends £4.99 to buy my voice for a few words, saying I messages fully, profoundly and even dramatically demand that the ducket bowls now and with great gusto.
Over the wicket by Dawson. That's driven nicely up to mid on. Thinks about a single, but gets distributed with that notion fairly quickly by Stokes, who feels smartly and gets the ball
I reckon
back.
that message took about 6 seconds. So 10 per minute at £5 means £50 a minute, which means what, £3,000 an hour.
Yep.
I reckon we could do that.
Over the wicket again by Dawson, and that is driven pleasingly through mid wicket by Jadeja.
Bernard Murray says we're better off letting Pope bowl with wicket cleaning gloves on than continuous spin.
I've never seen Pope bowl. I have no idea what he does. I imagine it's filthy off spin. Round the wicket again. Into the block hole. That's just dug out by Washington. Dawson trots over and fields the ball himself. Back to his mark, ready to bowl again. Ashley Giles style with the sunnies on. Although it's not particularly sunny here in Lewisham. It doesn't look like it's particularly sunny there in Manchester either. But he's over the wicket now, and that's too much on the leg stump. Just works very neatly past short leg, and then the time it takes to get to the man in the ring, who is, I think, Cars. They have completed a single. 3-1-6 for 4, India, leading by 5.
You've got to give it to these two that they've maintained their concentration pretty damn well.
I'm very impressed by both of these batsmen. Again, defended off the back foot by Jadeja, who just knocks the ball on its head and puts it straight into the ground.
I think it must be said that Gill and Rahul set a fantastic example for them.
Yeah, I mean, you can score runs on this pitch. You just have to work at it.
Yeah.
Last ball of the over. Turns from too wide outside off stump, and Jadeja got outside the line. It hits the pad, but it's not. There's no appeal. And there's the end of the over.
George McPherson says England bowlers have allowed the game to go in India's favour. Wickets are needed quickly. Parrot Badger is with us. He says, ahoy, old sorts and sea dogs.
Welcome.
Mark Arnold says this is when we need Alistair Cook mimics Bob Willis over to entertain the crowd and achieve the unthinkable. Indeed.
Well, we might get one of those later on if no wickets are forthcoming after tea.
Philip Shaw say England are like the Duckett jingle. You always fuck it up for me.
Right. Well, we've got 2 slips now for Joe Root. Round the wicket. That ball is defended to short cover where Ben Stokes is lurking. Sundar, the tall, slender Sundar, again into the block hole by Root. That is just pushed very gently into the leg side where I think Ben Duckett fields. This is all very risk-free cricket in the main.
Yeah, it is.
And
it is. And it's actually not like Ben Stokes. It feels like he doesn't really have a clue what he's doing.
Well, I don't think he has many options to go with now.
Yeah.
I don't think he trusts himself to bowl necessarily. I don't think he trusts Archer very much. And that's a round arm ball. That's defended to the offside. So 2 balls left in this over.
It's really instructive, isn't it? To basically see England flailing in the field because India have adopted such discipline. It's a very poor wicket in terms of a bowler's hopes, but this is going to happen quite often.
Yeah.
And to have a side that shows the discipline to do what needs to be done in the circumstances.
It's admirable.
Yeah, and it really puts England off their game.
That ball was defended to the offside for no run. Last ball of the over. That one's a bit wider. That gives Sundar a chance to free his arm. He hits it up and over the extra cover fielder. It's gone 1, 2, 3 bounces to the boundary for 4.
Very now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Yes.
Leah says this is a proper test rear guard. Oh, how I've missed those. Too many players these days play like it's a T20 or to impress a certain Kiwi coach. Nick Vickers says, granted I'm an Essex fan, but England should have selected Sam Cooke and Jamie Porter. They'd all be chilling out on the golf course by now. It'd be interesting to see if Sam Cooke does get given a go at the Oval. He's in the squad, isn't he, Jason?
He is in the squad. I've already said I think I'll bring Tongue back for Cast. Whether I bring Cook back for Wokes is another matter. I don't think they're going to make too many changes. That's too fast by Dawson over the wicket and punched back up the ground by Jadeja to Stokes.
As an Australian, I have to say this performance has made me feel less worried about losing the Ashes.
Well, I don't think you can lose the Ashes. And that's just pushed into the offside. Oh, and there's a misfield there. Potential run out, but then Jofra Archer falls over as he's about to field the ball, allowing Jadeja to get back scramble back into his crease. Everyone's laughing because I don't think Jofra would have thrown it well enough or quickly enough to get him run out in any case. But yep, that's a comedy one. That'll be on the replays for some time, I think.
Well, it should give England the idea of bowling for run-outs. Seems like the only option at the moment.
Dawson to continue. 320 for 4. And Jadeja gives that the big pad with the bat held firmly behind it. It's wide of off stump. It's outside the line. It's not going to spin back to hit the stumps. It's no threat whatsoever.
Yeah.
And Dawson being stymied a little bit by a lack of turn. And the good batting of Jadeja and Sundar. Again, very much taking the old Phil Tufnell plan of getting outside the line and just throwing a pad at it. As that ball is padded into extra cover.
And the sun has broken through in Manchester. It does happen occasionally.
Yeah, we do see the shadows of the cap on Ben Stokes' face, who looks very pensive at the moment. 2 slips, but that ball is pushed wide of the extra cover. Archer fields, that's not his normal position. An easy single, therefore, results. India move on for 3-2-1 for 4. Lead by 10. There's one more ball in the over. Washington to face. Dawson looks at the ball as it's returned to him. Washington makes ready. Still on with his nice cable knit sweater that looks too big for him. And that ball, that's the first one that's really misbehaved a little bit. That grubbed from wide of the wicket. Did spin in a bit, but Washington got outside the line, was playing a shot. And that's the end of the over.
Bernard Morris says, crowd the batsman and have Archer bowl a bit of body line. Nick Vickers says, have to be careful with body line. Could lose us moral victories. To which Bernard says, sod moral
could
victories.
lose us a bowler as well, potentially, if we're not careful.
Yeah. Amit Pradip Singh says, this would have been too much to take had it gone the other way. Indian batsman ploughing 2 days in the field restores some confidence. Yeah, it's good to see, isn't it?
Root, what I think is going to be the last over before tea, round the wicket, defended by Jadeja. Smith is out smartly from behind the stumps to field, and there is no run. Root is bowling with 2 slips, but no men in front of the batsman on either side, apart from a cover and a mid-wicket on the drive. Here he comes. Round arm, angling in. That one doesn't bite, so Jadeja plays that with the full face of the bat into the ground. And there is no run. And he's ready again. Root gets through his work quickly nowadays. That's a bit shorter in length, and Jadeja just plays that off the back foot now to Stokes at extra cover. Again, there is no run. Very much playing as a tea watchman at the moment.
Indeed.
Root doing his best, trying to get the ball to grip and turn, but nothing's doing at the moment. He has to yet to find the secret sauce that allows that ball to spit and bite and lift off a length.
So 35 overs after tea. Hang on.
And he's doing his best, Joe Root, but there's nothing happening for him. And they'll go back into tea, I think, with one ball to go, and regroup and try and work on alternate plans.
Well, in theory, there's 35 overs to go after this, but my money would be on them shaking hands with about 15 overs left to go.
That ball is too much on the leg side. That's just clipped neatly by Jadeja into the leg side. They take a single. That's the end of the over. There are 35 remaining, and
another wicket session for India. They like it after lunch.
They do. As they walk off with the satisfaction of a job well done.
Indeed.
And that will be tea.
So at lunch, they were, let me see, 223 for 4. So they made 99 runs in the session. In 89, how many overs have been bowled? In 29 overs. So at least England bowled a few overs, but with the spinners on, you'd expect to. So that's pretty good going.
It is, and that last single has cemented a 100 partnership between Washington and Jadeja.
Yes, and they've both been immaculate. A few risky shots, but without being in any great jeopardy. And because of the way it's playing, there's no likelihood that India would ever set a target for England because there's no way they're going to take 10 wickets.
You wouldn't have thought so.
No.
Anyway,
I still think there is a chance for England to win if they can get a quick couple of wickets after tea. Then it could fall on a heap for India.
Yeah, they need to chase no more than 100 in 15 overs, I think. And they would go for that, I'm fairly sure. And they would probably back themselves to get round about that in 15 overs, even allowing for the defensive fields that would be set as a result.
Yeah. Mark Arnold's thinking outside the box, I have to say. He says, is there any rule that says a bowler plus fielder can't come to the wicket and bowl together like a three-legged race? What about a bowler hopping in a sack up to the wicket and bowling? Yeah, well, I mean, you could do it. I think somebody should be required to wear a Superman cape while they're bowling and see how that goes. But we're going to have a quick tea break because both Jason and I are going to be back on straight after tea and give us 15 minutes just to catch our breaths. Have you got something you can put on in the meantime, Jason?
I'm sure I can find something. We were having Peter Svidler's talk with Hendo about chess before lunch. But that I think is finished, so I might find something else for us to listen to for 15 odd minutes. So come back in 15 minutes.
Okay, we'll see you soon.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear, although it's a bit odd today, I've got to say, because there is no bear. The bear is on family duties. So what you've got today is a bishop and mantis, which is a bit more unusual. But that's what we've got because our guest in the Bishop and Bear is the inimitable Jeremy Coney, a man who scored his higher test score against England, I think. 174 not out, if I remember rightly, in Wellington. Did I get that right? It's 170 something, Jeremy.
I think you have, Tony. It is a long time ago, I must say, but it was somewhere there. I know I passed 150, and there was a certain relief, waves of relief passing through me.
Oh my God, I could, and not just relief, I would imagine, but yes. I don't blame. I'm not at all surprised. Well, Jeremy, a huge welcome. You'll pop up.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Well, we're delighted to be here. You'll pop up whenever New Zealand are in town somewhere. I think you're the go-to guy, so we're thrilled to have you. What most importantly, can we get you to drink?
You could get me a nice white wine. A Chardonnay would be very nice, thank you.
And I presumably something from New Zealand, I would hope.
Yeah, New Zealand would be fine. No, well, but I'm prepared to try something else. That's good, always if it's good value.
Oh, well, I'm going to suggest to you something like maybe a Macon Lubni or something like that.
Yes, that sounds very nice.
All right, well, let's chat, if we can, a little bit about the series coming up. Always interesting. I always love series in New Zealand. They get rather unfairly, Jeremy, often described as low-key. I think that's so unfair because they're nearly always fascinating entertainment. But why do you think it has that sort of slightly, it's not the Ashes and it's not India? Is everything therefore low-key? I don't think it should be called that. It just has that epithet sometimes.
It shouldn't though, should it? Really, no. Just because it's not one of the sort of the high-powered, series. It doesn't feel, in any way lower than some of the others. I've got to say, once you're down here, I guess it's just a long way away. but then there's Australia
it's
next door, you see.
Of course. So
yeah,
that's the other thing.
Yes, I think actually it will be a highly entertaining series. I think that the two sides are quite well matched.
Yeah, well, I think they are. Obviously, there's been some interesting news in the England camp overnight. So let's see what you think about that. Well, obviously, we've lost Cox, Jordan Cox, who broke his thumb either in the nets. I think during the warm-up game. So he's heading for home. Ollie Pope was going to wicket keep. That left a bit of a gap. And Jacob Bethel comes into the side. But England are going to bat Bethel at 3. Now, what do you make of that?
So where does Pope go?
He's dropped down the order to protect him a little bit.
He didn't want to before, did he?
No, he didn't before, but this time he does. So, I wanted to focus as much as we can on New Zealand, and we've leapt off the front foot straight away, and we're talking about England. But the kind of interesting thing there is you've got a lad who, again, he's one of those Stokes McCullum key picks that's just full of incredible promise. But the reality is he's played a handful of first-class games, yet to make 100, and I think averages 25, and yet he's going to bat in at 3 on a seamer's wicket, one assumes, against a high-class test attack on his test debut. That's a brave move, isn't it, from England?
Well, yes, it seems to be de rigueur, doesn't it, with the Keys, Rob Key and McCullum and Stokes selection policies, that they disregard in some ways and bypass what's happening in the county championship, it seems to me. And there's a danger, I do think, in that it becomes meaningless. And I think that's not a good message to be sending. I don't know Bethel, so I know he's from Warwickshire, and I know he's been batting at number 7, and I know he bowls a few little left-arm orthodox, doesn't he, as well?
He does. He's from Barbados originally.
Yes.
13 years growing up there, I think.
And they identify what they see as some talent, and they believe that they can transition him from wherever he is. And Hull was a bit like that as well, wasn't he, Josh Hull? And Bashir himself. Some of their picks have worked pretty well, I'd have to say.
Bashir, I think, yes, still struggles with control, but that comes over time, I guess, doesn't it? But picked largely for being 6'7".
Yeah.
And
well, I can understand more picking a faster bowler. Faster bowlers, quick bowlers tend to come in quite quickly. They tend to be picked early. Anderson was. Tyson was. Players like that can come in, and they seem to be picking spinners like that as well. But batsmen, not quite so much. Just to my failing memory, you tend to want to have a batsman that has shown you, yes, he can get at least 100. Or he's been able to spend some time at the crease in different conditions and been able to show you he's capable of batting in certain ways and getting results. So it's slightly more unusual, I would think, for a batsman to be selected in that way than some of the bowlers. That would be my only comment about that.
It's attribute. It's picking on attribute over sort of empirical performance.
That's right.
It's
not averages. That's right.
Thing. It's not about averages. Yeah. It's about what you might be. It's how high your ceiling might be, not where you've been. And I kind of get that. I think it's a big ask of anybody. I think it's number 3. You effectively could be opening.
It is.
As we say,
it is.
We shall. It's asking a lot of the lad. On the other hand, some would say it's a free hit, which is never an expression I like, but I get the principle of, his whole career won't stand or fall. It will enhance it massively if he does well. If he fails, people will go, well, it was a one-off. Don't worry about it, lad.
Yes.
We'll move on. So kind of, England might argue it's not as risky as perhaps I made it sound. What is interesting is the Hagley Oval fascinates me. I think there's been 13 tests played there. There was one test against Bangladesh. Now, the interesting thing was when England, there's only ever been one draw there, and that was when
that was England.
It was England. You're right.
An exciting draw too.
It was. You're absolutely right. Who took the wickets that day? Well, if I remember, it was all 10 in the first innings were taken by that incredible combo of Bolt and Southey. And then if I remember rightly, when England bowled, it was an equally incredible combo of Anderson and Broad, neither of whom are playing, and
yes.
only Tim Southey will be playing. The point being that when you look at the Hagley Oval, also the other thing which I found extraordinary, that classic mantra in Test cricket, you win the toss, you look up again, you look down, and then you still bat. Only once has a winning captain in a test at the Hagley Oval chosen to bat. Every other time they've chosen to field.
Well, I think the rationale is slightly different here. Sorry, I've interrupted you, Tony. You're in full flow. Well done.
It was a long. It was a very. I was heading just towards the question: does it become a seam-off? And if it's a seam-off, who's the better equipped was kind of where I was going, but I think actually don't necessarily look at the pitch like that, so that's where I was heading.
Okay, well, certainly Hagley, every time I've been there, it's been a pretty grassy surface, sometimes hard to distinguish between the pit and the outfield. Depending on how there's a new groundsman there at the moment, new head groundsman, and whatever he wishes, how long that grass will last and what colour it will be is up to the amount of water he wishes to supply. Mm-hmm. And normally it's 1 to 2 sessions where you have to indulge in a bit of a fight if you're going to opt to bat, or if you lose the toss and find yourself batting. It's usually a couple of sessions of pretty hard work, ride it out. And then it starts to settle down on day 2. They may extend that, of course, here because of who they're playing this year. And I'm thinking about, do New Zealand want to do those things? I don't know whether those arrangements go on. But certainly it happened in February when New Zealand played. Not the arrangement, but the number of overs. New Zealand batted first against Australia out in 45 overs, just to give you an idea.
Yeah.
And then and then Australia batted obviously and were out in 68 overs. So, and then New Zealand batted for 108. Just to give you a little idea of how the surface can work, how it eases and batting becomes a bit more comfortable as you get into day 2 and day 3. New Zealand will want to, I think, elongate, if they can, the amount of time that it moves. They will want the ball to move.
Yes.
And whether that is prior to pitching or upon pitching, we'll just have to wait and see. Generally, Hagley provides the opportunity for both.
It's going to be an interesting challenge for England. Well, it's going to be an interesting challenge for both sides. But England have just come off the back of a series. Well, India, of course, where they got outspun. Pakistan, where they geared themselves up to play on low flat wickets and it worked very unbelievably well in that extraordinary first test. So Pakistan kind of looked across the border to India and said, actually, that's how you beat England. So we're going to create a couple of roaring turners. And now England are going to be up against everything geared for seam. I mean, I think New Zealand they've left out Santner, they've left out Sodhi. They've got like a completely... Their squad for the second test looks very different to the squad for the Hagley Oval test, doesn't it? Yet England has still picked a spinner, which is kind of...
Yes.
Again, it suggests somehow a different mentality between the two sides.
Well, it sometimes pays to remember that test matches are 5 days. We can use the 5th day, by the way. But sometimes we forget that nowadays. But certainly bowling first is seen as an opportunity down there to claim a quick advantage, if you like, especially maybe between two sides that are quite evenly matched. But maybe New Zealand will want to extend it to remove the luck of the toss, if you like, and find themselves, batting first. They will want it to move themselves when they get the opportunity with the ball. So it normally is a bit of a sort of fast-medium shootout that you were describing earlier, with catching in the cordon pretty important. Spin has not flourished there. And remembering this is quite early in the season. That last match we described, the draw against England, was in fact late February into March. So in fact, as the game ended, the sun was going down and they couldn't complete the overs that they would have liked to, England. So you're right, 13 tests. New Zealand have won 9, lost 3, drawn that 1 that you mentioned. The overwhelming percentage have been taken by seam and pace. I think New Zealand have, as you say, not decided to fight nature. They have decided that they are not going to have Bracewell, they're not going to have Santner, they're not going to have Ajaz Patel or Sodhi. So they are definitely going in with 4 seamers. They will use, if required, 2 part-time spinners in Ravindra and possibly Phillips, depending on whether they want to get and fit Young into the side in addition to Williamson, who was added this time. I would think, though, part of the reason that New Zealand have preferred to use 4 seamers is because in the recent past, those last 13 tests, they have had the services of quite a number of pretty good seam and fast bowling options. So you get Southey and Bolt. Southey's had 61 wickets in those 13 tests he's played there. He hasn't missed one. Bolt 53 from the 9 he played. Jameson got 28 from the 5 he played there. So you can see the number of wickets he's taking per test. Wagner 37 from his 11. And then Henry, of course, who'd been in the background because of those 4 names I've already mentioned. He's now come to the fore much more, and he's played 6 of those 13 tests, and he has 31 wickets. So that's the main reason, I think. And we've had other bowlers to support them, Colin de Grandhomme and Neesham and Corey Anderson, and Sears is a new name for us. But he's injured at the moment. And Mitchell, of course, they've used him from one of the batting components as well. So that's probably the main reasons for that. But certainly the conditions of the games...
Do you want to do this session or the next one?
Could I do this one?
Sure. You can take an indoor spot. Yeah, I'll do the next two. You don't want to do the next one, do you?
No, I've got to shoot off.
Okay, I'll do the next two then. Okay.
Thanks.
So everybody's happy. We've got Will. How are you doing, Will?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I can't complain. A whole weekend off. How often does that happen? Lovely. And we are...
Enjoy it.
And we are... Well, I hope you all had a good tea and perhaps watching a bit of Formula One if that's your thing. But the cricket is back on, and it's the final session of the fourth test. Things have been drifting a little bit out of England's grasp, certainly, but the dream is not over as we enter the final session. We've got Washington Sundar on 57, Ravindra Jadeja on 53. These two have made for quite an annoying partnership from an England perspective. The score 3-22 before, and more importantly in the context of the game, the lead for India is 11, which means that if they do have a quick collapse anytime now, England will be all over it. But we're entering a very critical hour at this point.
Indeed.
What's your take on it, Will, as Chris Works gets set up to bowl?
Well, I mean, we've gone sort of 4 years backwards in time in terms of Test cricket. It's slower.
Indeed. This one's defended straight by Jadeja.
Yeah, and it feels a hell of a lot slower because we've had sort of 3-4 years of Stokes and McCullum and speed and all that sort of thing, and I don't know, these, you could argue that maybe kind of England will be ruining the kind of slower over rate of the third day maybe, but I don't know.
Works around the wicket to the left-hander who lets it go. We've got Smith standing up to Chris Works with the helmet on. Yeah, it does indeed feel slow because, as you say, we have been kind of spoiled, if that's the right word. Well, conditioned, let's say. But this makes something of a change. But it's the fourth game in a row where we've gone to the fifth day, isn't it? So it seems to be all or nothing at the moment. I mean, it seemed like no tests were going to the fifth day, and now suddenly all of them in this series are.
It's good because, at least the ICC won't be able to get rid of 5-day cricket, which is good. Because you can't argue that it's not needed.
You can't. Well, they haven't always responded to rational arguments in recent times, that must also be said.
True.
But yes, hopefully you are right as the scoring gets underway after tea. Sundar clips one off the hip for a single. Just having a look at some conferences amongst the England Brains Trust around the rough patches, which must have happened, I think, just as they came out from tea. So we're seeing a replay of that conference. I think it's Stokes and Dawson, was it?
That was just before they went in for tea, I think.
Just before, okay. I suppose it's kind of clear what the plan might be as far as bowling to the rough is concerned. This one's quite full from Wokes, and Washington Sundar comes forward and prods only very gently in the direction of mid-on, no run.
I think it's one of those sort of slightly tricky periods of play where you can only really see, you can only really see a draw at this point, can't you?
Well, 2 quick wickets always make cricket look very, very different, as this one is angled down leg side from Works, and I'm not even sure if there was bat on that, but anyway, it goes out behind square on the leg side, and there will be a single added to the total. Yeah, well, there's certainly nothing in it for India apart from, the small matter of staying alive in the series, heading to the Oval, but not in terms of winning this game.
As a sort of a neutral, what would you want to happen at this point?
Well, this last one is defended more or less by Jadeja. And as a neutral, we're always up for a showdown in the final test. I just do have my concerns that all the bowlers are broken, and on some level, the final test will be a
high-scoring draw,
anticlimax. Yeah, but look, it's not going to be a decider in the sense of they go there 2-2. I mean, that is beyond the realms of possibility right now.
It'll decide who retains the trophy, but not who wins.
Exactly. It would be nice to have something on the line, and I think that will make the selections very, very interesting going into the final test. Do you have any socials to squeeze in, Jason?
We do. Paul Stratton says England may now rue their very slow run rate on the third day. The pitch is far too batter-friendly for these attacks. Nick Vickers tells us that this could be a movie. Baseball, bodyline baseball, rampage down under. Talking about the tour to come. Probably made in the 80s on VHS, says Mark Arnold. And Nick Vickers says it's probably got classified as a video nasty. And Andy L says, I thought Dawson would be more effective if the Indian spinners took wickets. Shows the difference between bowling in county cricket versus world-class batters on a flat pitch. Also, that drop catch, no ashes. Anyway, we're going to see one of those aforementioned English spinners, who's going to continue after tea. He's going to be the left-arm variety.
And he's looking still for his first wicket in this innings, none for 70. His figures at the moment. Forward comes Washington. It is defended. Pops out into space on the offside, and they briefly contemplate a single.
I don't know whether Will thinks, but I think, he's got economic figures, but it does mark to a certain extent the fact that people haven't tried to attack him.
Yeah.
Around the wicket now to Washington, who just turns it away easily on the leg side, where the mid-wicket fielder is hanging quite deep, so there's time for a single.
I think really that the sort of selection of Dawson is it's an indication of where England are kind of going, and it appears that they're sort of looking for that kind of
containing spinner
rather than someone that's actually going to change the game.
Here he comes again, and Jadeja takes him on. He has hooked him over square leg. There is nobody home where it has landed, and it just dribbles to the boundary fence for 4 runs.
But I think the thing with England and spin is that I think the ECB they punish the counties for preparing kind of pitches that spin, I guess. Because if you look at the Northants, they produced Swan, and
they penalise one particular county producing spin-friendly wickets.
Jadeja goes back and defends this one.
The other teams with spinning wickets who do produce spinning wickets don't seem to get penalised quite so much, although they have been penalised in the past. But there is one standout county that always seems to get penalised.
Down the wicket again comes Jadeja. He's not in the mood for hanging around anymore against Dawson as he continues over the wickets. This one is simply hammered along the ground through the mid-on region for 4 runs. Well, even though it's not a great deal of air and loop that Dawson's giving it, just running down the wicket anyway now.
Well,
moves up to 62.
Now that they're ahead, these all count double, which is probably the reason why he's trying to do that against Dawson, who he perceives as not quite that threatening.
Of course, no run off the last ball of the over. It's just turned away to mid-wicket. It always does feel a little bit safer, doesn't it, having a go when you're ahead, even if it's only a lead of 22, which is what we have now as we are on triple Nelson for 4. How's our mailbox looking, Jason?
Andy L asked the question of the bowlers that we might see for the Oval in the next test. Thinking ahead, he would go with Atkinson, Cook, Hull, which is the real left field position, and Dawson. I certainly can see Atkinson coming in for either most likely Wokes. I can also see Cast being replaced, ideally, possibly by Josh Hull if he's fit, but more likely by Josh Tongue.
It's really hard to see Cast playing further. This one is turned away on the leg side, as yet another one is angled onto the legs, this time by Wokes as he continues. They'll
think they do like the fact that Bryden Cast will run in and bang into the deck all day if they want. Like for the Oval, he's gone for Cook. I would potentially go for Matt.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
out there as well. I mean, first and foremost, you want someone who isn't knackered.
Yeah.
But it is dependent really on how things end up today to a large degree. As this one is defended, it's just a little push really from Jadeja, but they managed to squeak a single. It's a Cast who hasn't been wonderful in the field this match. Doesn't really attack it, it's fair to say. They've snatched another one. Yeah, I mean, if England had somehow managed to pull off the heist this evening, then they could really experiment, couldn't they?
Yeah.
I think they may refresh their attack regardless, because some of these guys have had 3 tests in 4 weeks, and there are a lot of overs under their belt.
Runs coming all the time now. This really wasn't anything other than a defensive shot by Washington, but it grabs the inside edge and squirts out into space on the leg side for another single. Yeah, I think there's no doubt that there's going to be wholesale replacements in the England bowling attack, and quite possibly the Indian one as well. It's just a question of who those replacements are. Might be a little bit influenced by the series situation.
Yeah.
And of course, look at the pitch, but we generally expect a good one for batting at the Oval, don't we?
It tends to be bowler friendly. I mean, after this ball,
which is actually going to be a dot ball. Do continue.
The groundsman Lee Fortis has often in the last 3 or 4 years, while Surrey have been winning championships, produced what we would call result wickets, where there's quite a lot of live grass. They look quite green. Certainly on the first day, and they get better on the second and third days before starting to deteriorate, and therefore people have got into the habit, certainly at the Oval, of winning the toss and bowling first.
Yeah,
Stokes will love that.
There's a lot of the kind of batting friendly thing has come from the Kookaburra rounds.
Jadeja goes back and defends Wokes,
but they will have completed with the next round of matches that are starting Tuesday, I think.
Yeah.
That will be the 4th of 4 Kookaburra rounds in this year.
Yeah. And thank God they're over, because whichever way it goes, they end up being... I mean, I'd rather watch what happened at Somerset than what happened at Surrey, personally, but...
Wokes to finish is over, floats it up there outside off stump. There's a half-hearted drive from Jadeja, but no run, 336 for 4.
Yep, I have to admit, having watched a nail-biter at Somerset between Surrey and Somerset last year with, 39 wickets taken by spin?
Out
of 40. But it was, always in doubt until pretty much the last knockings.
Yeah, I'd rather... So, I think that's the thing. The Kookaburra ball rounds seem to just produce such... they're either one of the two extremes, and really, no one really wants that. But, I mean, personally, I'd rather watch a sort of a bowling-friendly game, because I like bowling.
They're
but
normally
that's entirely personal,
It puts more value on runs, definitely, and... you feel in the game for longer, whereas when scores like 600 for 4, and you think, well, we can get 600 for 4 quite easily because they haven't batted that well. No, it feels like a result is determined very, very early on, and the little margin for affecting the game, where there's always a margin to affect the game in a low-scoring match.
Yeah, I think there was a point was it the last round or the round before, where I honestly thought that Surrey were looking for, they got to 800 and something in the end, didn't they?
They did, yes.
As Washington's Dawson, he works it away in. There's assembled on the leg side. I wouldn't even know the names for some of these fielding positions, but it is very busy close in on the leg side there from Stokes. There is also a conventional first slip.
There's a leg slip, a short mid wicket, and an on Hayden. I think is what you describe it, and 2 men in the ring behind them, and a man at long leg. So I think it's a 7-2 field he's bowling to. But
At the very least, I
have a feeling that if the ball is punched into the offside in front of square, then Dawson will have to go and field it himself. Much like Jadeja did yesterday.
Not what happens from this ball. Once again, Jadeja manages to navigate the Stonehenge of players immediately to his... wait a minute, that's a left-hander. Well, to his leg side, let's say, and snatch another single.
Stonehenge suggests that they are sort of monolithic and immobile.
I was just trying to find a metaphor for many closely assembled vertical things, who are probably quite tired and not prone to moving very much at this stage. Give them into the deep, where it is fielded by, was that Joe Root?
It was Joe Root, actually.
Not often you see him so far out there on the rope, but he is on this occasion, and there will be one more.
One more man brought into the ring, I think. It's going to make
Why not?
Going to make it an 8-1 field.
Well, I mean, as Stokes feels this one slipping away.
Well, it is a time to get funky.
It is. I mean, 28 is the lead. You've got not too long before handshakes start to cross minds as Jadeja comes forward and defends that onto the offside. I presume there is someone there to pick it up. We don't quite see, but he doesn't run. So I guess there's a cover in. Yeah, there is. Cover to mid-off.
I think I do love these kind of fields. I remember that bowling to one like it.
Jadeja goes back and defends Dawson there.
On a sort of like at a club game, and it absolutely chucked it down. And basically they were chasing not very many, and sort of bowling to that kind of field as a fast bowler is hilarious and very, very fun.
And focuses the mind, no doubt.
Yeah, it does.
Dawson comes in to finish us over. It's an elaborate defensive shot from Jadeja with a big old in. 3:39 for 4, and there are 31 overs remaining in the day officially. What's going on in the social world?
Storm Chaser asks the question, 19-12 overs. Well, the answer is yes, of course they can. But I think the more apposite question is, are they getting an opportunity to, which the answer is no.
Yeah.
Sean Elliott says, I love England, they're my team, but this is great defence from India. They played so well on the day 5 pitch. So far, I've always hoped for a win, but India deserve a draw, I reckon. I don't disagree. Storm Chaser says, 3:30 for 4 after 0 for 2. Have India brought their own pitches for the series? Ooh, controversial. Storm also says, I think England are lucky to be 2-1 up at this stage. It could well have been 3-0 to India. Yes, that's definitely true. Paul Stratton says, and I'll get to this one after Chris Wokes' first ball of this over.
Yeah, as Chris, he doesn't seem like a particularly funky field for the right arm seamer. This one's defended into the offside.
Well, at least back rather than standing up. He says, it shows that the freak hot weather makes a big difference opposed to true English conditions. Pitch is far too good for both these bowling attacks. I think that's definitely true. Let's not forget that most of the first team attacks for both sides, I would say, are on the sidelines, somewhat injured.
I think also there's an element of the timing of the tests.
This works us in again. It's also quite full. Washington doesn't really go for a drive. He just jabs down on it. There'll be no run.
Because wasn't the sort of 20th anniversary of the first 2005 Ashes test this week, which is a bit mad because we're right at the end of the series.
Yep.
And yet, sort of like the test summer 20 years ago was only just getting going.
Well, you know that. You know why that is, don't you? to belabour that point. Something to do with August and certain franchise competition.
Oh, it's
indeed.
Right off stump, and Washington gives it the treatment. It looks like it's going to make it to the boundary before any fielder does, although it's really pulling up at the end. Archer cannot pull it in for 4 runs.
But that has an effect on the ground.
For me, I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Lovely shot.
And it was really quite elegant and lovely to watch.
And regarding the point on social about India deserving the draw on some level, I think also from a neutral perspective, it'd be nice to see them get something for their efforts on the last day at Lord's, which ultimately came to nothing. And at least, in a way, be something for those 2 fifth-day efforts if they could get a draw here. That is a dot ball there as Washington defends one off Wokes.
Well, it's always decided on very small margins. I mean, yes, they were defeated on that Lord's Test, but arguably they could have won with a little bit more support for Jadeja than what he was going, because he gambled that they could get there with him playing a defensive role.
Short, banged in from Wokes. Doesn't pass by with any great speed, 79 miles an hour.
And if they have bowled
Washington watches it go past.
If they bowled fewer extras in the second innings, then maybe they would have got there, because the amount of extras was potentially the difference between the 2 sides. I don't think you could ask much more of Mohammad Shami or Jasprit Bumrah. Mohammad Siraj or Jasprit Bumrah in their support of Jadeja. It's just whether Jadeja needed to go slightly more aggressive earlier.
This one is very full from Wokes, but there'll be no run as Washington picks out mid-off. 343 for 4.
That's the glorious thing about Test cricket, isn't it? The micro affecting the macro so much.
The ifs, buts, and maybes. The chaotic nature of Test cricket.
Well, if you want to be more specific, you could say certainly Jadeja himself, for his batting work in the last 2 tests, has earned a draw for his own work.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
And Washington's been very solid since coming in. He left really well early on, played with nice soft hands to get away with a couple of edges when edges were still a thing earlier in the day.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's really built himself into this innings, hasn't he? Which is sort of quite unlike him. He usually kind of goes for the smash and grab approach.
Dawson none for 82. Here he comes to continue to Jadeja, who comes forward and blocks it. It was a good point earlier as well, Will. I mean, it's almost as though these kind of bowling figures do need an asterisk next to them if the batsmen haven't been trying to score any runs all day or do anything more than hit the bad ball, which they have. It's a different measure, let's say, especially for a spinner.
Yeah, but you can only bowl on what you're given and all of that sort of thing.
Once again defended.
And if you have got a batsman at the other end that is just determined to just sort of block everything out, it does make your life a lot harder. And at this point, they are just going to block to the end of the day.
Absolutely. Yeah. I always used to love people as a slow bowler because I knew that would give me more opportunities to get the ball past the bat.
Same.
Exactly.
Of course, there are exceptions at the very top of the spin bowling tree. Like if your name is Shane Warne, you'd probably be fine even if they were trying to block out the day. But if you're just a mortal spinner like Dawson is, this one spits a little bit at Jadeja, but he goes back and manages to keep it down as he defends. Just caught him almost on the bottom glove, actually.
That's 6 to 9 inches higher than he probably expected it to be. So halfway up the bat handle rather than right on the very top of the bat face.
One of those that could have been worse. This
one
does find
close. That's close.
It has caught him on the pad as he's backed away. It's caught him in front of the stumps. England, of course, have no reviews left.
Yeah.
The umpire says no, and that is going to be that. We'll be able to speculate when we get some replays.
I wonder whether that's turned too much, and whether the point of impact was just outside the line. I mean, he's not playing a shot really.
That looks like it's outside the line.
It's just outside
the line. Yeah, but you'd have to call that a shot, an extremely inelegant one. A very limp-wristed waft.
That's the first ball that's given some appreciable turn for some time.
Yeah, certainly this entire stint, really.
As we've got another defensive shot in from Jadeja there. Less panic on that one, less drama. As we get the confirmation now from the replay that it was pitching, didn't actually show the impact, did it?
It did, it was just outside the line.
Well, it said pitching outside the line. But we knew that for sure.
No, it also had the second one as well, which was...
Very confusing. Okay, so forward comes Jadeja and defends. That's the end of the over. 3:43 for 4. I guess we're doing one more.
Yeah. Steve Cheeseman says that definitely easily get that Storm Chaser in terms of a chase of 19-12. Farong says the ability to bat longer than an IPL innings can make a difference. Sundar has batted for 330 plus balls this series. He used a 4-ball duck in the second innings at Lord's. So yeah, he's well used to having a long time at the crease. Abhinav Bansal says it's now 100% a draw, which I think is probably... We haven't seen the Wasp out there since, or the betting odds. Eric J gives us the counterpoint that if England have chosen to bat first at Edgbaston, they could well have gone into this match already 3-0 up. Which... Stormchaser says, my money's still on England. They just need one wicket, the rest are hopeless. Is Pants going to bat? Well, I think the answer is, if required, yes, but now that they're ahead, does that make it more or less likely that he's going to bat because you can bash a few runs to make him even further ahead?
Maybe.
Yeah, I would. Well, this one is going to be a single into the onside, as it's just turned away. I would be inclined to actually let him come in and have if a wicket falls now, let him have a go and try to take it completely out of England's reach. And if he doesn't come off, there's still another 3 left to bat.
And Mayank, somewhat with tongue-in-cheek, says India should declare and go for the win soon. That might be a bit hubristic, to put it mildly.
Few Lions shirts in the crowd there after the rugby yesterday. I noticed this one's left alone outside off stump. Keeper standing up once again to Wokes. Can't seem to quite make up his mind on that. Maybe it is batsman dependent.
Well, which one gets out, as whether or not Pant comes in next, or whether or not Smith stands up. I think he's standing back to Washington. Yeah. Because he bats in the crease, they're pointing, standing up to him.
Jadeja has been inclined to come down the wicket to the spinner, at least of late. This one's quite floaty from Wokes outside off stump. There's a big puff of dust as Jadeja has a bit of a drive at it, but ends up just coming back to the bowler.
Interesting. I saw a thing suggesting that the COVID tests being at Old Trafford predominantly has really affected the sort of wicket as a whole, and sort of into the sort of and has made it sort of deteriorate.
Oh, was it used as a big public testing station?
It was, yes. As all most of the major
but it was
sporting
also,
arenas were.
But it was also because
the scene of
sort of all of the tests were there.
This one short, turned away to square leg, no run.
Well, in the season where you couldn't go to matches, I think most of the tests were at the Utilita Bowl at Southampton, because you had the hotel on site, and it was very much
Old Trafford as well. I thought they were split between those two because they both have hotels on site. And
I can't quite remember.
That's correct, Will. There were 2 tests in a row played at Old Trafford at one stage.
Jadeja turns
I
this
just
away
had
to
that.
mid-wicket, no run.
Whether that has any bearing on it at all, it's just an interesting point because it has. I think Old Trafford as a pitch has changed quite a lot in the last since COVID, really.
Well, let's not forget they also turned the pitch square through 90 degrees, maybe 15, 20 odd years ago, which fundamentally changes the nature of the wicket ends as well.
Yeah. Was it also an Old Trafford test that was postponed by a year for COVID? Was that the previous tour?
Was that the end of the India series?
It was, but I don't think it was postponed because of that.
Oh, because the Indian team, I think, had tested positive, wasn't it? There's a single off the last ball of the over.
Yeah.
We are due a change, so I'll leave you to investigate what happened there. The next crew. The way I've got it in my head was that India, a large number of players tested positive and they had to call it off. But this is 4 years ago and I have a dodgy memory.
It's Jason, Hendo and me.
Cheers.
Hendo.
See you later.
Thanks, guys. Hendo's on Ball by Ball. I shall be on socials. And sorry, it's Abby who's due in. Is Abby in the waiting room?
He wasn't earlier. Let me check.
Okay, thank you. So we got a situation where after 125 overs, India are 25 runs ahead. There are 28 a day if they're all taken. And there hasn't been a wicket taken since before lunch. So the prospect of India losing 6 or India declaring and England losing 10 is very, very small. So I suspect we're looking at a draw. It's just a question of when hands are shaken in terms of declaring a draw.
Abby's not dialed in yet. Let me go and change this. Oh, he's not coming. So do you want to hang on, messages? And I'll.
Well, I'm in anyhow.
Yeah,
I'm in for the next hour.
And I'll reconfigure the.
But we'll get Hendo and I can get by together. 2 Hendos are quite capable of dealing 3 people's jobs.
2 Hendos are better than 1. Some people might say 2 Hendos are better than 3. 3:45 for 4. Oh God, have we got another hour of this? I'm now with Andy Ward. I'm fully in the camp of Andy Ward. It's not so much that I'm bored. It's just that this game
not going anywhere.
It's going nowhere. And you know, while you hold your hand up and you say well done to India, the rest of this game is relatively pointless.
Yeah. So I've had a suggestion, Hendo. If perchance any of our listeners are becoming a little bored too, we could liven it up with super chats where they pay for their favourite jingles.
We could, unless suddenly something happens, we could do a bit of that. There's a bit of crazy fielding going on. The throw came in from mid-on, and then Harry Brook backing up to keeper Smith, who was going to get nowhere near it.
Signals are wide.
Well, he had to put in the full dive, didn't he?
He did.
It was Archer's rather frustrated throw, and the batsman kind of got in the way of Smith.
That is a great grab.
It is a great grab. I think it's about the best and only thing that Harry Brook has done in this Test match. Dawson in again, defended on the back foot. There was a little bit of bounce on that one, which needed controlling. Bounce. But Washington is nearing his old Test average of 70. He's on 67. Jadeja 66. And ever since that catch went down, it's been hard work for England. First ball, Jadeja was dropped straight after Shubman Gill had been dismissed by Archer. Root it was. The man with the most catches by an England fielder ever.
By any fielder.
By any fielder
Outfielder
ever. That's
ever.
a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Defended again on the front foot. Dawson still toiling away. God, he's had a hard introduction in a way to Test cricket again. This is defended onto the onside. England are putting more and more people round the bat, but not enough is happening from the surface for them to feel that even if they got one more wicket now, that they'd get a bundle. 346 for 4. Yes, super chat us your jingle requests, and we will attempt to oblige. England now have as little as 11% chance of a victory. India, well, they had 1% most of the day. Now that is 0%. And the draw is massive, an overwhelming favourite at 89%.
Seems right. Leah says, well, after yesterday, this is a welcome improvement and an awesome display by India. Said in my video yesterday that the day could be the setup for a fascinating day 5, and so it proved. A support staffer of England tested positive for COVID, and India then cancelled the game. This is what happened for that 5th test all those years ago.
Goodness.
Yes, a draw would be acceptable, says Eric Jayers. I think a 4-1 series thrashing would be a tad unfair on India. I'd agree with that.
Well,
maybe 2-2.
Yeah, you don't count your chickens because there's only 3 days between this test and the next one. Everyone's going to be super knackered, aren't they? Especially as they've got to find their way down from Old Trafford to the Oval. I do hope they've got. Well, I imagine that either they fly or they've got a coach.
They'll have a coach.
Otherwise, you know, the whole county thing of people still having to drive themselves to matches is crazy.
But even having a coach doesn't guarantee you getting to the ground on time, as people found out early in the England match.
Yes, the West Indies one there, wasn't it, at the Oval?
Yeah, where they had turned up on bikes.
Line bikes, yeah. Archer is back for one final go. One would imagine he immediately bowls it hard into the deck, and it sticks in this rather dead surface and balloons rather slowly through to Jamie Smith. I'm not even sure it's worth giving Archer another bowl. I suppose if he could get one, but really, you might regret more than you get. Down the leg side again. When I say again, of course, Archer has only just come on for his latest spell, but
it's been a recurring theme, though.
But this constant line of attack from around the wicket to the left-handers, I mean, it's really been overdone, hasn't it? Yes. Especially if you're going to bowl so many of those balls on or very slightly outside. Leg stump. Archer in, wide of the off stump, cut, not really timed, but certainly get one. Duckett dives, hauls it back in. I think it is just a single. Both on 67.
Archer bowls very straight anyway when he's over the wicket, so you could bowl over the wicket and still attack the stumps.
Yeah, I don't really understand what they were doing. I mean, I can only presume that they're just bowling badly, because there was a point when Archer, or was it Cast, had a leg slip, and I kind of understood it for a little while, but then they got rid of that, but they still kept bowling around there. Flicked away by Washington to another ball on the line of leg stump. It's easy pickings. This is just flogging Archer for no good reason, isn't it?
Yep. And flogging this ball into the turf as well to try and change its state through play and get something to happen. And it's not happening at the moment.
And it's not even had the decency to go out of shape, so they could ask for another one. Archer again into Jadeja, who's up on his toes defending that, and even he's bored. So he wanted to go and field that himself, but Pope told him to get back into his crease, I think.
Pope just said, I'll do that.
Maybe he said, no, don't you worry yourself, Ravi. You've had quite enough to do in this match.
Well, I'm being polite because I think Ollie Pope's quite a polite guy, but I could just imagine someone with a bit more mongrel in them telling him to get back in his effing box and face the next ball.
It seems a little bit pointless at this stage of the game. The bling is blinging. It's the most spectacular thing going on out there right now. Awful bouncer down the leg side from Archer, very slingy. Not even slingy, more round-armed. It's the end of the over, 348 for 4. There's a very large Indian supporter celebrating.
That bucket hat is really crammed on, isn't it?
It is. He's got a...
He'd make Raheem Cornwall look slim.
Well,
Burton Morris says if England have to bat for 8 overs, they have to score 100 runs, then they have a good chance of winning. Yeah, but they need to take 6 wickets before they can do that.
I mean, really.
They've taken 2 today.
God, is that all? They've only taken 2 wickets today.
Damn man, not going our way, but it will be back for the next one with the Gorilla Massive. Come on, India, let's get a moral victory today. One team out of the 2 are famously known for securing moral victory. I'm so tired of hearing about moral victory.
So am I. I'm going to ban it. I'm going to ban it from being read out. If you start talking about, if you're an Aussie talking about moral victories, go away. Not literally don't go away, but don't tweet about it. Dawson, I mean, he's toiled for 43 overs. And he's yet to get a wicket. He's been a little bit unlucky. There's not really been a great deal there for him, although I do feel as if perhaps he could have bowled a little bit more, with a little bit more guile, really. Flicked past mid-wicket. There is Root. They take a single. I just think he hasn't pushed the ball up enough, hasn't thrown it up enough. And maybe that's under instruction because they wanted him to, keep things quiet at one end. I mean, if Dawson hadn't kept things quiet at one end and gone for under 2 and over, then India might be 112 ahead by now. Well, as it happens, they're going to try and see if they can reach that. Jadeja punishes Dawson for a full over-pitch delivery by driving it down the ground. He plays that shot so well. 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Yeah, Jadeja doing it gangster style down the wicket.
Yeah, he's taken that from out of the footholes a little bit, picked it up over mid-on.
Living up to his gunslinger moniker.
And now he just eases the next one between short mid-wicket and short mid-on for another single. 72 to Jadeja.
He's got an answer to every question at the moment.
He has. As I say, he had that little bit of fortune, didn't he? Coming in and should have been dismissed. Washington, Sundar aims a slog sweep at this one from outside off stump, but makes no contact. It sort of hits him in the chest or in the ribs as he's down on his knees, really. Some spin there. Yeah, I'm inclined to go with the bear and say that he possibly hasn't bowled wide enough either. Dawson in 2 straight. That's another easy, milkable delivery. And they're going to get back for 2 to the deep square leg boundary. 356 for 4.
It's far too easy to just work those into the holes in the leg side.
I mean, you obviously take the risk of being driven, especially because there isn't a lot of turn there. But he's genuinely got to keep on trying to draw them wide, hasn't he? He's got to throw it up. He's got to make them want to drive it rather than be able to go back and flick it away for a single.
It's a very fine line between bowling it too wide that they just ignore you and bowling it just wide enough that you will hit the stumps if it turns and people are forced into playing a shot.
I think though if you do bowl it wide and one does turn quite sharply, then that is going to make the batsman feel less inclined to leave the ball. You've just got to find one to grip and do something. And then the batsman will be less confident. Archer in short into the I was going to say into the rib, but it's more into the waist of.
I think that's slammed into the hand.
Well, I think
taken it off the bat.
But it was at waist height. It really didn't get up at all.
Well, Philip Shaw's got an idea. He says Archer bowls tidy leg spin, doesn't he?
Well, he does bowl left arm spin, actually.
Left arm, yeah.
Left arm spin has been known. Maybe he should have a go. I'd probably he'd probably do his back because of the different muscles being used.
Twist his back too much, trying to get action on the ball.
Yeah, trying to get that pivot in short. Rubbish, really, I have to say. Take him off. Don't flog him. Get Root on. Keep Dawson on. Let's get out of here. Let's go to the Oval. Let's watch the Euro final.
Which is starting in 10 minutes.
Exactly. The lead is 45. India are not going to win this. There are only, allegedly, 20 odd overs to go. Let's just shake hands, please. Archer in, down the leg side, awful. There's been a lot of tired bowling. Let's be fair. They've been out there for 129 overs, but they hadn't been out there for 129 overs when they were bowling so much on leg stump from round the wicket after lunch. That said, I suppose in that little period, it was a fascinating half an hour after lunch where Dawson was operating, trying to get something out of the footholes to the two left-handers. Archer was beating Washington's Sundar in particular almost at will when he actually got it right, but he didn't get it right enough. But it was a really important half an hour for them to survive, and they've gone on and proffered from their concentrations is defended again into the onside. 356 for 4.
I am wondering whether or not we will get a handshake with 15 overs to go in the last hour.
Yeah.
I think it's more likely to be with 10 to 12 overs to go.
Tucked away by Jadeja and Crawley. Oh my goodness, Zach Crawley's out there.
The almost anonymous Crawley, who's been dispatched to the
to the outer
pastures
to
vegetate for most of the day.
He's probably glad he hasn't had to bat a second time, because at least he's got his 94 to
bolster his
credentials. Archer in short. This one jumps on Washington, who almost gets into an awkward position, maybe because he keeps thinking it's coming through quicker than it is.
Played that pretty well, actually, because he dropped one hand off the bat and therefore took all the pace out of any response, and he kept his eye on it right into the point where he hit the splice.
I think he did ultimately play it well. He got himself into an awkward position and then got himself out of difficulty. He was a little bit front on, but as I say, when it's someone of the pace of Archer and he's bowling short, and it actually comes off the pitch much slower than you're anticipating, that can be awkward.
Yeah.
As awkward as the really quick one.
Yeah. Ravinatarajan says, good morning from LA. Gratified to see India still alive. I thought the match would have finished by now with an England win. Give Jaiswal the man of the match. That's an interesting question. I guess it'll be Stokes. It'd be nice if it was Root, but I think it'll be Stokes.
105 wickets. I think it will have to be Stokes. But
I don't think it can be Root because he's dropped a crucial catch this afternoon.
Yeah,
true. For his 150, he's cost England 73 runs from Jadeja, and the partnership is worth considerably more than that. But Root is going to bowl. So this hopefully signifies that we're going to just get through as many as we can, as quickly as we can. Defended by Jadeja. 73 to him. Root coming round the wicket, a slip in a gully, a short square leg. This time Jadeja goes back to a straight one, defends.
Plays a bit of French cricket, and rehearses more of the same to balls that Root is going to essay.
Goes very wide, looking for that one that he slings with the round arm and gets to turn. We've seen one of those today. It was an absolute peach of a ball that beat Jadeja, but hasn't been able to repeat it. He's in, bowls forward comes Jadeja, defends into the offside to extra cover. There is no run. There's very little happening. 3:57 for 4. 23.2 overs scheduled, but hopefully we won't have to endure all of them. As Root is in again, he's brought a man across on the offside, and that's a rather daring leave from Jadeja.
Wow,
that wasn't far away from his off stump. He didn't leave it in the time-honoured fashion of raising his bat out of the way. He just stood there and watched it go past. Root in again. He goes back. There was a little bit of bounce there, but he controls the cut. He's going to get a couple of runs. Oh, there's Crawley again. Suddenly can't keep him out of the action, and they get back for 3 in the end. Lots of threes today. Quite a slow outfield. Not that many boundaries.
Yeah, here's a blast from past. Rohit Singh says, how's it going, Gorillas? Long time no see. Messrs, how are you? What a series. Indeed it is. Good to have you back, Rohit.
Indeed.
And where are we? Lots of talk about LA. Bernard Morris says, drag a granny out of the crowd, let her bowl a few overs. It almost feels like that, doesn't it?
Well, Jeff Boycott's granny with her pinny on would
well, that's exactly what Mark Arnold suggests. Yeah.
Well, it would be entertaining, wouldn't it? It'd be more entertaining than what we're seeing now. And that's not to take away anything from India, who've batted with incredible resilience, really.
Do you think the last flex of the match is going to be England trolling Jadeja and denying him his ton by offering a draw before he gets there?
Get them both into the 90s and then
and offer the draw.
Awful down the leg side from Archer. What is the point of this? What is the point of bowling Archer?
Especially if he's going to bowl that line.
Have they decided they're not going to play him in the third test? And you're absolutely right, Messi. If he's bowling that rubbish, it's all got rather pointless. It's all got rather pointless.
There's no threat to the wickets.
Nope. Sure, now that's much better. And Jadeja actually has to do some work to almost go down on bended knee, sway backwards.
That's an old style leave to a West Indian fast bowler there.
It is. It's. I love it when a batsman plays the short ball like that. It really is. Something to behold.
Chip Perkins says, isn't Archer due a 4-year break after this match?
Oh, don't say that. Tucked away to short square leg, Stokes fields, and there is no run. There seemed to be a lot of activity after that ball. I thought it must be the end of the over, but we're actually only halfway through it. 360 for 4. Yeah. Do we have any team news from the Euros? From the final, for those of you trying to do two things at once,
and second screen and multi-screen.
Yeah, who was it? Flicked away through a quite packed onside field, either side of square leg, for another single. 361. For 4.
This Euros Championship is another one, much like the Tour de France and the British Grand Prix and a whole pile of other things. They've just passed me by this year, and I've not really noticed them at all.
Well, because you had to focus on the most important thing, the cricket.
Absolutely,
I had to focus on work. That's the thing that kept me busy.
He's very deep in his creases, Washington. Just looking at that from side on, and he flicks to mid wicket.
I'd have loved the opportunity to do something other than work for the last month and a half.
Well, you may have been working for the last month and a half. I feel like I've been in here for the last month and a half, or in Worthing, to be honest. I think I've been.
Is it growing on you, Hendo?
Not so much Worthing. We found a nice little village called Ferring, just along from.
Oh, all right.
It's we're going to go and have a second viewing this week. Archer in. And all clipped. I thought airily for a moment then. And Stokes reacts by staying down in his crouching position after fielding, as he sort of reflects on how that would have gone to a short leg placed in his orthodox position, but Stokes is 5 yards back from that.
Oh, I would have thought you'd be getting the Escape to the Country crew to go with you, Hendo. Rohit Singh says hopefully no early handshakes. The next test match starts in a few days, and England's fielders and bowlers need all the practice they can get.
Well, that actually sounds like you're supporting India on the. You want them to stay out there longer. Is that or the fact that England have not really bowled terribly well?
Their fielding, their catching, and their bowling has been very ordinary all day, I reckon.
Yeah, afraid so. Root in bowls, defended by Jadeja. He's on 77 now. Washington 71. Root, of all people, is into his 14th over. He's got a man at silly mid-off. He's got a slip and a gully. He's got a short square leg. And he's in, and Jadeja steps back outside his leg stump and then wants to allow the ball to come onto him so he can whip it away, but mistimes his shot and is just hit on the thigh pad. 361 for 4. The lead is 50. Root in again and defended to that man at short square leg, who has to just accompany it a few yards behind him, but there won't be a run.
Yeah, all the fizz has gone out of this ball. I mean, it's 51 overs old, and they're not going to get another better one, I don't think.
It's not just the ball the fizz has gone out of, Jason.
No, indeed. Outside the stump, left alone by Jadeja.
Tess Reynolds optimistic. He says, how many overs till the new ball? Well, unfortunately, there's another 29 overs. So
oh, no, he's gone for the drive over mid-on, and he's just about got it.
I'm not sure Archer saw that.
I don't think he saw that. How far away was it from him? It's brought 4 runs, but he didn't get hold of that, I don't think, as well as he wanted to, Jadeja.
It's a very low, flat, skimming shot.
I thought there was a chance for a moment. So look at this. He's dragged it a little bit.
No, that's not a chance, but it's not that far away.
It was a chance at the. It sounds an obvious thing to say. It was a chance if the fielder had been placed
in the
direction of it, because it wouldn't have gone over him. Defended into the offside. There is the end of the over.
So an interesting stat for you. That for us, taking Jadeja to 425 runs for the series, which means he's the 4th highest run scorer in the series, behind Gill, Rahul and Pant. So all the 4 top scorers are Indian, which is remarkable when you think about it.
Well, England are one of the crucial moments, I suppose.
Yeah,
you'd have to say.
Remember the famous quote from the 2009 Ashes from Andrew Strauss?
Oh yeah, because that was
when we lost. When we were bad, we were very, very bad, and when we were good, we were just good enough.
But also, wasn't it in that game that they hit 400s? And I don't think we got 100, but we still managed to get away with a draw.
Yep, that's the famous one at Cardiff, I think.
Yeah, that's right. I remember being at the Guardian that day and working. Well, it was the Observer, effectively, and watching that on the screen. In the office, defended.
Do you mean you were working on a Sunday, therefore it had to be the Observer?
No, I was working on a Saturday.
For a Sunday publication.
Although, I can't believe a test was finishing on a Saturday. I may have got that slightly wrong. Maybe I was working on the Sunday for a Monday.
If it was a New Year's test or a Christmas test, it might be that. Oh, it was in England, wasn't it?
Yeah. This one comes off a mixture of bat and pad, but straight to ground, fielded by Gully.
You'll be pleased to hear, Hendo, I think your stint is coming to a close, and we should have a swap over at the end of this over.
I've got renewed vocal cord.
Well, you did have
of course, if they're still going in half an hour, you have to come back.
Oh, bugger. Flicked to short leg. There is no run. I mean, I'd like to go and lie down and put the put the football on the telly. But if I put the football on the telly, it'll turn this telly that we're watching onto the football. Although, to be fair, that might be more fun. 143 this partnership now worth.
I've got a plot for the next session too. We haven't quizzed Manak about his cricketing ability.
Oh, okay. This is defended. Duckett now finds himself close to the wicket with the lid on. And he goes to field. 2 balls of this particular stint of mine to go. Dawson, none for 91 from 44.4 overs. 4 men round the bat. Can he get one to explode out of those foot marks? No. Rather, it explodes from the middle of Washington Sundar's bat. Or maybe I'm over-egging it slightly. He's going to get 2 runs rather than 4 through extra cover.
Has Jofra Archer got his jumper tied around his waist?
He has.
That's very village.
That is very village, isn't it?
Shit. So, Hender, your voice has improved considerably after your run in the paddock.
Well, that's what lying down for 45 minutes does for you. Dawson in, bowls turned off, middle and off, down into the ground to the short leg. That is the end of the over. Does that mean I can go and have another lie down for a bit?
It does. Can you sort the studio on your way past?
Who's due in?
Manak. He's already in. You just need to change the layout over, and it's already set to go.
I'll do my best. It may not work.
Okay. Good luck. Rohit Singh says, "Thanks, Messrs. New job, no cricket for a long time." Well, I hope your new job gives you time for cricket, Rohit, because otherwise it's a shit job. Bernard Murray says, "I just swallowed 2 antidepressants and turned on the Women's Euro final." Paul Stratton says, "Southey needs to remind our bowlers that the 3 stumps with bails on are what they're there for. Bowling fucking straight and being bowled out, bring LBW into play. We've been clueless with our line." That's quite true.
Root is in. First ball wraps Jadeja on the pad, but that's sliding down based on the angle and bowling round the wicket. And we should be joined by Manek shortly.
Here he comes.
Here he is. And
hello.
Welcome, Manek. We haven't been on before together. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too as well. Well, India have most likely got the draw now, so I'm just really happy about that.
I bet you are.
It did look unlikely yesterday, but
yes,
short and cut
in Washington
by Jadeja, but cover feels that neatly, and there is no run as Rod Tucker looks on. Root's ready again. Not really got that ball to spit and turn like he can do. That's full and into the driving zone, and Jadeja is no invitation and smashes that straight back over the head for 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
I do hope Jadeja gets 100, he really deserves it.
Yeah. Lovely shot from Jadeja. I think he's timing this very nicely to get there by the time that the handshake will be proffered. That ball is just pushed through on the leg side, and Root goes across the wicket and fields it. India 371 for 4, lead by... Oh, where's that gone? It's gone up in the air. Is there a man there? No, that's a safe shot. It's another shot. Plugs in the outfield, it just dribbles to the sponge, and that's the second boundary in the over.
Nice.
As he moves to 89 off 166, only 11 away now. I think he's definitely going to try and make sure he gets his ton before the handshake gets offered. I think he thinks he's done enough now to save the match. And now it's a bit about...
I'd say Washington would want a stun as well before that, but I don't see that happening just yet. He's actually quite far.
Now, Manek, we haven't put you through the initiation process we normally have. with someone's first time. Tell us a bit about yourself, and in particular your connection with cricket and your abilities in cricket.
Alright, so I'm 17. I study in the 12th grade, upper 6th, I'm told, in the UK equivalent. I study in Delhi in India. Cricket, I've just played cricket since childhood. I mean...
Oh, sorry, we'll have to cut off occasionally to let Jason commentate on the ball.
That one crouched down a little bit and nearly gets through, but inside edge onto the pads, and there is no run. Continue, Manik.
Yeah, so I've been playing cricket all my childhood, growing up. I lived in Singapore for 5 years, so I pursued cricket quite a bit there. I got selected for a national performance program. Then I shifted back to India.
And that is padded away into the gully area, and there is no run.
Yeah. So I shifted back to India and I continued playing cricket here for my school. So how I got introduced to guerrilla cricket was I went on tour to Oxford with my school. So we just went last month in June. It was a great tour, and I met David Brooke there.
I was going to say, you would have had to meet David Brooke. And defended by Washington, and Dawson looks on slightly askance at that, bent over, thinking, what have I got to do?
David was, quite keen to introduce me to guerrilla cricket. He said I should commentate because I expressed an interest in commentary. So that's how I got here.
Excellent.
Again, a good forward defence there from Washington. Gets a good stride out, hits the ball straight into the ground. Perfect technique. And
are you principally a batter or a bowler or all-rounder?
I do. I'm actually like Dawson. I'm a left-arm spin bowler who does a little bit of batting.
Are you any good?
I like to think so.
Of course he is. In his own head. And that's defended again by Washington with a big stride. We all believe we're the best version of ourselves. Then we have to be,
Well, you're allowed to tell us about your best performance ever.
Well, in Singapore, where I live, we were playing a tournament, I think under 15 level, where I once got a 5-wicket haul for 2 runs in 2.5 overs.
Excellent.
That was my best performance.
And that's just guided by Washington into the gully area. Slip runs out to field it. They take a single. That's the end of that over. India 376 for 4. There are 18 nominally 18 overs remaining in the innings. I don't think we'll see more than possibly about 7 of those. India by 65.
No, I think you're right. Rohit Singh says yes, his job is a shit job, even when he can find devious ways to watch the cricket. Steve Chilton says yes, Jadeja deserves a century if he gets it. Kartik Kumar says England cricket officials reached Mars to search for aliens to play for them. Taking Kiwis, Caribbeans, Asians and South Africans isn't working for them anymore. And Rohit Singh says, seriously though, I had to push very hard for a job because I'm overqualified. Evidently that's a very tough bar to cross. But I owe a great debt of gratitude to my dear friend Anindo, who was my main motivator to help me get out of my mental funk.
And we've had it. We've had what you asked for, Messi. Joe Root has bowled a bouncer.
Excellent.
It was a very... he almost hurt his toe banging it into the deck. And that was pulled by Washington, but straight to the man at mid-off. So it was a strapple. But it was at least something different that Joe Root tried. Anyway, here he comes. Is he going to do it again? No, it's back on a good line and a good length. And Washington does what he's done so often in this innings, is just prop forward and play an immaculate forward defence.
Yeah, Washington, I think, has put forward an exhibition of defending today. He's really had a solid defence.
And then follows that up with the whip shot off the back foot. Poor old Jofra Archer, the ball seems to be following him in the outfield. He has to chase that one again. He looks all a bit despondent. disappointed that we're still out here and that England haven't secured a win already. But that's the things that happen sometimes in cricket. Defended again by Jadeja. He punches the ball at the silly mid-off, who almost gathers it on the bounce, but the ball skews away just slightly, but there is no run. 377 for 4, India. Can he get to 400 before the game is over? That is defended. This time Duckett does manage to field it cleanly and thinks about a shy at the stumps, but Jadeja hasn't moved out of his crease at all, and that ball is wide and lifts very slightly, and Jadeja ignores that. So that's another overthrow quickly. Root is doing it to Jadeja here, bowls an over inside of 90 seconds. 17 overs remain, and India are 377 for 4.
Indeed. So we're up to date on Steve Williams says, Jadeja, you deserve a ton in this series. You've contributed a lot in this series with bat and ball. He has been superb, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He has been, especially with the bat. I think, the third test, he almost dragged India to a victory single-handedly, just 22 runs, where Bashir got that out. And today as well, he's put in an admirable performance.
Absolutely. Apart from his first delivery.
Yeah. Defended by Washington. Into the ground. Ball dribbles back up the pitch. And there is no run. So I suppose the only thing really left to answer is, can Jadeja get his ton before the close of play? He's going to need to get on strike, which he's going to do with this ball. That's knocked past the short sending off fielder into the offside, and they take a single. So here's the opportunity for Jadeja to get some runs. He has been dealing somewhat in boundaries in the recent overs. He's certainly taken toll of Dawson a couple of times, and he's got to make sure he gets to a milestone before the end of play.
Yeah, but I don't think he'll be too hasty, because this entire innings he has built it on, except that reckless first shot, he's built it on caution, so he'll wait for his ball.
Well, that's nearly got through. That's the first ball that he no, it's a full pitch ball. It's wide, which is what Hendo has been asking for, and he's gone off the inside corner of the bat, and thankfully he's been deflected by the back boot and the back pad just past leg stump. But that could so easily have gone straight back onto the stumps. And that's the first false shot for some time.
Yeah. Come on, Jadeja, hang in there.
Let's see if he gets the big defence out after that one. And he's been made to wait. Here comes Dawson. Again, floated up wide, trying to hit that spot again. Jadeja would have covered the line and thrust a pad at it, but it didn't turn in, didn't hit that bowler's mark. 378 for 4, leading by 67. If they went off now, they still need to score at something like 5 and over. And that's straighter and flatter and fuller by Dawson. And Jadeja just works that to mid-wicket. There is no run again. One more ball to go on this over. Can he nick the strike for the next over? No, but that's gone straight through Jamie Smith. I think that one scuttled along the ground a little bit, and it's gone for 4 byes. I think that was out of the mark, just kept low, and Jamie Smith was defeated by that. And 4 runs, taking India to a lead of 71.
So Ombre Nuevo says, I love cricket. 2 days ago, India were dead and buried. Now there's going to be everything to play for in the last test. Truly fantastic sport and wonderful commentary from the Guerrilla Cricket team to guide us through. Thank you, Ombre. That's lovely. Philip Shaw says Ben Stokes should go and recover by entering the power slap super heavyweight fight. Steve Chilton says, tell Manick England are looking for a spinner. He can't be any worse than Bashir and Dawson.
No, he can't. But
you know, I like to think of myself as being able to spin the ball a bit.
Root darted in from round the wicket, and Washington defends that with that trademark forward defensive. Then gets up, tidies himself up again, gets ready to face the next ball. Here comes Root. That's a floaty full toss, and Washington says, oh, thank you very much, and just punched that past Ben Duckett, all on the floor, out to extra cover for one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
That really was a gift, and it was gratefully received by Washington.
And he moves to 80 as well, actually, so both of these guys are nearing a century, so at least one of them should get it, I think.
Root. Ow, and that's going to hurt Ben Duckett.
Oh.
That was wide and slingy by Joe Root. It was full, which is tempted Washington into the drive. That's hit the bowler's marks and smashed Ben Duckett, who was turning away to defend himself, right on the elbow as he turned away, and he winced immediately.
Oh, I'm not surprised. Oof.
And he's retreated to extra cover now, throwing away the lid in disgust.
Yeah, sensible.
And that is another slingy sort of darty ball by Joe Root, defended by Washington. And the Indian backroom boys look a bit glum, but they shouldn't look glum because they're going to get out of here with a draw, which is very much a positive result from my point of view.
When you think they've lost 2 wickets in 5 sessions, that's extraordinary.
That is absolutely amazing. I mean,
that last ball went out to point, and there is no run. This ball goes out to extra cover, and there is no run.
Yeah.
15 overs to go. Almost into the last hour. So we are into the last hour, in fact, officially. But 15 overs to go, and Ben Stokes walking down, had his hand out as though he might be starting to offer a handshake, but that's not going to be the case. He's asking the question of the umpire, discussing with him. I wonder.
This is the start of the last hour, presumably. 15 overs to go.
Yep.
Oh, that's sort of significant in this circumstance. Mark Arnold said, so India declare with 20 minutes batting for England to score 120.
I think he's going. Well, they're all milling around trying to work out what to do at this point. I think he might have been told he needs to bowl another 10 minutes before he can. And they're taking drinks there at the moment. And there's
of course they're taking drinks because. Oh dear. Eric J wants to know if it was Duckett's bowling elbow. He doesn't have a bowling elbow. He kicks the ball along the pitch.
Well, I'm thinking that that went along the lines of, do you want to draw now, or do you want to try and get 100?
Yeah, I think Jadeja would have probably wanted to get his century. That's why he's doing here.
Yeah.
But Ben Stokes has been quite animated here. He's trying to work out, why can't we go off now if I offer the draw?
I can still get around to golfing.
Well, I think he wants to get on the treatment table, make sure he's good to go for the next test.
Well, yeah, because now there's a draw, so he needs to play in the 5th test so that England have any chance of winning, because he's been their best player.
But this is all very low key at the moment and all very time wasty.
Yeah. Oh well.
And I think it looks like the umpires are seeking clarification on some point of the playing conditions, which is why people are hanging around. And anyway, Stokes has walked away. The fielders who had converged are now dispersing. Grasman has come in to repair the wicket and perhaps redress the markings very slightly. But and now there's another conversation between Duckett and Jadeja. It all seems very chatty and friendly and not a lot of activity.
I think Jadeja's saying, I can't do anything unless my captain tells me to.
Yeah, and they're seeking clarification from the changing room. I think the draw has been offered. Whether or not Jadeja is in a position to accept it or not is, he says, is up to the captain. I can't do it.
There was a visual in between, I think, of Gill laughing alongside, I think, Shardul Thakur. So I'm not too sure he's going to be taking the draw. He's going to let Jadeja get a century, I think.
Right. Well, after all that period of non-activity, things are starting to return to normal, and it looks like cricket may break out again.
Oh well, I mean, it's in India's interest for England to stay in the field as long as possible.
Yes.
When you think about it, you know. They're sitting in the pavilion.
It's time for the joke bowlers. We have a change of bowling. I'm going to jingle him up because we don't get to see him bowl very often. It is going to be this guy, and he hasn't done much in the game so far, so he may as well have a bowl. And the has been announced as right arm medium seam, but it looks like he's trying to bowl with very much a spinner's action there.
Yeah, he's bowling right arm off spin. Okay, that's new.
Yeah, it is.
So, experimental cricket by England here.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's been... he's almost run straight through the umpire's outstretched arm, because the bails have not been replaced. Anyway, here he comes now with one slip, and that's a decent off spinner. That's on a length, nice flight, and defended by Jadeja, who doesn't want to get out to the occasional bowler. Wants to make sure he gets his ton in the overs that are remaining. Anyway, here comes Brook again. That's a bit more on the leg side. You've got a ring field in the leg side. There's only one man in. And a ring of 3 or 4 defending in the leg side. Like went straight to mid wicket.
Harry Brook has a test bowling average of 81.
And that's tempting by Brook, who flights it up, and Jadeja obliges with a drive out of the dust bowl and underneath his feet, down to mid on, but can't beat the man. That's very friendly, and that is going to be dispatched. That's not quite made it to the boundary. He didn't time that, but it's taken 2, or was that 3?
Just 2.
Just 2. But that really should have gone out of the ground. It was a sort of knee-high full toss in the end. Oh, that's horrible. And that is a filthy delivery that's gone down the leg side and has... Jadeja got a bat on that? I think he has. So that's 4 runs to him. He moves to 95. But I think that one deserves another jingle. I'll just find it. Where are we? We are in play. It is... another ball. That's better. Back on the line and length. Whipped into the leg side. The fielders converge and pick that up and loose the ball back to Jamie Smith. And that's the end of the Brook over. We're going to see an over from everybody, I wonder.
Mark Arnold, it's a callback to a tweet he did this morning, I think. It says, was Stokes asking for the 3-legged band or the sack to be brought out? He suggests people trying to bowl as in a sack race or in a three-legged race, just to make it interesting. Road Singh says, how do captains agree on a draw if one captain is in the dressing room? Well, presumably they
signal, generally.
Signalled, yeah. 1-0 to Spain, by the way.
Never mind. The only way England are going to win that is by penalties, I think. Anyway, Root is going to continue. He's got 0 for 53 or 17. And that is defended by Washington. All the close fielders have gone now. There's only a slip and a ring of fielders to defend against. That's the slightly round arm ball that's arcing in, defended off the back foot by Sundar. Rooting again, he's there quickly. That's wide and tempting, and that's been flashed through the offside for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
There's no fear from India at the moment. They know they've got this draw in the bag. It's just a question of whether or not people can get personal milestones.
The Indian fans are jubilantly celebrating. You can see the happiness on their faces. After being dead lost and having to bat for 5 sessions to get a draw, they've done it by losing 2 wickets.
Root. And again, that's an even better shot, actually. That's floated up, that's driven through extra cover this time. That's a lovely, lovely shot for 4. And Washington moves to 88.
He's 12 away from his century as well. I mean, he's been batting longer than Jadeja. So
he has. He's almost doubled. He's been strike rate of about 50, maybe not even that, about 40. And there's a short ball, and Washington has climbed into all of that and dispatched it through mid-wicket. It really was, in recreational cricket terms, a bit of a pie, and that's got full just rewards.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
It's a bit of a silly season now in this last hour. You wonder whether or not Joe Root has decided and Ben Stokes has decided to give him 100 and then he can get off. Very, very flat by Root, almost Kedar Jadav style, and defended into the offside. That's the end of that expensive over.
Indeed. Where are we? Mix Gambo's clip corner sent $5 just says, give the lad a bowl. Yeah, well, this is the only time in the whole of my period on Guerrilla Cricket where I wouldn't mind Duckett being bowled, because it's totally meaningless and you can see what tripe he bowls. So I'd be very happy for him to bowl now. Thank you for the $5 though, Mix Kambu. Fair play to India, says Cadell, and I thought England could have taken this, but the stoic resilience of the Indian batters has put paid to my thinking. Only one of the openers.
Brooke is back. The first ball is defended by Jadeja, who I think... so no one's taking this particularly seriously now. He's bowling off one pace. That ball is very floated up. It's only 43 miles an hour. And luckily, just close enough to Bradley-Cast to make a sprawling stop. And there's the ball that's going to get him to his 100. That's been floated up and obliged by Jadeja, who slams the ball straight and full and all the way for one of these. Takes him to 100. It's his 5th 100 in 84 matches. It's his 3rd versus England, and
it's also the 17th 100 in this series. There are only 2 series ever played where there have been more than 17 scored. and we've still got a test to go.
Anyway, he is a centurion.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Brook off the back foot. Jadeja punches that ball down to mid-on. Brook again. Oh, that's very friendly, and that's just free runs. Take it all you want. Buffet bowling from Brook. 37 miles an hour. That's no. I know there's lob bowling, but even that is too slow. And he hits that for 4 through mid wicket again.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
And Jadeja pulls away from Brook from his 1 yard run up. He's waiting for something behind the bowler's arm. Don't know what. He seems to be seeing the ball pretty well. And the next ball is very friendly and very slow and hit, but not timed to deep square leg. And Duckett has to chase that. Fielded and throws the ball in with some disdain. And more free runs for Jadeja. That's the end of that over. Hopefully that's the end of Brook. But Washington's still got a target to get to.
Jadeja now has more than 450 runs in the series at an average of 113.5.
There's some phenomenal stats. 17 centuries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're due a change, so...
right, okay.
Yeah, I meant to relieve somebody, I think.
You are meant to be relieving... yes, me, I think.
Ball, ball, ball.
Who's on ball, ball, ball?
You are.
I am, okay. Well, it's almost done and dusted. I guess we're just going to wait for Washington to get to his 100. Although this one is fired into the pad and comes off the pad.
Well, I get exactly the same feeling. It's 8 more runs and then we can all go home.
Yep.
Or in my case, go to my din-dins.
Absolutely. Defended. He's going to keep England out there for a bit longer. I mean, in a way...
One step.
In a way, that's fair enough. I mean, it not just because of, they want to get hundreds. Well, Jadeja already has. Tucked away, tickled away down to fine leg. I think Woke's ambling after it. They'll get to Washington moves to 94. Big 6 maybe to finish it off.
Well, if Root obliges.
Well, if Washington faces
big
Brook,
high full toss.
If Washington faces Brook, it'll be over in 3 balls. I think maybe even 1 ball.
Now, if only Duckett hadn't injured his arm at silly mid-off, he could have had a little bowl, and Farong would be celebrating in the 93-degree heat of Bangladesh in the middle of the night.
Is that where Farong is?
I think is he in Thailand, isn't he now? Pushed back to Root. Root wants to stay out there. He hasn't had a bowl as long as this for years.
Come on, Root. Give him a single so he can smash Brook the next over.
Well, final ball, and quite rightly, he gives him the single.
There's the one.
And we are another ball nearer the end of this game.
He cares too much about his bowling stats to, just allow Washington to hit him for 6. Yes. Looks just like, get this over with.
You can get your ton off the sacrificial lamb of Harry Brook.
Well, then again, Root claims not to care that much about his batting stats, so I can't imagine his bowling stats are that important to him. But what people claim and what they really believe are 2 different things.
I mean, in terms of getting hundreds, I mean, you can say they batted. They batted well enough to get hundreds, but in the end, because England are throwing up the joke bowling, it looks a little bit don't know, not quite right. You used to see it a lot in the 3-day county championship, didn't you?
Declaration bowling.
Declaration bowling, yeah. It's not
This
so much
is
declaration. This is
closure bowling.
Get off and get to London bowling. Oh, that was off the wrong foot. A little bit of medium pace there. Well, I say medium pace. It wasn't an attempt to bowl spin, but it was only 49 miles an hour from Brook.
This is the definition of dob, isn't it?
It's worse than dob. It's much worse than dob. They're coming on the single, saying Washington hit over the top, and he likes that shot over extra cover, and that's where he's put it. 4 runs, he's within a single of 100. Now, I knew at one point Washington Sundar had a very good batting average, but has he got a test 100?
No, I've just had a look and he doesn't.
No. So, big moment for him. Really big moment for him. This partnership has gone past 200. 200! I've only had 2 wickets since lunchtime yesterday. Oh, he's ready to set off for the single, but now suddenly England are interested again. A game within a game. A little, a pointless game within a game. But
I think Jadeja will run the quick single if there's an opportunity there for him.
That's it, surely. Yeah, away through mid-wicket. Duckett makes a pretense of running after it. It's gone out to the boundary. Has it gone all the way? You might have to run them, actually, mate. But he's absolutely delighted. Well deserved. Really good effort from India. And in the end, I suppose, the combination of great resilience and
that's that.
And that's that. Great resilience and a rather moribund Old Trafford pitch that we were warned about when we started. It looked like England were going to become the first team to put another in and win on this particular at this particular venue. But it's the Indian fans who maybe feel this is a victory in a strange sort of way from the position they were in. I mean, they worked out that once the ball goes a bit soft on this pitch,
it's a very Indian pitch.
You can very much bat on it. Yes,
it's a very Indian pitch.
Yep.
It may turn a bit, but it's very battable on. And if you just keep your discipline and keep going.
Yes, and that is basically what India did. It could have been different had England held on to their catches. Shubman Gill yesterday, difficult one to Ollie Pope this morning at short extra, and then especially when Archer was steaming in with the new ball, and he'd got rid of Shubman Gill to a rather indifferent and tired shot. Jadeja had no such excuse for going after a very wide bouncer, really, and edging to Root, but Root couldn't hang on despite at least 3 or 4 grabs at it. And from that moment, Jadeja was pretty much in control. Very solid indeed. Got to his 100. I think he deserved that as much as anything for his innings at Lords, which nearly got India over the line. Yeah. So maybe he deserved that little bit of luck with the drop catch. But England will feel it's an opportunity missed to have put this series to bed. And a lot of tired bowlers, in particular, are going to have to perform again.
This is the worst possible thing for Bumrah and Stokes, because these guys are going to have conversations with themselves and the fitness staff at the next test looming, and something still on the line.
Especially Bumrah, because now India can win the series, but he said he'd play 3 tests.
Yeah, and he's played 3 tests now.
He's played 3 tests, but he's only bowled in 1 innings here. So, okay, it was a long innings.
A technicality.
He's had nearly 2 days off, which is more than most of them out there. So, he might be one of the more fresh of the players in the.
It's a relative
squad.
term, isn't it?
It is really. I mean, and I think this is the annoyance and flaw amid this notion of, we've got to have the Test series finished to allow time for the bloody 100 because you know, these players have been flogged into the ground. We're talking in county cricket about players having to play too much, but you can't play cricket at this intensity, you know, for 5 days and then do it 3 days later without either physical injury or mental tiredness spoiling that.
Those drawing up the schedules now don't seriously think all the tests are going to go 5 days, but
that's true.
Look what's happened.
This could be the first series for an awful long time where all 5 tests go to 5 days.
Now that is a good stat for somebody to look up. I don't know how you would figure it out, but
well, I'm glad
I'd
to
be
see.
Interested.
I'm glad to see most Test matches go to deep into the 5th day, but as you say, they've not been used to it. So it's not just because there's only 3 days between the tests, but as you say, the fact that each test has gone so long is going to make for even more fatigued players, and fatigue can bring injuries. So that is something that's got to be looked at. Why squeeze such an amazing series into such a short period? Obviously it's not going to change because there's too much money involved, and money rules everything. Anyway, that's it from us, but we will be back. Oh my God, we'll be back
Thursday.
I will be having cream rubbed all over my vocal cords in the meantime.
Even the commentators are injured.
Exactly.
You'll be having ice cream based on what I'm talking here. So Kartik says England players seriously need to go home early to have ice cream. Your ice cream will be very good for your vocal cords. And what else is there? Ice cream is beautiful, says Kate Eleanor. Good night to you all. See you at the Oval, says Steve Chilton, my local ground. And lots of thanks from Kate Eleanor, Mark Arnold. Creators World says our team is still in the lead with 1-2, I think, and we will defend the title by winning at the Oval. Contestant Jadeja.
There's only one title in Test cricket, and I can tell you who that belongs to.
Oh, the Ashes.
Hey,
very good.
Any more?
Kartik. No. Bumrah should not play the last test as Ravi Natarajan. India has a better chance of winning without Bumrah, based on this series, but probably not overall. And that's pretty much all.
Okay, let's call it a day.
Just to let you know that nobody won the GPL.
Thank you.
Nobody won the GPL, which is good news. It means it rolls over. It's somewhere in the mid 70s in terms of pounds to start on Thursday morning. Would you believe?
Yeah.
Thursday bloody morning. Just to say thanks to all of you for joining us and contributing your observations from YouTube. Thanks to all the commentators we've used. I think perhaps we failed to do that enough. We've had a debutant today as well.
Yeah, thank you, Manek. A sure debut.
Thanks.
We've had Richard along as well. It's just been Jason and me in the studio today, but we've got through it.
Your vocal cords have survived.
Just about.
And I'm sure you've had fun, as we always do.
We always do. The match is drawn. Bear won't get his 4-1 win, but we move to the Oval. Join us at about 10:50 a.m. on Thursday, and we will hopefully have you for company.
Yep. And to finish off the music with as we go with our outro, I'll just preface it with this in reference to Harry Brook.
That is almost as bad as not bad at all, but it's almost as loud and thumping as the music coming from the Fog and Firkin.
Yeah. But anyway, we're out of here.
Let's go.
We'll see
Play
you.
that funky theme tune.
White boy.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bat
bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien